Crossover.
Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover.
You just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Every Level Concrete Repair in Omaha at everylevelconcrete.com. Josh, Michael Severe, and Nick.
Oh,
Michael Severe is here, folks. I can't believe you agreed to this, Michael.
why? Why do you say that, buddy?
The day after the gala.
Let me say, I'm working on no sleep. Because you
Clear-
know how it
I
is
mean-
sometimes when you, I'm sorry about that. You know, sometimes when you are, you're sitting there and you just came off of maybe going to a club or a concert or a sporting event and you can't sleep. That was me last night after
Of
the gala.
course. I imagine
had
it's a huge drop
It was
off.
1 o'clock in the morning and I was just thinking, oh my God, did I do this? Did I do that? Did I do this? And so by about 5, I got up and to the kids to school. I've been running errands. I've been chasing down a $10,000 check that I can't find. I've been just, yeah. That's not the great
If I
part
don't
about
ask
this.
Michael to fill in, he gets mad at me. So now I always ask him to fill in, and now I feel bad for asking.
But
I
then
get
he
mad?
always accepts.
He
Do I
pretty
get
much
mad?
does.
Well, why'd you ask him after the Jet Awards? That's like the biggest thing he does every year.
To be fair, when I asked, I don't ever look. I just look at the day that John is gone. I don't think about anything else in the society. But Michael,
You're the
sometimes
only person
he'll
that
listen and he'll
matters.
say,
The world revolves around
You
you.
asked that guy to fill in and not me,
You had some kid on it who I didn't know who
Austin.
it was.
Austin's good.
I don't believe it was. Was it Austin? I don't think
I
it
don't
was
know.
Austin.
There
It
was somebody that
it
you were
was
like,
somebody else.
Yeah,
it
who-
was not Austin.
I don't know who it is.
I don't either.
Yeah, a peek behind the curtain of asking to fill in because people are always wondering, why do you ask this person? Why ask it? I want to
Have more Jays people.
I get that a lot.
Why don't you fill in?
Well, that's
Happer?
why I'm here.
You're
yeah,
a
that's
Jays
why.
guy.
That's why
Michael
Michael's
famously loves Creighton.
Huge Jays fan.
big Jays guy. The
Big Jays
reason
fan.
I ask people is because I like them and like talking to them for 4 hours. I learned that from Michael when I was his producer. He'd tell me after some shows, like, "Man, that was hard. That was a whole hard show."
I
And
did it.
filed that away.
You should have John Bishop fill in for John Bishop.
That's funny.
He's a pretty big
He'll
Jays
sit
guy.
in that chair.
Before he got more accomplished at talking in public, and he's much better at it now. I did 2 hours with Eric Crouch that felt like 8. It was really, really hard. He could do it now easily. I've watched
I've never
him.
asked Eric.
I've watched him speak in front of groups. I've watched him
He's a
do
Jays
stuff.
guy.
He did TV stuff, you know.
Tommy
but
Frazier.
man, let me tell you, boy, woo,
Yeah.
those 2 hours, they were long.
Hot Danger says have fewer Jays people. See, we lost one. There was a regular Jays fill in all the time. His name is Robbie Lula.
Oh yeah, it's true.
He's
I forgot about
available.
him. I forgot about him.
He is available.
He's
Yes.
available. He's married and committed.
Mm,
I don't believe he's available.
different kind of available.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
think
yeah.
he's available anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was available to eat a lot of hors d'oeuvres last night.
Oh, did he?
Did he
was
crush
all
him upstairs?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So they weren't even supposed to be up there. So here's the thing.
Oh,
We have a VIP on the floor, which no hors d'oeuvres, but you have your drink tickets. And then upstairs was just supposed to be for the people who were like $10,000 table buyers or above.
Oh
Nice.
crap!
Right? So there was supposed to be about 80 people up there from the 8 tables that qualified for that.
There was more than that.
But trust me, I know. And I just like forget it. You know, as long as we can get these people downstairs, that was my thing. Just get them downstairs up to their tables, and we finished that. So that went fine. But yeah, all those people weren't supposed to be up there. We're supposed to have appetizers enough for 80, and the bartenders were up there just they had to bring extra bartenders up there because they didn't think they needed.
yeah, they seemed
extra
a little
bartenders.
stressed. Yeah.
Yeah, because they weren't expecting that many people up there. And we kept telling them the people at the table who are volunteers, and I love them to death.
Thank you for your service.
They were really struggling on getting people their tickets. They kept saying, I don't have them. And then I would walk up and I'd be like, it's right there. No, it's right there. It's right there.
The one with the envelope with your name on it.
Yes,
Yeah.
with your
Yeah.
name on it and the
Yeah.
table that you're at.
Yeah.
Or the lady who had the list, whoever gave her the list was an old list, like really old. So I went and got my list. I gave her, she goes, oh, this is much better. Because you know what it was in? Order of table and alphabetical order. I had both.
Nice. Good.
So
good
she
job
could
by
kind of
you.
go back and forth. And
Good job by you.
next year though, we'll have it completely down next year.
I believe you.
Every year we're gonna get a little better.
All right,
A little
that's
better
right.
every year.
I mean, you rocked it. You're everywhere. I've never seen you like that. You know.
I was
You're-
around- you know what I
locked
did?
in.
No, I've seen him locked
Locked
in.
on.
Like, no, I've never seen him locked on. But
You could invite him on your show.
we could.
Yeah.
Then he would be locked on. But he listens.
I do. I listen.
Same.
He listens
I listen.
because I'll get a text. Say that's wrong.
That sounds like Michael.
Much later in the day, normally. I
much
will
much
say.
later in the day.
Yeah.
But you were I don't know, like they're just a manic sort of energy. Just kind of.
I'm frustrated
Yeah,
because
there's so many things.
they don't read the script. Read the script. Read the script. Here, okay, so we have our biggest sponsor was KRT, an athletic muscle cream company that is kind of blowing up in other parts of the country. They want to come here. They're our biggest sponsor, right? They're going to sponsor this year and next year.
Awesome.
They're $50,000 sponsors. Whoa. Their president is Steve Shirley. Patrick called him Mike Shirley.
Oof.
Second highest donor, Corwin Toyota of Bellevue.
Oh, no.
Francis Bortz is his name. He called him Francis Orts. So that was in a row.
Woof.
I know.
Orts.
And I'm like, what are you trying to do here? Are you trying
It's
to
a saboteur.
Are you trying to sabotage us?
Oh,
yeah, I
nice
don't. That
reference.
was.
You need to do media guide style pronunciation sheets.
Well, I mean,
his name was, what was it? Bortz?
Bortz, Borts.
How do you forget the
There's
B?
no Z.
The B is a pretty big part of that.
B's aren't silent?
So then later, Tim Clark, who works for Metro and is a great guy who sang the God Bless America, did a great job with that. So all he has to say is, and this past fall, we started 10 new scholarships at Iowa Western Community College. And we have people here from Iowa Western Community College. Please stand up. He called it Western Community College. I'm not sure where that's located.
California.
I have no idea where that's located. And he said it twice. Yeah. I'm like, I write all this stuff down. There's a line from one of my favorite movies that involves sports. Any Given Sunday. In Any Given Sunday, you have Jim Brown standing in front of the blackboard. He's talking to defense. He goes, we make simple for you. Simple. I wrote it all down. It's word for word. Just read it.
Gonna have somebody else read the words next year?
I really would love to have Kevin Kugler MC.
What's he
Kevin
doing this week
Kugler
every
would
year?
be awesome. In fact, he's not going to the Masters this year.
He's not?
His problem is that he's doing UFL games.
That's right.
Yes.
That is a problem.
I didn't even realize he wasn't at the Masters.
No, he's not at the
Gets
Masters
to
this
do
year.
UFL games.
Yeah.
Yes.
I would
Go
love for him to
Battlehawks.
do it. I would love for him to do it because you know what he would do?
He's good at reading.
He would read the stuff.
Yeah, and he
would
can
get
talk.
most of it right. And then Damon likes to ad-lib quite a bit. I don't know
Who
if you
else
know
likes
this or
to
not.
ad-lib
It's very
quite a bit?
interesting.
Likes to ad-lib a lot. And so there's a lot of
Who else?
ad-libbing happening.
Who?
A lot of ad-libbing happening.
Press T.
So,
Sorry.
That's
Anyway.
fine.
That guy loves ad-libbing.
Who's that?
President T.
Oh, yeah, he's
Do you
good.
remember the video of him talking about the Dodgers? Their
That's
arms.
just that's baseball.
Yep.
And
What do we call that, by the
specifically?
way?
That's
He's got a
baseball.
He's got a
Early stage something.
no. That's solid. He calls it something. The ramble. He has a phrase for it.
Trump
course
has
he
a
does.
phrase
There's
for
a
what he
phrase that his
does.
people call it. Yeah, it's the
Trump ramble.
It's something, and usually that takes his
Freedom
written
ramble.
down speech from 45 to 2 hours. It's amazing, and they stay for the most part, and they listen to the whole thing. But yes, he does ad lib a lot. Damon also adds a lib a lot, and Larry Putney will do it.
Larry's going to do it
Larry
next
Putney
year?
says he'll do it,
Look
and
at that.
I'm down with that.
Larry, thanks for listening. I hope you're doing well.
Larry.
I'll do it. You know, Larry and I,
I haven't worked with
we
Larry in a
both,
long
Larry
time.
and I both, we have something in common. Okay, Larry coaches bowling,
And you bowl.
and his dad, I believe, was also a bowling coach. And I bowled a lot when I was young. And I bowled a 300 at a particular place.
Whoa. What? Really?
I bowled every single day at a place called Mid-City Lanes in New Orleans.
No.
Name was on the wall, right?
Whoa.
I told Larry that, and Larry called me a damn liar and said, there's no way you did.
Whoa.
Oh.
And I'm like, Larry, I can take you. Now, see, the problem is they tore the building down, and they moved Mid-City Lanes.
Convenient.
They moved it, but you know what they did? They still have a plaque there. And I
Really?
believe I'm still
You know
on the
they
plaque.
tore down the
I think-
building?
well, it was on the wall.
Could you?
It was written on the wall.
Oh.
We actually signed our names on the wall.
So they just cut out like the drywall?
No, they actually made a plaque
Oh.
with those people. Yes. I can even tell you the song that was on the radio
What was
for
it?
the last frame. It was Fancy by Reba McEntire.
Wow.
Incredible.
I'm
Yes.
Googling Michael Severe 300 bowling to see
Does
if
that
I
song
can
have a
see that
special
being on the
place in
internet.
your heart now?
I
because
love
of that?
it. Yeah, definitely. I love the song. I love the remake. I love all of that.
Could you ask
Yes.
for a copy of that plaque? Could you call those guys and be like,
no,
listen, my
because
name's
you know
on
what's
there.
funny? I had a couple friends who did it too.
Uh-huh.
Right? We literally, I bowled. I was in club bowling in college, which is I know silly sounding.
Whoa.
I know that's silly sounding. I have a trophy and everything to show for it.
That's amazing.
But I love
Never
to
knew
bowl.
this about you.
And you know what I don't do anymore? Ever?
Bowl.
Bowl.
You used to love golfing too.
I used to love the golf.
Yeah, you don't do that
I don't
anymore.
golf anymore.
What happened?
Life.
Life happened
Children.
in general. You know what happened with bowling though is that when I hurt my knee got really bad. I couldn't flex my knee. And so everything I did to bowl, every stride, it just was gone. And then I got it replaced. and it really doesn't work the same in that situation.
Really?
Yeah. So the last time I bowled a large amount was a friend of mine used to have a big bowling charity thing the day of the Super Bowl that morning. It usually was like 11 o'clock to 1 o'clock, and they'd raise a bunch of money.
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah, Matt Rasmussen, he would raise money. And I went to that. And for that particular Super Bowl, I had to lay on the floor. My lower back was hurting so badly.
Wow.
Oh my god.
And I'm like, okay, that's pretty much tells me I'm done.
Yeah, bowling's over.
That's pretty much tells me I'm done. But yes, it was a favorite thing in my life. We went to Manhattan bowling lanes all the time because they had the first time they had the automated one where you didn't have to keep score.
Oh, yeah.
And it was Don Carter lanes on Manhattan Boulevard in New Orleans. And it was far for us.
What
See,
a
like
so you know
going
the
to Elkhorn.
formula on how to score bowling then? You know like the exact formula on how to do it?
Well,
by
when we used
hand?
to keep, when we had to keep our own score. Well, my whole childhood, you had to keep your own scoring.
Yeah.
Don Carter didn't come along until I was 16.
Like in general, I kind of have an idea on exactly what's going on there.
Yeah,
But
it's
once
pretty
you
easy.
start getting more than like a couple of strikes, I guess I get a little confused by some of the later strikes.
People always
you have like 4 strikes in a row. What's
the
happening?
way I was taught is the plus 10, plus 20
Okay.
based off of that. That's the way I was always taught when you're doing the addition.
Yeah.
So, but yeah.
And obviously, I know what's going on with spares.
in high school in gym class once
Shout
a
out
year.
Spares.
We all got to go to the bowling alley for
that's
like
fun.
a week.
Yeah.
'cause it
For a
was-
week?
Well, it was staggered
You just
classes.
live there?
It
That'd
was
be awesome,
staggered
wouldn't
classes, so Monday,
Yeah.
Wednesday, Friday.
Yeah.
And we had to keep our score manually because
Really?
that's how they justified the trip.
Oh, it's educational.
Yeah,
We'll look up and see what
I
button he said
never
above me.
learned how to score bowling.
We
I
definitely had a
rarely score
bowling-
above 100 when I bowl though, so it's not a problem with me to score.
We definitely had a bowling unit like in elementary school.
Yeah.
They would bring out like the rubber balls. It was like rubber bowling balls
Yeah.
and pins, and then we had to learn to score. But I did
Nice.
not retain that information.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I
how
don't
to do
remember
it.
how to do it now.
And once you don't have to do it anymore for almost anything, you do start losing whatever it
That's
is.
I don't have it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. Yeah.
whatever it is.
it is, you start losing. Yeah. You got to watch out. Be careful.
If you
about
don't
that.
use it, you
Could
lose
you imagine if I had a drink right now?
True.
Oh,
Say I had a
game over.
Long Island iced tea
Oh my.
after not having a drink for 23 years.
Whoa.
Think about how that would be.
Your ass would be on the ground.
I would be on my ass, my pants, everything's
I've-
on the ground.
Michael, I haven't had a drink since Super Bowl Sunday, and I've been thinking about that for next Monday, a week from Monday, when I have a beer after Boston. And first of all, I will be depleted of calories because I've been running, and then I'm gonna have a beer. I will be toasted.
It'll
with
make it
a
easier
drink
for you
and a
to-
half.
Awesome.
It'll make it easier
It's
for you
very
to
What would
fun.
happen
slur.
if I like ran a mile? I probably haven't ran a mile in several years.
That would hurt.
Yeah.
We used to
would I
do that.
die?
We would run the
Not
2
die, but you'd be
miles.
in pain.
We'd run the 2 miles, and then we would go get Gatorade and mix it with vodka when I was in high school.
Incredible.
Yeah.
One of the reasons why I don't drink anymore.
Everyone was drinking Gatorade with vodka.
Right,
in high
Gatorade with
school.
vodka. Yep.
And-
And when
Poll
you're
question.
and after you've run and you sweat stuff out, yeah. Or go give blood and then have a
jeez.
couple Bartles and James. We used to do that too.
In
Go give blood, get some Bartles and James.
in high school, there were kids, not me. There were kids who would get blue Gatorade and mix it with UV blue, which is just flavored vodka.
Yeah,
Totally.
that happened with
Now
some
I
kids
can't
in my
drink
high
UV
school.
blue anymore. That was our generation's MD 20.
2020?
Yeah.
That was definitely my generation's. Yeah. No doubt about that.
I hate vodka.
UV blue
Yeah.
is out of control.
Yeah,
UV
vodka-
blue was insane.
I went through, I think maybe you guys did the same thing. You go through one and then you kind of move. So I started off my career in drinking
Your drinking
Yep.
career.
with Seagram's.
Oh,
Because
that's-
my
yeah.
mother had a 5-gallon bottle that had a rocker on it. And what we would do is we would drink that with
Whoa.
orange juice and then we would put water back in it.
Whoa.
Yeah. And so we would crush again, I had a drinking problem. Anyway, I would you drink that, right? And then I went from that where I couldn't drink that anymore. I started drinking tequila when I moved out.
Mm.
There you go. Didn't last as long. It was on a rocker where you could rock it back and forth. And then I went to tequila, which didn't last very long. Tequila was we went to the islands, tried tequila, said, "Oh, this is awesome."
Sure.
Then realized it wasn't awesome.
Got into margaritas a little bit.
Oh,
Definitely,
I love
definitely.
margaritas
Living
so
in
much.
Texas, it was all margaritas. You could go to most places and get 99-cent margaritas. We would go there and we would stay there for 4 hours at a place called Taco Cabana,
Beautiful.
and we would just sit and drink peach, strawberry, just go through the colors.
The frozen?
The frozen ones, yes. And we would do that. Then I went from that, and I really then vodka was in the middle a little bit, but then rum. I became a captain and diet fiend.
See, I feel like everybody starts with vodka now.
What, they do now?
I started
The
with
kids start with vodka.
I started with rum.
Because it's clear and they think it's water in the
Yes.
bottle.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And it
possible.
gets you the most, like,
Because it gets you drunk.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Hammered?
yeah.
Back-
Samuel Jackson.
Back home, we would do Hawkeye vodka, which was horrible vodka that
Bad
you can get in
vodka.
Iowa.
That's how you
bad.
get headaches.
Yeah,
Bad vodka gives you headaches.
but it was
Ouch.
cheap, and if you had somebody willing to buy it for you, you could
Yeah.
afford it.
Yeah.
Barton's.
You know what I never drank? beer.
Yeah, you weren't a beer guy.
Never had a beer moment?
I've had. So we would have at my house. We had pony kegs because my mom's second husband worked at Dixie Beer, and they had these pony kegs he would bring home every time we had crawfish, and he'd bring those things home. And that's the only beer I really ever had until I'd say I was probably in my 30s, and I was drinking Dos Equis, and then I went from that to this Hefeweizen thing that I was drinking with a lemon and orange in it. I would drink that, and then the last thing that I drank a lot of were 57 Chevys. I would crush those.
Whoa.
And I would drink way too many of those. And then I had an incident, and then I don't drink anymore.
That's it.
That was
23
it.
years
So
ago.
beer ended your your
towards the end of my
career.
career was the beer.
Yeah.
Yep. And then after the beer, I'm pretty much done. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
No.
I like the smell of beer.
I think beer probably ended my alcohol career too. Like I still drink alcohol, so my career's not over.
Was
like,
it those IPAs?
Never let the
specifically?
dream die.
It
But
was
it was
the-
the double dry hop IPA.
I've
yeah.
never had an IPA.
No, they're
Dude.
absolutely
So we did a pod and we had 6 or 7 of them,
that killed my spirit.
and my mouth felt weird that night.
That killed.
Mm.
that
And
killed my
I didn't
spirit.
do hazies for like a week, which for me is like an eternity.
Hazies
I didn't actually.
with a Sandy. Get a Sandy and a Hazies.
I didn't actually get into beer until after college. I think there was one day I was working, and then I just had the thought I could really use a beer after work, and that's the first
Wow.
time I ever had that thought.
Mhm.
And then I had a beer after work,
Yeah.
and then I liked beer.
You know how old I am? I am so old that living in Texas, when I moved to Houston, you could still, when you got off work, get in your truck with your gun rack and open a beer and drive home.
Wild.
They did not ban that until May of '87.
Without the seatbelt, right?
Whoa.
What's a seatbelt? Come
Yeah.
on. Yeah.
Steve Simple
that's
says, I
May
agree.
of
That's how old I am.
'87.
87 is when they banned it. They didn't move 18.
You could drink and drive.
drive. Yes.
I
You
see.
could still do it. And when they banned it, you know how I knew they banned it? I used to always get an IBC root beer on the way to softball. And I'd moved to Texas. I was living in Houston at the time. And I got pulled over because the guy thought I was drinking a beer. And I was drinking an IBC root beer because they had just changed the law.
You can find. I don't know what the
That
news-
doesn't even make sense to me.
Now, I know. How about no seatbelts? Cars didn't have them
See that one
for a stretch.
That one, because about the time that I started to like understand cars, like
Yeah.
nobody was wearing seatbelts still.
Really?
Like
Okay.
my parents instilled it in me always. Like where
Same.
Did you grow up with lap belts?
Yeah, it was like a lap, and then you grab the cross.
Oh, they
field.
also had that. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
It's like so that one kind of computes with me, but drinking and driving.
Yeah, it's hard to even think about. Yeah, but it was legal to do. Yeah. And
J-Man
they-
says 18 months sober, don't miss it at all.
Yeah, and I think
J-Man.
the longer you're sober, the only thing you miss, this is the only thing you miss, and it's the same as like when I left here. You do miss the camaraderie of going out with people and getting sloppy and being funny and just doing stupid stuff. You miss it because then when you go out with those people and everybody's drinking, and you got your little cranberry juice, it's harder to have the same level of fun.
Yeah,
it just really is. And some people maybe do a better job at it. You know, people move to weed or whatever
Yeah,
else.
somebody just commented California sober.
They moved to weed,
Nate.
and that helps them be able to do it. It's obviously a different kind of high, but
Yeah.
that's the one thing you miss. You
Rob
do.
says, in college, I donate plasma on
Yeah.
Thursday afternoon, then go to Brothers directly afterwards and start the weekend off with a 99-cent margarita.
Oh, dude, you're so drunk. You're
Yeah.
so drunk.
My lord.
Yeah.
I saw, going back to the drinking and driving thing, and I just sent it to you guys. There's a news report that you can find where it's people reacting to not being able to
Oh,
drink.
they were so mad.
when they were pissed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There
This
was
is
a
America.
campaign.
I should be able to drink.
There
when
was
I
a campaign in
after work.
Texas when I moved there the other way going, you can't take this out of our hands. It is every American male's right to get in their truck after work and open a beer and drive home. That was a commercial.
Every
That's
every
nuts.
law has the same reaction.
Yes.
Every law.
You're taking away my
forever.
rights.
Taking away my rights.
My privacy.
Oh, man.
Or my
Every
rights,
time.
yeah.
Jed
Yep,
says, my career started at 34 with wine. Then rum, then vodka, now only Jaeger.
Oh, I left out wine. I
Only
did have
Wow.
a wine. I did have a wine
That's
moment.
backwards.
Yeah, I
That
had a
was a
wine
little
moment.
backwards.
I
That's-
dated a
I've-
girl who was a wine distributor, and I had a little wine.
Oh, really?
moment. Yeah, and I had only the best wine too. I didn't start off with like
Oh,
she had a mate like she would give me stuff that was like $70 a glass.
Wow.
to
Oh my
try.
God.
She
That's
gave me an
awesome.
XO once. She gave me an XO.
What's an XO?
It's a brand, not brandy, like Courvoisier, like my God, not whiskey, not scotch, whatever.
Yeah.
It was
Bourbon?
not
Brandy?
bourbon, not bourbon, brandy. It's like a brandy.
Nice.
And she gave it to me, and it was $400 a glass, and it's
Oh
a finger.
My
It's a finger. The
gosh.
way it would work, they would put it in these casks, and they put the cask on the ship. And for every year it circled the globe, that was 4 years of aging. And when you bought the glass, they would give you a little passport, and you sign the passport. saying that you had drank this out of this particular bottle, and that passport stayed with that bottle the whole time. It was amazing.
400 a glass?
400 a glass.
Okay,
and it was
that's
a finger.
huge racket, but honestly awesome.
It was awesome. It was awesome. And the only reason I drank was because of her.
I don't think I've ever had like a great glass of wine. I'm trying to think of like the most expensive glass of wine I've had, probably $15.
Sometimes, like you see at the Spectator, they'd be wines that got like 93, 94, 95 on the Wine Spectator and Raiders, and were like $17 bottles.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
My favorite wine, I don't really drink it, but
Cognac.
it's
Was it cognac? That's
Cognac.
dirty
Thank you.
diesel.
Yes, cognac. Thank you very much. Got
it's
the brain.
Apothic Red, and that's the only wine I really like is like a dry red wine.
Yeah.
But that's the only wine that I get.
Yeah.
Usually that one. It's like
I try to
20 bucks
avoid the
maybe.
red. The red had those tannins in it, and it would give me a headache.
It's the tannin.
It would
Oh, the
bother
tannin.
me.
The
Yeah.
tannins are the skins of the right?
grape.
Yeah, I learned this
I know it bothers
because we
me
used to do a
though.
wine segment in Lincoln. Yeah.
Oh, I remember that.
I've learned this many, many times over
Yeah.
and over again. Kevin Meyer would be very disappointed in me right now, but
It definitely
yes.
bothered me, and it was the red wine.
Because he always talked
yeah.
about the tannins.
The tannins. Yes.
Venmo Chris says 4 years sober next month. Michael is absolutely correct. He also said, this is hitting me in the feels. I used to bowl a lot before I messed up my hand, played tourneys, had 2 300s, got some scholarship offers from area schools.
Nice.
Look at that. Shout out to Venmo Chris.
I would love to be good at bowling. Like
I love
legit
bowling.
good at bowling.
It literally.
I
That's
go
one
once
of
a
those
year.
$100. That's one of those 10,000 hour things.
Yeah.
That really is.
Yes.
You got. Well,
It ta-
you need
it
a little
takes a long
coaching.
time.
Obviously, you need a little coaching, but you also need to do a lot.
I never learned how to do the
How to hook.
I never learned
Yeah,
how.
and then you got to know the aisle. That's the great thing about going to the same bowling alley is
You
you
gotta
know how
know
they
the
oil the
lanes.
lanes. You
Yeah.
know all that. Yeah.
The grains.
And they've changed so many of the rules now too. Like when Larry had his team obviously was in the finals and he wasn't gonna be able to call it. I was kind of his backup at one point, and so I'm just researching and I'm learning all this new stuff, the new scoring stuff, and obviously there's a 2-handers now, which obviously didn't exist when I was bowling. There's so much stuff now.
Interesting.
It's changed a lot.
Was bowling expensive back when you were doing it? No.
And you don't have an idea how popular it was. We had a show that came on every single night at 6:00 called Bowling for Dollars.
Oh my God.
And that
What?
show was on every night. Every Saturday afternoon, there was live PBA bowling. You had Earl Anthony and you had Weber and you had all those guys.
They're still on.
But
That
those,
PBA
that was
is still
that was
around.
literally yes. But I mean, it was at 2:30,
Yeah.
and you were watching on Wild World of Sports, and it was the ratings were
Prime
crazy
time
for
bowling.
I remember
Yeah.
we used to watch it on. It was on ESPN on the weekend mornings. Now it's on Fox.
It was
right?
on Sundays. Like remember getting
Yeah.
home from church and it would be on before football games.
Like it's on Fox before stuff starts happening now.
Bowling for Dollars. One of the bowlers, so they'd have a professional bowler, and they would bowl for you, right? At one point, and one of the bowlers on there, no, is that right? Well, on one of the bowling shows that I used to watch, the former bowling coach at Nebraska, Bill Straub, he was on there. You can find him on there. He's got this whole thing where he's going against a guy on televised bowling. Yeah, it was incredibly popular. It was again, I mean, people don't talk about being exercise. It's a lot of you walking back and forth, and if you do, say you're bowling 3 games, right? You're doing that, and you're walking back and forth. It's you get a little exercise.
Yeah.
Strengthen your arm and all that stuff.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Bowling's fun.
It is fun. I think I wish I still did it.
Yeah.
Not if I got to lay on the ground for a whole afternoon.
Yeah, it
after.
seems kind of time.
Do you miss that or golf more?
I miss going and play golf.
Yeah.
I do.
Because that's another one you do with your friends, hanging out.
Yeah,
4 or
I used to
5
play a
hours on
lot.
Saturday or Sunday.
And I had to play 2 tournaments last year. I played one with BC, matter of fact.
Oh.
And he said, so how often do you play? I go, I haven't played in 10 years.
No, he said, how often do you play?
Often. Thank you very much. And I said, I haven't played 10 years. And he looked at my club head. And at the time when I made the club, I actually made the club.
Oh my God.
This club was the largest head size at the time.
And now it's so
Now
tiny.
it's like the size of a 3 wood, And but you know what? I still could hit it. I could still hit that thing. It's like when you go back and you don't play, you don't practice, and you just hit it early because you're not
Muscle
thinking
memory.
about it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
you're not
awesome.
thinking about it. Yeah.
The first couple, and then after
Yeah,
that,
actually, I
deteriorates.
think BC would say. Besides the fact when I had to do a board meeting in the middle, so I missed a whole 7, 8, 9 because I was doing a board meeting sitting in the cart with the phone. Yeah.
Oh, I
Besides
haven't
that.
played golf in a couple of years.
Couple years.
Yeah, I used to play all the time, and I just don't play anymore.
Is it because of the broad? Is she topping? Is she holding you down?
No.
Rod.
No, it's
Rod.
because of the running, Michael. It's because of the running.
You got tattoos on your legs that say "run,"
I know.
and then one faces you and
Yeah.
one goes the other way, and it's got a period
I
on it.
think I'm a little sad.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello,
Yeah.
I didn't know
Going
that
to-
was
going
there.
to Boston. in
Good
a
for
little
you.
bit.
Yes.
Yeah.
And you can be showing off the leg.
Yeah, I'll be trying.
Okay.
He's
He's been
trying.
working on his slurs in preparation.
I've not
Hey,
been working on any
There's
slurs.
more racist place outside the South than Boston.
That's exactly right.
It's straight up simple. It's not hard to find somebody to curse you out in Boston.
No, at the Boston Marathon, you get seconds shaved off your final time.
For how many
depending on
slurs you use?
Yeah,
I think that's a great idea.
it's a tier system too.
It's a
so
great
the-
idea. I was explaining to somebody this morning that I used to use a toothpaste called Darky.
Oh, from China, right?
From
Didn't
China,
Kevin
yeah.
bring it back to you?
I used to, and Kevin brought it back from Beijing. And the guy was like, "What does it look like?" And I showed him. He's like, "Oh my god!"
Yeah.
I said, "By the way, they changed the name to Darlie, and they changed the guy's face, and they made it a
Woke
different
has
color."
come for Chinese
Woke came for
toothpaste.
Chinese because they wanted to move on to Amazon. Amazon was like,
Yeah.
"Hold on,
Time
give me a
out.
20. Hold on a second. I don't know if you can sell this
You
here.
guys are going to need to change.
You're going to need to change some things." And they did, so I can buy it now on Amazon.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
exciting.
Yeah, I'm very
you still
excited
buy
about
it?
I do, yeah. Do you remember
Have
after
the tariffs come for
Remember
it?
what happened after?
No.
So he brought me back the Chinese toothpaste.
Yeah.
I complained that I was running out, and a guy who listened to the show in Taiwan sent me another box of toothpaste.
There's always the listeners.
Then I ran out again, and a guy in India sent me some more.
My God,
Wow.
Yeah, for like 4 years, I had toothpaste for free. It was awesome.
that's incredible.
Yeah.
Why did you like that specific toothpaste?
It's got this charcoal in it, and it really just. I would go to the dentist. He's like, "Man, what do you brush your teeth with? This is really good
You're
stuff."
like dark.
I was like Darky, and I didn't tell him that. But it's charcoal-based toothpaste, and it just works great. And it just, I don't know, I like the
wow.
taste.
If you search Darlie
Don't-
toothpaste,
the
look
Darky-
at the Wikipedia.
That's it. Yeah, I know.
Holy God, Happer, come check that out.
I know it's not good. I did
That's
that.
what the logo was?
I did. Well, no, show him the logo.
The logo was it
The
that?
logo of the Darky one.
It was that, right? Michael, was it that?
no, that's the good one.
That's the
Darlie.
good
That's
one.
Darlie. Show put Darky in,
Okay.
and then you'll get the original Darky toothpaste.
Oh.
And the original, you're like,
Oh
whoa,
my
yeah, yeah,
gosh.
yep. That's the one he brought back from
National
China.
Museum of American History.
Yes, it is history.
Wow.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Good toothpaste though.
That's history.
I'm reading
all
this
right.
book right now called James. It came out last year. It's a novel, and it is like a reimagination of Huck.
Oh, I heard about this.
Yeah. Okay. So it's
Tom Sawyer.
Yes. And so the chapters that I've actually just gotten to, James, he was sold to, because he goes by Jim, right? And
Yep.
I don't remember if I ever.
Do you know what
read
he goes
that book.
by? In Jim.
Yeah. Not in this one.
Not in that one. Okay.
But he,
Reimagining.
yes, he gets sold to this troop, and they actually don't view him as a slave. They want him to sing, but they had to put
No, they
blackface
want him to
on
sing.
him
Yes.
because they're going. It's like, yeah, you can't, actually be black here.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
like, this is just.
There are people who
Wild.
argue. There are people who argue, and
Good
I'm
book.
not getting into this story, but argue that the reason why it's not a big deal for white people to wear blackface because black people used to back in the day wore blackface.
Yeah, because they were.
And
forced to.
they had to
Yeah.
to perform.
Yes, because they were like, if you don't do this, they'll realize you're black and they will try to kill
Exactly.
you.
So that's why they did it back then. But
Yeah.
yeah, Darky, man. Darlie
Yeah.
toothpaste. Good
Darlie
stuff.
toothpaste.
Good stuff.
Why?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Why did they keep the picture?
Well, they changed it a little bit. They made the face a little whiter.
Yeah, he's
Oh,
white.
notice?
He's
okay.
white.
He's white
now.
now,
Yeah,
Nick.
yeah,
Yeah.
he's white now. Yeah.
Yeah.
They made some moves.
I'm looking at the ad when they first changed it, so maybe it was a soft transition.
Okay,
I think some guy was in his truck like, as an American, I should be able to use this toothpaste without it changing its name.
As a man who buys toothpaste from China, I should be able to get this.
They're taking our freedoms.
Yeah, no, it's
Uh-huh.
actually still pretty affordable. The last time I bought
Yeah?
some. The last time I bought
For
some.
now.
Yeah, well, we don't. We don't
Better
buy-
get a
We don't
pallet.
buy from Amazon anymore. So
Mm.
that's my wife. We don't buy Amazon anymore. So anyway,
You saw Prime? No more Prime?
we have Prime
You have Prime Video?
in secret.
Nice.
Secret
Yeah.
Prime.
That was a
Secret Prime.
conversation that we had last year. I was like, well, what about the NFL?
We got. That's what I said.
She was like, all right, I guess we're keeping it.
I said, what about the NFL?
Yeah.
And we watched like 4 shows on there too. I'm like,
Yeah.
dude,
That's where I watched
Ben and
Tombstone this week.
Stretch.
There you go.
Tombstone
Nice.
was on Prime this
Yeah,
week.
you wanna. There's a good reason sometimes to make some changes. Sometimes you need
Yeah,
things.
you get a bend and stretch a little
You
bit.
need things. You know,
Yeah.
there's certain places we don't shop anymore, but there are other places that
Yeah.
compensate.
I don't listen to Kanye anymore.
Well,
Really?
I don't. Yeah. Well.
I mean,
no.
Well, I know about that part.
yeah.
Yes.
Have you seen this? Have you heard about this?
But the songs are good.
They are good.
Yeah, I
He
don't.
should have
know.
stopped after fantasy.
But I also stopped listening
Yeah.
to music. I just listen to podcasts.
That's true.
so
That's true.
It's
Me
kind of
too.
easy.
Yes,
you know?
the songs after a certain
I don't have to
point
feel bad
are
about
not
like
good.
cutting
No.
it out of my life, when I don't listen to music.
I don't listen to hip hop music that says the N-word.
Oh, really?
I stopped like 10 years ago.
Whoa,
Yeah.
you don't listen to very many
it-
hip hop songs.
I know. I don't listen to
Oh,
like
so
we were in the.
You missed out on Childish Gambino then.
There's clean versions of that where he doesn't say it. I
Oh,
can
okay.
listen to, yeah. There's clean cuts in that of Childish Gambino stuff, yeah.
Listen to like the Walmart version.
I don't know if it's actually in Walmart. but it's on the radio because they have to cut it.
That's true.
Fair.
We were in Vegas, and a lot of young people when I was in Vegas for the COVID Creighton game, and they were listening to that music, and I go, "Could you please not play that when I'm in the car?"
Oh, so you're out on Kendrick too, then, right?
You know, it's funny. It's not that that I hate the way he raps.
Oh,
I know I'm old. I get it. I understand, but I never
Michael?
liked him.
he's not into the cadence.
I don't like
I
his
actually
cadence.
kind of agree
I
with
love
you.
I
his
don't
cadence.
like his cadence. I think
I
and he
love
doesn't
I do-
rhyme
I do
a
not
lot.
like his
That's not
cadence
what I
either.
grew up with, and so it's not.
I'm
It's
just not a
not my
fan.
hip hop. I don't like it. I'm
It's
not a fan of it. Yeah, and I think the beats are good, and I think he's a great guy, obviously, and he won the Pulitzer and all that. Great, wonderful for him. It's not for me.
He's just not the Sugar Hill Gang.
He's definitely not the sugar. Well, thank God he's in the sugar.
It's just so grating.
It
you
is.
know? It's
Yeah, it's kind of painful a little
Yeah.
bit, but you know, it's just not for me. I know people love him. People at our Super Bowl party loved him. You know,
This
whatever.
is what I've tried to say. People yell at me.
They shouldn't, man. You have sometimes you don't like stuff.
Sometimes you don't like stuff.
People used to give me a hard time for not drinking beer.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I don't like the taste or the smell.
Yeah.
The worst thing in the world that could happen was you to hook up with a girl back then and she had beer on her breath for me or smoking. I just couldn't do it. It wasn't for me. I couldn't do it. Yeah.
Some people don't like, what's the thing that you notoriously don't like?
Cream cheese.
Cream cheese.
I don't like peanut butter.
Yeah, Michael doesn't like peanut
I don't
butter.
like peanut butter, but you can have as much as you want.
I am going to keep
Have all
making
mine.
fun of Josh
Have
for not
all
liking
mine.
cream cheese.
Oh,
though.
interesting. So Michael doesn't have to like all these things, but when I say I don't like
Now,
something,
not liking peanut butter is kind of weird.
I just never
Weird.
liked it. I just never did.
Yeah.
And I like peanuts.
and you like butter.
There's a lot of butter, but I don't like whatever it is about peanut butter. I just don't like it. Never did.
Is it George Washington Carver? Is that why you don't like
No,
it?
you know, my mom actually went to Booker T. Washington,
Oh.
which is, you know, same kind of guy. Anyway, no, it's not that. It's not that at all. It's not that at all. It's more about the way, I don't know.
Is it the mouthfeel or is it the taste?
Maybe. And also you got to remember the first time I ever had it was in the Army.
Oh,
I had
Army peanut
never
butter.
had it.
Tastes very good.
And there's very little salt in it.
Yep.
And there's no sugar in it. And that's the first time I ever
Wait,
had
the
it.
first time you had it was when you were in the army?
Yeah, we never had peanut butter at the house.
Is peanut butter a white people thing?
I know ranch dressing was it. I had
That's
never seen
ironic.
ranch. I didn't
Question.
see ranch like I took.
Ranch is definitely a white person.
I had
thing.
never seen
peanut
that.
butter though.
It's peanut butter. Yeah. I
We
don't know.
never. The only peanut butter we ever had was the government peanut butter they gave us with the commodity box. So it came with the government cheese. It came with
Yeah,
some
that
peanut
can't
butter
be
I
good.
never had.
That can't be
And it came with.
Did you have to mix it like with water or was it like
It had oil on the top. Yeah.
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 Okay. Because that's how when we get our peanut butter, we get it from Costco. So it has the oil.
Yep.
So you have to stir it in and
Yep.
oh my gosh.
I never had
I
it.
can't go back to other peanut butter now.
Yeah, that's
Really?
natural peanut butter.
It's
That's
ruined.
natural.
It's ruined. It's ruined like
it
Jif.
separates. Yeah.
Oh, I've
Yeah.
never had that.
The Costco kind.
No, like the natural peanut
if
butter.
you buy the
not just-
Simply
It's
peanut butter.
not just Costco. There's
No,
other
I know.
brands that
Yeah,
do that.
We
Simply
get it from
peanut butter.
Costco
Natural
because
peanut
it's
butter.
this, and you get two of them.
That's a
it's-
lot of
it's
peanut
too
butter.
much
Oh my
peanut
god,
butter.
that's a lot of
You should
peanut
try
butter.
it.
Is
I have
it-
a lot of peanut butter.
Is it hard to mix it?
The first time sucks because you basically just like you put the knife down and then you lift it up.
Mhm.
And you just try to do that so the oil drops and drops and drops. But then the first few dollops, if you will, are very like oily.
Can you
So
fit a hand mixer in there?
You probably could. Yeah.
Use a hand mixer.
Yeah. I didn't think about that.
Get
Sounds
it done that
potentially
way.
mixy
Yeah.
or messy.
But then once
Mixy.
you've probably gotten like this much peanut butter out, then it's really easy. Then
Oh,
you just
okay.
give it a quick stir every time and
I don't
taste
eat
is
peanut
so
butter.
good.
I don't eat asparagus, and
Oh.
I don't like cinnamon.
Oh.
That's
Oh.
pretty much me.
Cinnamon.
Don't like
Love
cinnamon.
cinnamon.
Cinnamon candy, cinnamon gum. I don't like
Cinnamon
cinnamon
toast?
rolls. I've never had cinnamon toast.
Cinnamon rolls.
I don't like cinnamon rolls.
Whoa.
Something about cinnamon. Like even if you put some people put cinnamon in their chili, and I've done a lot
Oh,
of
some
chili.
people, dude.
I've done a lot of chili contests in my life, judging them, and I right away I'm like, oh, cinnamon in the chili. Ugh. Yeah, don't like it.
Bummer.
Don't need a lot either. I can taste it.
Hmm.
Not a fan. Don't like those. That's me. But you know what? Pretty much everything else. I had cow brains. I've had my share of sweetbread, as they call it. I've had a lot of chitlins. But those three things.
There's some crazy stuff out there.
There's some crazy stuff out there.
Hmm.
Like cheek. I love cheek.
Cheek
Cheek
tongue,
is it's cow cheek. I don't like the tongue.
lingua.
I'm not a tongue fan.
So
I'm a cheek
add,
fan.
add the fourth thing, tongue.
Yeah, I don't. It's not because only time where we had it when we were kids were boiled. Have you ever had it boiled?
No,
Don't do it.
no.
Well, that's how they made it in my
Only
house.
on like the grill, like Mexican. on the grill,
Exactly.
yeah.
Yes. Yes. The cheek is fine. The tongue, not ham.
Hmm.
Yeah, not good.
Well, Happer,
Well,
hope you have a
Well,
great weekend.
What you doing? Anything? Oh, you got work.
Mowing.
You probably got work, right?
yeah. Well, actually,
No,
I
there's
don't
no
think very
baseball
much.
this
Oh my
weekend.
God! You know
Yeah,
work.
baseball's out of town.
Oh,
So
He's gonna have
that's
to be
crazy.
a dad.
I think I really need to clean my car and wash it, and
Nice.
I definitely need to mow.
Are you gonna bring the daughter along with those things? Have daddy daughter day?
Well, I'll probably just do it
This
in
is
my
how you mow.
driveway.
Get one
Oh,
of
you're
those.
gonna wash it yourself.
Yeah, that's how I
You're
usually do it.
such a man. I mean, good. Look at you. You're such a man. You're mowing.
What's the
You're
difference between
mowing.
that and
You're
me
mowing.
going sitting away in the car wash line for 3 hours?
What-
I don't ever wait for 3 hours. I have my little scanner in there and go through and I'm out.
Yeah,
What
but
soap
even
do you
that,
use?
people.
Dude, Hepper, you just do it on the way home today.
Yeah, I did it. I do it in the morning going to work.
Friday.
I do it
You've
in the
had
morning
nice
going to
days.
work.
It's not
There's
going to be 3
nobody
hours.
in line when I'm going
First
to
of all,
work.
also, Hepper, we've had like nice weather for a whole week. This isn't the first nice day after a
Yeah,
snowstorm.
you'll
No,
be fine.
I should have gotten to it earlier.
Just do it
Definitely.
today.
Just
zip on through.
You have
And you're
time.
going to mow too.
Yeah.
No, last time I mowed the grass.
2004.
No,
Oh, yeah.
because my
Didn't Mitch
kids,
bring
my
this
kids
up?
weren't born till 05. Last time I mowed was 2017. And
Wow.
the last time we watered the grass, never.
Wow.
Amazing.
Don't water it. And if unless it needs to be mowed, one of the boys mow it. But that's about it. I don't.
Matt Rule, if it dies, it dies.
It,
That's
exactly.
what he said
if
to
it
the grass.
dies, it dies.
I got to keep
Mhm.
that thing alive.
As William Money once said, I forgot the quote, but something like that.
If he
Yes.
dies, he dies.
Yeah, that wasn't what he said, though.
All right, Hepper, have a great weekend.
Thank you. You guys too.
That was a crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. Michael Severe back in the building.
Deserve has nothing to do with it.
Deserve has
That's
nothing
what
to do
William.
with it.
That's what William Money said.
That's good advice to live by.
Deserve doesn't have nothing to do with it.
Program starts next on 1620 The Zone.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Oh, Michael Severe is in the building.
What's that?
We're going to talk sports today.
Woohoo!
Maybe we'll talk more bowling.
Talk more bowling.
Formula One.
No,
No, we're not going to
I
talk.
don't even have any idea.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Michael, Nick tells you to change your camera, and what happens? It kicks you out of the stream.
Did it
That
really? I changed the
thing,
camera.
It's this. It's the cable over
it's a
there.
bad
So
cable?
if you wanted to switch it back to your computer, that's
Yeah,
going to be
that's
totally
okay.
fine. It's going to be totally fine. Welcome in, everybody. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct here on 1620 The Zone, 1620thezone.com, 1620 The Zone TV on YouTube, zonetv.live, the 1620 The Zone app. I don't think that I have missed a single spot that we are on. Have I?
I don't think so.
I think that's all of them. We appreciate you joining us on this One Beer Friday as a gorgeous weekend arrives. It'll probably be windy like it always is,
Windy.
but a great weekend is
There's
here.
no way you can use wind energy to fund anything. It's not going to work. There's
Oh my
not enough
God.
consistent wind to do
This,
that.
this week will
You can't do that.
power the whole year.
And listen,
probably.
don't jump on me. I know how much it costs to build a turbine. I know how much all that does. I understand. I know it's more plastic.
We're doing politics
There's a lot
today.
of wind here.
Thank you for calling it a turbine.
You're welcome.
The amount of people are like windmill. It's not a windmill.
No,
that's a different thing.
I understand. I get it. I understand. I understand the whole process.
We're going to do some wind energy. We're going to do some tariff talk and more on the show
Oh,
today.
more tariff talk?
More tariff talk. But welcome in. Let's get to the Grum Down. Dive right in.
Ooh, let me
Oh,
see
look
this.
at the Grum down.
Michael Severe in the
Yeah,
building.
I'm back up. I got it back going.
Yeah, Michael. Yeah, he fixed his StreamYard way
fixed
faster than
Stream.
Mike Schaefer would. So
True.
shout out to Michael for that. Jack Mitchell, who's been in the green room for like 10 minutes
He's just
already.
hanging out.
Yeah, he's just listening to the show.
Hi, Jack.
He's having a good time. Hi, Jack. Hey, how are you? Jack will join us. Yep, there he is.
Oh,
waving
wow.
at us in
What
the
a
background.
half-ass half wave.
Well, maybe he's not excited. Maybe he's busy this week.
Jack Mitchell.
I mean,
Yeah.
you know what starts this weekend?
I don't.
The experience.
I don't know
It's
what that
back.
is. What is-
Softball.
Oh, the Jack Mitchell softball experience is
Yeah.
back. Are you on the team again?
I am on the team. I won't be there on Sunday, though.
Wow, already turning the team down on day one.
Yep.
Not great. Not great. Jack Mitchell is in the building, though. Is he excited for Quinn Knives? That topic and many more. We
That
haven't even-
sounds exciting.
we haven't talked to him about the crown. We can finally talk with Jack about the
Oh,
crown.
nice. I like those. It was an
Yeah.
amazing tournament. I enjoyed it wholeheartedly.
Wow.
I watched so many games of the Crown.
It seems like you really dug it.
I probably watched 8 games.
No,
Obviously, I
you
watched
did
all-
not.
Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
Why?
I don't watch baseball.
Yeah, I guess that's
And
fair.
it was on days when the tournament wasn't on, or they were on before the tournament.
I guess that's
And
true.
So I was sitting there and I folded a lot of clothes.
You didn't watch like a movie or show or something?
I'm caught up. We're caught up. We're doing great.
You're caught up on
So
all the
many
shows?
other things you could
We
be
were
doing.
watching so many great things.
The Pit?
We have it.
Oh,
We're
have
going to
you
watch
watched the
tonight.
finale?
The finale
Oh,
tonight.
Michael,
Yeah.
the Pit.
I
You
was
are
busy.
pit
I was
pills.
busy
Yeah.
last night,
Yeah.
and we didn't get home until very
You
late.
were
And
very busy.
so I made a promise to my youngest. We're going to watch The Pit when I get home tonight. We'll watch that. But yeah, I don't know. I was caught up on all the TV stuff we were watching, and the games were on. And I turned, and a lot of the games, like I like watching certain, like watching Villanova.
Yeah.
And I like watching a lot of teams that were playing it, so I just watched them.
Okay.
And I fold a lot of clothes.
You fold a lot of clothes.
And I watch games while I fold clothes. I listen to games while I'm cooking.
Yeah.
While I'm doing something, while I'm preparing for the gala, I watch stuff.
I'm trying to decide if I'm going to do my laundry tonight when I get home or tomorrow afternoon. I'm in a debate period right now. Do I want it to be more because there'd be an extra thing of running clothes in there tomorrow, or just do it tonight?
How many days are there in a week, Nick?
7.
How many days do you think I wash?
Well, given that you say you fold a lot of clothes,
7.
You
Wow.
do laundry every
I
day?
do laundry almost every day.
I thought I did. Now you have a family. I thought I did a lot of laundry because we wash our own clothes. I do laundry every 2 to 3 days.
Okay.
Depending on the season, especially like winter running, I have so much crap.
Yeah, sure.
Summer running, it can survive a little bit longer.
Right, yeah.
Because, I'm just
I wash and dry every day.
Every day.
Every day.
Oh,
if I'm not washing, I'm drying, I'm putting away. Folding and putting away every day.
Holdouts come to college football. It will be the off-season football topic of the day, and we'll be talking about what's going on in Tennessee.
Holdo the Oko?
No, holdouts the fold-out. I don't know what that means. Michael's final NFL Nebraska draft update. We have been doing this with you since August?
Yes, since August.
Wow. We've been
August
doing this since
15th.
August. All right, so we will put a final bow on that. You got kicked out of the StreamYard again, by the way.
Bye, Michael.
Just change it to your computer camera. Let's screw that stupid cable.
For the best.
Elkent's Movie Club, Tombstone, one of your favorite movies.
I love Tombstone. I watch it every time I pass it when it's on TV. I watch it.
Yeah, you were quoting it to John off the air on, what day were you in here this week? On Monday. You always join us on Monday.
That's exactly right.
That reminds me. I got to bring the ice cream home. It's been in the freezer.
I took mine home.
Yeah, I'm going to bring mine home. All right. I'm going to set a calendar reminder for 6 o'clock today. Nick Boss joining us today.
Whoa!
Nice get, Nick.
That's Nick Boss.
Nick Boss. Dude, he was at the Final Four. I told this to a coworker who was also at the Final Four. I said, sometimes it's fun to see a sporting event through the eyes of someone who it's like a first time for them. Like, we all get so jaded, right, with life.
Sure.
You could see how excited he was. You see the video he put out afterwards?
It was
where
his
he's
dream.
like on the roof drinking a beer or something?
I mean, it was his dream.
Yeah. So we'll talk about the Creighton news of the last 24 hours with Nick. He'll join us in the 4 o'clock hour. It is a One Beer Friday, or is it a Kool-Aid Friday? Stay tuned for that conversation. And is a salary cap coming to Major League Baseball? There you go, Nick. One baseball topic for you.
Baseball.
But only in content. So it'll be like a 2-minute topic.
Baseball.
Good. Thank God, because I don't. I can't help you.
I'm gonna find a game on TV so we don't have to watch golf.
No, we're watching the Masters. We'll also have Masters updates on the show today.
We do have Masters
We'll be
updates.
doing
I have
all
zero Masters bets. How about that?
Zero?
Zero.
Wow.
I can't remember the last time that I don't have any Masters bets because I've been dealing with the gala. I just completely. I didn't even know the Masters was on. So
really,
I did not.
So you don't know what happened yesterday with Rory then? Okay, Rory is 4 under through I believe 14. Doubled on 15, doubled on 17, goes in even. He shot a 6 under today.
Oh, good for him.
Yeah, he's right back in the mix.
All right, Rory.
He's tied for third. So
I was cheer for him. Good job.
Rory,
Go Rory.
Justin
Go
Rose
Rory.
still in the lead. We'll have Masters updates throughout the show.
Oh, okay, cool.
Today as well. We can certainly talk about Quentin Ives being number 2. We can talk about Greg McDermott and so many more things. John Moran has a new celebration. That's exciting.
The grenade.
He was doing, he
the
was
grenade.
doing the gun. Now he does a grenade.
I saw that. They used to do the grenade. So that's from one of my favorite movies involving sports. Any Given Sunday.
Oh,
that was one of the celebrations in the end zone. They do the grenade celebration.
I've watched most of that movie.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen the whole thing.
The celebrations are the best.
Through.
The celebrations are so good.
Streaming. Maybe I should. I should do that for a movie club sometime. I've never seen the whole thing.
You should. It's got great actors in it.
Oh yeah.
Jim Brown's great in it. LT's great in it.
The speech, of course, is legendary.
Outstanding speech.
I think we've all probably used that. If you're in Sports Talk Radio, use that as an open to kick off the football season.
Exactly.
It's a game of inches, Nick.
It is.
Football's a game of inches.
Everything is, actually.
Many say.
Yeah, life is a game of inches.
Yes, it is.
So we have all that coming up today on the show. 402-951-1620. If you would like to give us a call and or text, you can hit us up there, 402-951-1620, like this one from Dirty D in the 402.
That can't be good.
Pickleball is the new bowling.
Oh, I know. Yeah, we're going to do, starting next year, we're going to do a pickleball tournament. Jet Award Foundation. We're going to have a fundraiser doing pickleball. And we're actually going to, the brand new place that's going to be opening next year, which is called Chicken Pickle.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to have the first tournament there. Fundraiser there. Yeah, because Johnny's big into it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So is my friend Robbie Lula.
Oh, yes, he is.
You can also find us on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed at USC1620, at Josh Tweederson, at Michael Severe, and at Griminem.
That's me.
When you reach out to us there, especially if you are sending us what you're drinking, let us know with the hashtag OneBeerFriday, and we will retweet that on into the weekend. Or finally, you can email us, Equitable Bank inbox, Josh at 1620thezone.com, or Nick at 1620thezone.com. MS Zone at 1620thezone.com doesn't work anymore, right?
I have no idea.
Okay, so maybe it does. John
could
writes,
work, yeah.
Into said Equitable Bank inbox, Michael watched 8 games of The Crown. That is absolutely disgusting.
It's basketball. It's college basketball. What's the big deal?
Exactly. I think that's maybe is why it's disgusting.
It's college basketball. I enjoy watching college basketball. It's not like I'm not taking notes.
Okay, that's good.
I'm just
You're
watching
not,
it.
like, doing normal
You know,
prep
I'm
for
not
it?
taking notes.
Okay.
I'm watching the Nebraska games closely. I was
Mhm.
hoping that they would win. I was hoping that they would win the title. I thought it'd be kind of cool if they won the inaugural title. I'm looking forward to putting up the banner. The banner should go up.
All right, there you go.
Why wouldn't it go up?
Well, we can talk about that with our next guest. Jack Mitchell is in the green room. He will join us when we return. We can talk about the Crown with him, Husker football, and
Jack
anything
Mitchell.
else that is on our mind. We very much enjoy you hanging out with us for the next 3 hours and 15 minutes ahead of a glorious weekend, not really of sports, but of just life here in Omaha, Nebraska. He's Michael. I'm Josh. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
You could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at Discover.
from Stephen Berries. Praying one day Big Red will win the NIT. Ham is the water of me.
Guess we got to change the lyrics of this song. Praying that one day Nebraska will win a second crown. Jack Mitchell joins us live from Lincoln. Hello, Jack.
That's all I can hope for. It's I think about it every night. Next year, can they get 2 in a row? It would be very, very exciting. And you're not the first person to actually mention that. As soon as they won it, somebody's like, "Are they going to change the lyrics on the song?" I was like, I'm not sure if they
The song
will.
is 8 years old at this point in time.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, John wrote it for Jack's 40th birthday.
What?
Yeah. So
Okay.
yeah. So Jack, tell everyone when you're turning 50 because that's when
It's coming up. Uh-oh.
Yeah,
If
indeed.
you, 8 years, you can do the math, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, very soon.
I don't even feel like we can talk with you about the crown because
This is
it's
so long ago?
It's so long ago.
This
This
is
is
a great
the one,
moment in Nebraska basketball history. What are you doing?
The one negative about Jack joining us on Fridays now is it's like old hat.
Plus, like 2/3 of people get mad if you even talk about it. I mean, people are still appalled that Michael was watching it so much.
They are, those people are, as we say in Latin, ignorant.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, not knowing, not saying they're dumb. They're not knowing what they're missing.
Yeah.
They're ignorant of the knowledge of being able to
I
watch
mean-
the crowd and enjoy basketball.
I'll be honest, Michael. I was a little surprised when I heard you say that too. You watch more of it than I did. Is what I.
You watched all the Nebraska games, right?
Yeah, and I watched some of the
Did
other
you
games.
watch
But
the other semifinal to see who Nebraska was going to play.
I didn't. I probably would. I watched some of it. Yeah, I guess I did watch. I watched the end of it. I was gone
Okay.
to the beginning. The one that went into overtime was Central Florida Villanova. Yeah.
And then on the other side to see who they're going to play before they got to the final four of them. I watched that one,
Yeah.
and then I watched one of the games in the first round because I had a bet on it. So they add up, man. They add up fast.
What do you think? I mean, I can tell people. I'm a fan, obviously, but I'm curious. Like, what do you think? What do you think about that tournament and its future?
I think it's got a huge future, mainly because of where it's located. I think Vegas is a perfect spot for that.
Oh, yeah.
It gives people a reason to go to Vegas and hang out. And you can talk about watching the basketball, but just hanging out in Vegas, it helps to have something being bet on in the dead moments of the tournament.
Yep.
So people can go into the casinos and do that. And the money's only going to get bigger. They're just going to keep upping the money. That's what they do in Vegas. And so I think it's going to be very. I think I could see the NIT actually literally going away.
Really?
I could see it going away.
And here's the thing:
being devalued, right? Constantly. It's not even in Madison Square Garden anymore.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing I would have said is if they had made it easier for fans, and I don't know how you do this exactly, but for fans when Nebraska makes the Final Four or any team makes the Final Four of the Crown, to get to Vegas quickly and go there if they can,
Yeah,
I think
but it
I
is
would have
quick.
considered it. I would have
But you check,
considered it.
it's usually you can get a flight the next day. And they have those direct flights that leave in the morning and then come back at night. Do you see those?
Yeah, about 4. I could have got there, left Friday, come back Sunday night for about 400 out of Omaha. So
Okay.
420
that's right.
or so.
So they have those direct flights, and they're usually pretty cheap. But that is during the middle of the week when you go. Because I just bought tickets for Rick Upchurch coming from Vegas.
Yeah.
It was $387,
Yeah.
and they were direct. And
Mhm.
he came. I think it was like he left there at
Out of
4, got
Omaha
here at
to
9,
Omaha?
and then back to
Yeah.
Omaha. Yeah, he went. He left. He was at 4:45 today and gets home at like 5:45.
And were Jack the ones that you looked at? Were they out of Omaha? Or were they out of?
Yeah,
somewhere?
they were at Omaha and they were direct. I
Omaha,
think they're the ones he's talking about. It was so close that prices were a little higher, probably.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Jack, why do you think this turned into such a divisive thing? Like I asked Robin about it yesterday. I was a little surprised, I guess, by the time we got into Monday, how it seemed like it went from like this cheeky fun thing where people were in on like a bit in their enjoyment of it to like an actual kind of argument about whether or not you should enjoy this or how good of a thing this is. I don't know, just kind of it seemed to change from last Monday to this most previous Monday.
Well, I didn't hear a ton of that, but I did hear you talking about it a little bit. But I would suspect there are the Nebraska fans who enjoyed it, had fun with it, are celebrating it. And then there's probably a sect of Nebraska fans that hated that they were going to it from the beginning. So there's some infighting in the fan base, and that group probably is also saying things to the effect of, this is what you're celebrating, this is nothing to celebrate. So then you've got that, and then you've got rival Reed Creighton fans and other fans just sort of mocking the entire thing. And so you combine those latter two groups, right, with the first group, and there's a clash there. And then the first group also, some people like me are kind of ramping it up, even somewhat tongue-in-cheek, just to be a little annoying about it too. And I think that creates the atmosphere that you're talking about here, Josh.
Do you believe, Jack, that Creighton decided to make the announcement about Kirsten Bernthal Booth stepping down when they made it, which was immediately after Nebraska captured the crown.
I didn't think of it, but you're right. Oh my gosh.
Right after.
Wow.
I think it was like about 18 minutes.
Yeah, but I mean,
I tweeted about it and I got a response from a Nebraska fan. It was like, "Stop it! Nebraska's crown champions. Nobody cares." I'm like, oh my gosh, leave me alone.
Well, there's two ways you could spin that. One is that you're kind of crapping on that moment, or number two, you're burying it because you're not super proud of it happening. To be honest.
Okay, I mean, that's
you're talking about Creighton.
Yeah, in Creighton's shoes. I mean, listen, I don't know. I don't have enough answers, but I have questions about that whole thing. And
Jack,
you guys probably have more answers than I do, but I have questions. Yeah.
Jack Mitchell joining us here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Speaking about Creighton, Jack, I did want to ask you, as a Nebraska fan, how the news of yesterday landed. Again, and Michael and I haven't had a chance to talk about it yet. We're going to do so later in the show. Not a surprise, right? I don't think anybody around here. It was a matter of when, not if, he was going to
move
this
to Arizona.
Yes, and play golf forever.
Yeah.
But how did it land to you now that we know? We don't know the exact timeline, but we do know that there is a timeline of sorts at some point over the next couple of years.
So it seems like it makes sense. It's what you need to do. I just can't get out of my head that this often seems not to work out for when you do the coach in waiting thing.
Very true.
And there are various reasons why that can happen. It doesn't mean that you've even got the wrong guy necessarily. Sometimes you do have the wrong guy. But I don't know. It just seems like you've got to have you got to thread a lot of needles to make this work out. And so I think that is part of it. And then sort of the lack of definition about the whole thing. And then, I don't know, I just wonder what's going on with everyone in that athletic department a little bit too, and how impacts it.
Definitely.
So, and if the plan stays, if the leadership changes, right. Or how that might affect it, if that ever happens. So, yeah. But I mean, Michael, it seems like it feels like we've seen a ton of times, and I'm thinking probably mainly of football because we've seen it most in college football, but it just seems like I can't think of a ton of times where it worked really smoothly.
The most famous one for me is because, as a growing up a Penn State fan, is James Franklin, who now wants to beat Maryland by 1,000 every time he plays them because he was the coach in waiting.
I totally
and
forgot about
literally
that.
wants to destroy them every time he gets a chance to play them. And so, I remember basketball. There was one at Georgia Tech, Bobby Crimmins one before Bobby left and went to, I believe, he left to go to Carolina or something and then came back 3 or 4 days later, much like Coach Altman did. And they had that situation. And then the guy ended up leaving who was going to be the coach in waiting. So, yeah, the majority of the time they either leave or the guy gets fired, they pick somebody else.
I'll have a couple of good examples for you in a second, Jack. But we did talk yesterday about the Will Muschamp in Texas one.
Oh, yeah, sure.
That's the one I always think of. Yes,
he never even coached there. He left, and he went to he went to Florida. So I got a text from somebody yesterday, coach in waiting to work. I always forget. Is it Keedy that handed the job off to Painter?
Gene Keedy.
He handed it off to Painter. Yep. Obviously, Coach K to Shire, and the early returns on that are very good. Yep. And then Pettit to Cook. And so those were the
Wisconsin
three.
Worked.
You talking about to guard?
Well,
are you talking about Barry to?
No, basketball.
Okay, yeah. Bo Ryan to Greg.
Yeah, but at least Pettit Cook was not an assistant for Pettit, right? He wasn't a coach in waiting.
They did. They brought him from Wisconsin.
They brought him back.
Right.
Yeah, to specifically be an assistant for 1 year, and then he became a head coach.
But he was not brought up from within as an assistant directly to head coach. He was brought like a coach in waiting.
He was brought to Nebraska to be a head coach in waiting and was the assistant for 1 year, right? John Cook came.
Is that right?
He came straight from Wisconsin to
That's not right. You've got factual.
I thought he came straight from there.
Yes, he was
straight from Wisconsin and took over
because they played Wisconsin in the national championship the next year, and they were all the players that he coached and recruited. So
he was at Nebraska from 89 to 91. Then he went to Wisconsin 92 to 98, but then he was an assistant in Nebraska in 99.
Well, I thought he came back. I thought he took. Okay.
Then he became the head coach.
So he took over in 2000. Okay.
Yeah. So he was a head coach in waiting. So
kind of. Yeah, they definitely brought. I'm sure he made that deal with them when he came back.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Absolutely.
To leave being a head coach to come back.
Here's the question though: why do you do it? Right? Why do you do it if you're the school? Right? Is it so that you lock up having them? Because couldn't, in theory, you go out and get them still? A guy like this, Creighton, still, he may have other offers, but if he's taking this now, Creighton is probably among the things he would put at the top of his list, right? If you're
but he was going to get offered after last year, High Point. There was already talk that he was getting offered by other schools,
right?
And you always worry about him going to a place that pays him a lot and can take care of him.
And suddenly then he's like comfortable there, right?
Yeah,
and
right.
then maybe it just makes it a little harder for them to want to leave.
He's got a great shot of getting that. Why doesn't he hold out for it instead of taking a coach in waiting position like that? You know what I mean?
It's a great question, Jack, because he was literally just a head coach, and now he will not be a head coach for 1, 2, maybe 3. So seems like everybody thinks it's 2 years.
Here's the difference, though, and just the way Coach McDermott handles his staff. So you are essentially another head coach, either of the head coach of the offense or the defense or whatever he has you doing, and the amount of power they have in that position is closer to being a head coach than almost any other program where you're an assistant.
Yeah.
So it is kind of like the training to be a head coach. So maybe that's why it's not I don't think it's as a big deal, because he's going to come back and do what he was doing before.
So you think he's going to have like a ton of responsibility?
I think he's going to run the defense. I believe he's the defense guy, right? Isn't Huss the defensive guy?
I think so. Yes. I think so.
Okay. Because Miller was the defensive guy, then he became the offensive guy. But I think that's how it's going to work. He comes in, he'll give him one half of the team, and he'll say, you go put together the game plan, you do the practices, you hand all of that.
Yeah.
Which is a little bit different than most places, according to coaches I've spoken to.
What do you think? What's it like when you don't know the timeline as the coach in waiting, though, right? Like,
yeah, sure.
When are you having those conversations? What's every year when it kind of comes to that time look like? That's an odd position to be in.
Well, right? You saw it here. So essentially, you had a coach in waiting after Osborne was thinking after 95 of stepping down, right?
Yep.
Then in 96, he was done. He was like, I'm out.
But then the season ended like it did.
And it ended like it did. And Wistrom and Peter came to him and said, hey, we'll come back if you come back.
So he had to tell Solich.
He had to literally go to Solich and go, I know I stopped you from going someplace last year.
Minnesota, right?
I'm not going this year either, please. And yeah.
Well, is the question here, Jack, to follow up with what you said and then what Michael said, do each of those two know what the timeline actually
That's what I wonder.
is? Yeah. Or is there more of a let's see what happens and we'll decide later on?
1 to 7 years, probably,
Yeah.
Well, that's why it doesn't work so many times.
Right.
Just keep staying.
Well, and a lot of the other coach in waiting situations are not this like a promise of one coach to another or the pomp and circumstance, like the Texas example, right?
Yep.
That was the athletic department bringing in Will Muschamp. That wasn't making Mac Brown happy. We talked yesterday about Florida State and Jimbo Fisher with Bobby Bowden. You think Bobby Bowden wanted to hand it off? Absolutely not.
He wasn't ready to go.
That's what is definitely different about this is this is more of a McDermott thing than I think it's a Marcus Blossom thing of bringing, Huss in and wanting to hand the reins off.
I know it's just always so hard to say, what things are going to look like in your life, in the jobs around you, in the job that you have in 2 to 3 years to kind of commit to it that far in advance. Because whenever you think you know what's going on in your life, you find out a year later you had no idea with the whole thing. And I think that's part of the reason it's often hard.
Well, as you know, Josh was hosted waiting, right? and he didn't know how long it was going to be, and
that definitely hasn't worked, right? And so,
wow, the shows was way better when it was Kevin and Michael. Everybody knows.
Well, wait, past that. We're past that. We're past that part. I'm talking about
John
the
and Michael.
the next group.
Yeah. Now we got to figure out who the next host in waiting is.
Yeah.
Nick was wondering if it could be him.
No.
Sorry, Nick. No baseball, Nick.
Do you know, Jack, that you are my secret nemesis? Did you know this?
I didn't think it was secret, but yes.
Yeah. So you don't. How bad is that open? Anyway, so because of the fact that Jack had worked with John for so long, right?
Yes.
And then I was taking
John
from Jack. I took it as like an enemy situation, right? Because that's the way I roll.
Yeah.
Right. I took it to any situation. So I've always kind of held that as you being like my arch enemy. Right. Even though, your dad passed, we talked a lot, because I'd lost my father and stuff.
Yeah.
But I've always felt that way, but I didn't know if you knew that you were my secret nemesis or
wait. You're saying that you screwed me over, so I became your enemy because you screwed me over?
Because I thought you would not like me, so I then
so you're like preemptively
attacked you.
You're preemptively not liking
exactly.
me.
Yes, that was my plan, and that's how I work a lot of things. I'm just like, you know what? That person probably hates me, so yeah, I'll hate them first, right? So that's how. Yeah, that's the way I usually do stuff like that. Yeah. And so that's what I thought about with you. I didn't know if you knew.
No, I didn't ever. I don't think I ever felt that way because of that. I mean, there were so many dominoes. Not that anybody wants to get into this, but there were so many dominoes, and like they all annoyed me at the time. Right? It was like,
all
oh,
the
this
dominoes,
person's leaving.
yes.
Oh, this person's leaving. Oh, this show is changing, and they all were just perfect.
Speaking of hosts in waiting, Jack, how many times have you been a host in waiting for various shows on 1620 The Zone, and then you always get Will Muschamped?
No comment.
all I know is it all depends on if the person in management stays. So say, for example, Marcus Blossom left, right?
Yeah, that's what I said earlier. Yeah.
He leaves, and then the question is, does the next guy come in? Is he cool with that? Or are you only going to hire the guy if he does that? I mean, what are you thinking? I don't know. I have a major cramp in my leg, so you know.
Oh, no.
But that's why I got to straighten out like that.
Yeah.
But you don't ever know, how that's going to work. And then does it happen like it happened at Nebraska, where the person gets chosen, the new AD's mad,
Yeah,
and then all of a sudden you never know.
100%. Like they basically, even if they do come in, they basically have no leeway, basically, right?
Yes.
Like Solich. Yeah.
So
sure.
you guys good now? You guys maybe friends? You did the pod together that one time. We were in Jack's basement. It seemed like we had lunch together afterwards. Remember when you drove me there?
I actually brought a gun to that just in case. I wasn't sure how that was going to go. So I was packing for that one just in case Jack was setting me up. I kind of felt like I could be in that movie where he walks in the room and he looks and goes, "Uh-oh, this is not good." And I get shot in the back of the head. Yeah, so I didn't know exactly what was happening there.
You put it behind the toilet in the bathroom?
Yeah, I just had it in my pocket.
Nice.
That would be pretty unsurprising to me if that were actually true.
No, we're good.
Good. This is great.
Yeah.
Everybody's friends again. Jack, there was a comment before you let you go from Amazing Daniel earlier. Why is it so much more divisive than Nebraska football lower tier bowl game? Why is the crowd so much more divisive than a bowl game?
It's different.
Why do you think?
Think about it. So you had to wait 2 weeks for the thing to start.
Yeah.
Right. You've got teams in it. You've got teams in there that had 11 wins. That are playing in this thing. I don't know. You failed. You lost 5 in a row. You didn't make the Big Ten tournament.
That's what it's about.
It's all of that. I get it. I understand. And you go to bowl game, you won 6 games. Other teams you're playing have won 6 games or more.
How much of it too is that this is a new thing where it literally was just invented for the sake of paying players? Like,
and
you think
for
that's
Fox
a part of it too?
And for Fox to have TV
coverage. Like you can be cynical about everything in college sports now, and we're going to talk about the Tennessee situation in our next segment.
Gotta have programming.
But yes, this was literally like, let's create a television event, and that's what happened. I think that played a part in it.
I think you're right about all those things, but I think there were similarities too. I think there were people who were crapping on the bowl game once Nebraska got there, right?
Definitely.
From the fan base. And
we had a lot of jokes about the pinstripe bowl.
People crapped about it. People crapped on it before it. People crapped on it afterwards as well.
Are they crapping on it right now when all these players who we're talking about now had great bowl practices? Are they crapping on it now?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. That's a good question. You'll have to ask the crappers about that.
The crappers should not be crapping.
Yeah.
Practice, you need practice, man. Young guys need practice.
Yep. The other difference about it is that getting to that point was for so many people the next step for a goal, right? That was never true of Nebraska basketball on the Crown.
Definitely.
That was true of Nebraska football. It wasn't enough for some people, but it was the next step is just getting to 6 and getting to that bowl game. But I mean, there was similarity in some ways too, because the way the season ended with that Iowa loss, I know it wasn't 4 games in a row or 5 games in a row like Nebraska basketball had, but man, that was enough of a debacle. I think there are some
Jack, it kind of felt like it, right? Because they started 5-1 and finished 6-6.
Yeah,
so it was like the end of the basketball.
Yeah, the Wisconsin game in the middle that made a difference. Otherwise,
and changing the coordinator too, I give people like a whole bunch of different feeling. Yeah,
definitely. Right. There you go. All right, I think we've accomplished a lot in this segment today. You guys are friends.
Yeah,
you're cramping.
Hold on.
You guys are acquaintances.
We're cool.
There we go.
Well,
okay.
I just didn't even know. It was interesting to know why the kind of preemptive enemy thing. Someday I'll tell Michael why he's my enemy then.
Okay, cool.
Next time Michael fills on a Friday, we can find out why you're his enemy.
Was it because I was such a good softball player and you're jealous?
That's it.
No, I'm just joking.
That's it.
The Jack Mitchell softball experience is starting soon, Jack. Is that what we're hearing?
Sunday. We're back at it. We got a new sponsor. We got new uniforms coming in. It's amazing. We got enough sponsorships to buy a new bat this year. Exciting. Yeah.
Do they still use DeMarinis? Are those still big?
Those are listen, you can, but we didn't have that much money, Michael.
Okay, yeah, that's like a
we
$4
went,
bat.
we went with an aluminum Easton. So
is it a wave or just a regular aluminum Easton?
It's
you ever hit with the wave before?
Do you mean the one that used to have water in it?
Yes.
Yes, man, they had a sale they had a sale at Richmond Gordman in Lincoln in about 1988. They were liquidating their entire sports department. My dad takes me down there because they're getting rid of the sports. And they had bats there. This is Richmond Gordman on Vine Street in Lincoln, the place where they had the elephant slide and stuff, right?
Yeah, sure, yeah.
And he's like, he picks up this bat and he was like, look at this. It's called the tidal wave. It was called the tidal wave. Yep. And you could hear the water. I can't believe I would not have thought of this forever. You could hear the water in it. And this is whenever they had water beds. So they were like, you put water in anything, right? It's better. And they used it in their church league softball games. This tidal wave bat. Oh my gosh.
I never even knew about that.
I had one. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Did it help?
Like 4.
That's amazing.
Yeah, no, that's why.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it didn't work.
No,
but a DeMarini made a difference.
Matt DeMarini?
You hit with a regular bat, and then you grab a DeMarini. You're like, ooh, like 40 feet on your
really?
best. Yeah.
Man, we talked earlier about how I haven't golfed in a couple of years. I don't remember the last time I swung a bat. That is probably a decade ago.
Oh, taking the kids to the batting cage is probably was the last time I went.
Long time.
My son had a DeMarini baseball bat. Yeah. No, but I can't spend that much on myself. No.
Scott says, bat sponsor praying Jack Mitchell softball experience.
Yeah, right.
Hit again this year.
Right.
Yeah. Well, Nick won't be there, so that is one fewer bat.
We're screwed.
Yep. Jack, have a great weekend. Always good to chat with you. And
I'm gonna go mulch. Let's go. Got a big night of mulching ahead of me. Pretty exciting.
All right. Well, have fun doing that. Bye-bye.
See you guys.
Jack. That's Jack Mitchell from KLIN.
I'm telling you, man, if you are like me and you don't do lawn work or like lawn work or hate lawn work, you're fine.
So
you're fine.
When we just moved into a house and she's like, I want to be the one who mows. And I said, really?
Be my guest.
Yeah. I'm like, sweet. I hate mowing. Everyone is always like, I love mowing. It's
I
so
know
much
that. Like
fun.
my first mow of the year. I'm like, okay, cool.
I love mowing.
Yeah, I don't.
I was in the house watching her mow, and I was like, I'm happy I'm not outside doing that.
I also grew up in an apartment.
Paige and I both love mowing so much that we have to divvy it up. It's like, okay, you can have the front yard if I get the backyard.
Wow, that's some sick
behavior. I don't love anything that much.
Yeah,
no,
definitely not.
No,
you don't love anything that much?
I don't love anything that much.
Wow.
No, not at all.
When we return, it's time for the football topic of the day in honor of Jacob Bigelow.
Oh, the Open.
I know. I can't wait to hear it. The Open. It's Nick's best Open of all time. Some interesting stuff happened with the Tennessee Volunteers.
Oh, yeah.
So we will talk about that when we return. We have Kent Walgamont coming up in a little bit as well. And hopefully your cramp goes away.
Once I get up and walk a little bit.
Want a banana?
Once I get up and walk. I got to get up and walk a little bit.
They'll have a lot of bananas in Boston, Nick.
Yeah. A lot of bananas.
A lot of bananas. All that and more as we roll on this One Beer Friday, 1620 The Zone.
don't know how far he went, so I'm just going to back out of it without saying anything that would ruin our relationship.
Everything's football brand. We're sitting here in Omaha, Nebraska, talking about college basketball, and there are people employed by your radio station that have been itching to talk about spring practice the last 2 weeks because they think that that's relevant and that's what needs to be talked about in the month of March. Dude, it's football season. It's March. Crimea River. Like, yeah, it's a football conference. Yeah, it's football. They care. Football. Give me all the Kool-Aid for sure. My apologies.
Oh, yeah. It's time for the Don't Call It a Countdown football countdown topic of the day, where we talk football on the drum.
That's not the name of the segment.
Well, that's what I call it. Don't put it on the internet that it's a countdown, Nick. How close are we to the football season?
So far away, I can't even count that high.
We're one day closer. You can't count to like 130?
130,000?
No, just
130.
130. And Michael is in here. Michael, I was telling somebody about this over the weekend. I said, this show used to talk all sorts of sports. They talked NASCAR for some reason. They talked everything. And then Michael showed up on Unsportsmanlike Conduct, and it got football pilled. And so it's great having you by my side.
We had football every day.
God, that's the way to go,
We
Nick.
had football every day. Some sort of subject every day.
You know why, Nick? Because that's what the people want. Bigelow was right. Football.
It's what people need.
Yes.
It's what they want.
Yes.
It's what they desire.
Yep. And so we are happy to give it to them. Well, let's just read this comment from YouTube as we kick it off. Scott writes, the Tennessee quarterback contract negotiation is the latest example of why I'm souring on college athletics. Yeah. Imagine if this crap was going on with Raiola in Lincoln. The fan base would have a stroke.
Well, they were having a stroke for a while, remember?
They thought
it was going on. They believed that it was actually happening.
Yeah, in the month
Miami,
of December.
right? Was that the place?
Miami, Georgia, and I believe Texas A&M was the other school.
I mean,
those are the schools that were mentioned. If you are not familiar with what we are talking about, Tennessee quarterback Nico Iamaleava.
Good job. Good work.
I struggled a little bit the first time, but we'll get it. Iamaleava, he did not attend practice today.
Which is crazy.
This is according to a ton of sources. The first place that I saw it was on The Athletic. I think Pete Nakos had it first, so,
I saw it because I was with Tennessee, Arkansas people, and one of the Tennessee people had it.
Okay.
Like one of their Tennessee people had it.
Tennessee people had it. So he did not attend practice today, according to a program source. Apparently, so here's what I didn't realize, that there have been ongoing talks between his representatives and the collective at Tennessee.
Right.
Now, you will remember that he was a player involved in not controversy, but in a lot of reporting before he got to college a few years ago, when The Athletic reported on a 4-year, $8 million deal that was set to pay him about $2 million per year. Now, what's interesting, Michael, is that's a bargain now, $2 million for a starting quarterback.
Right.
Because Carson Beck apparently received a deal reportedly worth $4 million when he went to Miami. Well,
I don't always believe these numbers, by the way. I just want to put that out there. I don't always believe all these numbers.
Yeah, I would agree with you.
I think some of these numbers are just bull.
So this is set to be the last year of his deal. Essentially, we are in the first throes of a true holdout. Like, there's one thing to do what you mentioned with Raiola, but in December there weren't. I mean, I guess there were practices ahead of the bowl game, but in January, like, they weren't having practice.
Right.
This is the spring game for them is tomorrow, and he is not at practice right now. We have entered into a new phase of the whole NIL collective era, I guess.
It's not even semi-pro like the coach of Georgia said, because we talk about it all the time. They have contracts. And so if you hold out, you're getting fined. If you hold out, you may lose your job. If you hold out in this situation, he's got all the power. He's got all. Now they do have, according again, I was with some Tennessee people and Arkansas people who came from the gala, and they said they have good recruits coming in. And the Tennessee guy said, I'm not even worried about it. He goes, if he goes, he goes. He goes, because I believe our system is quarterback friendly enough to where whoever they have in it, they'll be fine. And I completely agree with that.
Yeah, it's a Mickey Mouse offense, right?
Exactly. I don't, as much as that, look, they stretch the field, right? They play action the hell out of you. They give you a ton of play action passes,
good run game,
which helps, and they got a good run game. Yeah. So it just makes it, and they're going to have great talent in the wide receiver positions, and the running back positions.
Yeah.
So it makes it a lot easier on a quarterback.
And on top of that too,
and a young quarterback.
Like, did you watch their offense last year and think like, wow, Nico's the guy driving the bus? I mean, especially at the end of the season.
Did you watch the Arkansas game?
Oh yeah, horrible.
They beat the living hell out of them.
Yeah.
Just physically beat them up. Part of it was the wide receivers, but a lot of it was Nico.
Yeah. He did not play at a very high level. I do want to talk about kind of what Scott mentioned. There was a post that I saw earlier today online from Dave Fight as well, where he said, in general, I think most fans support players getting paid, but there's a line where fans will turn on players for being greedy. Along those lines, Matt Brown, Extra Points, he wrote that he thinks, I'll read a couple of tweets from him. The conventional wisdom is that eventually donors will get fatigued and salaries will drop down. I'm coming around to the idea that won't happen. This isn't a traditional market. The donors aren't rational. Instead, donors will just be replaced by richer and richer people. The end result is either a CBA, punitive legislation inspired by fan and elite resentment of athletes, or the NIL donor class eventually looking like elite Euro soccer club ownership. Oligarch money is going to trump auto sales money. But it's that part in there, Michael, about resentment of athletes, and I think Dave kind of hit on that as well. This frustration, I think, that people have, and just the lack of true knowledge of contracts and what exactly is the quid pro quo of this entire situation.
It's like the NFL. How many times you see in the NFL where at one point it was all about the owners and people hated on the owners, and then we had some strikes, and then all of a sudden the players started making big money, and then they hated on the players, saying it was their fault.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. I don't know if that's true. What the person said just now is because if you look at the way it's set up and the way this ruling is going to be, how much actual NIL money will they be able to collect? Well, it's not like it used to be where you could just give them all this money, right? It's going to have to go through the clearinghouse.
$600 is that number.
Right. And so let's look ahead. How many of those will be approved? That's the first thing we need to know. Is it going to be improved if you do what the polar bear did? And he sponsors an air conditioning company, and he does some commercials.
It's like, that's actual NIL.
How much do they allow you to pay it? Because what you're going to do is, I assume, it's going to be market value. How much would it cost you to buy somebody or bring somebody in to do your commercial?
Mm-hmm. So basically, would they look at it and say, how much would it cost, like, to bring in Michael Severe to do this versus, hey, you guys are offering this guy $500,000. That seems not reasonable.
In terms of how many followers he has and all that stuff, right?
Yeah.
So what's his value?
Well, how do you prove market value, though? Because
it's easy. You basically go over how everybody else is doing it.
Yeah.
In the same situation. So I have to hire, say, George Clooney to do my voiceover for my Volvo commercial.
Okay.
How much does it cost me to do that? Right. Figure out his level.
But that's the thing. His level is different than
take
my
everybody
level.
his level. Then you go to the next level.
Yeah.
And then you find out a person who is more at that level. How much does it cost for you to have, say, Terrell Owens, when he was really good, doing a commercial for an air conditioning company? Terrell Owens' value in San Francisco, honestly, is about the same value that Nash Hutmaker has in Nebraska because of the amount of people and everything and the competition.
Yeah.
So that's how you have to do it. The market values have to figure it out.
The part that I always think is going to be really hard is if I am willing to spend X amount of dollars for a player's, endorsement, like, I just don't know how they're going to be able to say, like, no, you're wrong in you thinking his value is that, even if it does seem like an unwieldy amount of,
because I think they're going to go by market value. I mean, it literally is now going to be name, image, and likeness. You're going to take those things and you're going to say, here's my value based off of who I am as a football player, what my attraction is in terms of being a social media person, and how much people like me. Those things. What's your Q rating? How many people know you? And then you figure out the market value. We've figured this out in other sports, right? We just got to figure it out in college football. If somebody comes with a crazy amount, I believe they're going to strike those down.
You really think they will?
I really do. I think that's why they made sure they put it in there. Well, people also told me it's going to be 105. It's going to be 105. I'm like, do you really believe they're going to just cut it to 105? I wasn't shocked that she brought up that part of saying, well, let's slowly get there. I believe everything we hear in a month could change in the next month.
Yeah.
All this stuff is going to be happening once we get somebody like Rail is a good example, but a better example would be like a Carson Beck because of his national notoriety, right?
Yep.
What Carson Beck gets for his portion of money compared to what's he going to get from actual NIL. Let's see what he gets, and then we'll be able to judge what some other guys will get.
Yeah, I guess part of me too also thinks, so you have this clearinghouse, right? If every school, let's say every school is operating how I'm operating, and that is they're not going to be able to tell us otherwise. We're just going to go through with this. And so suddenly the clearinghouse is getting inundated with thousands of these players, or one player has like 8 contracts to a variety of different things. They're going to go through all of that. And
do it like arbitration in baseball.
Man.
You have a number set for that person. If it doesn't met that number, it failed arbitration.
It'd be pretty interesting if they
set a number for them. That's all you got. And you know what? The number for a defensive lineman is going to be different than a number for a quarterback. It just is. And so that's how you have to do it. I think that they're going to get really serious about this because every time you hear somebody talk about it in terms of Congress or something in politicians, they want that part curbed.
Yeah,
they're fine with the sharing of the money and the revenue sharing. I don't think they're fine with the name, image, and likeness part of it.
Yeah.
Not when you're getting too many. How much did the wrestler get from Penn State?
Oh, I don't know.
Like he got a ridiculous amount of money, like $2.5 million, something like that.
Gosh.
the first thing you hear people like, whoa, wow, how did he earn that?
Yeah.
What did he earn to?
Yeah.
What did he do to
Is
get
the
$200 million?
ROI on that, worth it?
Yeah, well, winning national championships to Penn State, I guess is.
I guess so. Yeah,
that's what it is.
It's pretty fascinating. So, this is interesting to me for the reasons that we just talked about.
Sure.
But I don't think Nico is. I don't want to say he's not worth it. He is worth whatever anyone is willing to pay him. But the first true holdout in spring ball ahead of a spring game, and his representatives trying to get him more money. And yeah, you're right, Michael. There became a certain point in a lot of the pro sports where the relationship that fan had with athlete, it very much changed. And it was like, whoa, we pay your salary. How many times have we heard that over the years?
Yeah.
I mean, that has now kind of come to college football.
And truly,
yeah.
Outside of the revenue, say,
literally,
we do pay
I
your
wrote
salary.
you a check.
Yes, because when you say that about a football player, no, you don't.
Yeah.
The TV contract pays most of his salary.
Yeah.
Yes, going to games is a little small amount of it. Buying jerseys is, but truly, the boosters are paying the salary. Jacob says, by the way, in terms of we were talking earlier about Huss, offensive guy.
And when we return, I wanted to talk about that with you. The news of yesterday that Greg McDermott will be stepping down at some point in time in the near future. We will get to that when we return. Kent Walgamont's going to join us in about 15 to 20 minutes as well. We will talk about Tombstone. Also, I just realized John still hasn't given me his pick for next time.
Oh, we need that. We need to give a Masters update at some point, too.
Oh, God, we haven't given a Masters update. All right, we'll do all of those things. We'll do a Masters update when we return. I'm going to call John during the commercial break as well, and we're going to try to get an answer on what's our next movie.
Make it a tight 40-second call.
All right, perfect. I'll do that when we return here on 1620 The Zone.
Back in the day, we used to actually get paid for good grades. Do you know you can now start to pay your favorite college athletes with good performance? It's through On the Line. It's a website developed right here in Omaha with a company filled with good local people who have partnered with all three major Division I institutions, Creighton, Nebraska, and Omaha. Here's how it works. Go to athleticsontheline.com, pick that favorite school, then pick a sport, and then a measurable metric. Maybe it's points, maybe it's wins. Then you set a budget amount so that you don't exceed what you're able to afford. And for every time your team hits that metric, that becomes your donation to your school's favorite collective. And it's all an official partnership with all three major schools. So whether you're a Husker, a Blue Jay, or a Maverick, you can help your favorite school recruit and retain the best college athletes. So find out more today by visiting athleticsontheline.com. Gamify your giving with On the Line at athleticsontheline.com.
Oh no, not fair. The darkness.
Michael said he had heard the Masters update and then very quickly realized, wait a second, I've not heard this
I've
Masters
not heard
update.
that one. No,
all right,
no.
let's take a look
What
at the
just happened?
leaderboard. These are birds.
Oh, okay.
These are all birds.
Yeah, this is a John and Nick special.
Birds are doing this?
Yes,
Why
these
are
are
they
bird
doing
noises.
Oh, because it's not the friendly birds that are there at Augusta.
Yeah.
Justin Rose still in the lead. He shot a 7 under yesterday, just a 71 today, but he's still 8 under, leading the way. Bryson DeChambeau in second, 7 under. He had a 68 today, 4 under after going 3 under yesterday. We mentioned him earlier. Rory McIlroy, after giving away 4 strokes in the last 4 holes yesterday, 6 under on this Friday.
This is why women don't like you.
Heads into him.
This would drive a woman referencing my wife. This would drive her crazy.
Again, this is a Nick and
She
John
would be
special.
yelling at me right now.
Don't put it on the internet that I had anything to do with this. Rory, Corey Connors, is it Tyrell Hatton at 6 under?
Yeah, Tyrell Hatton.
And then some other names. Shane Lowry's at 5 under. Jason Day, Scheffler, Victor Hovland's at 4 under. Matsuyama's at 3 under. Ludwig Oberg also 3 under. So we got some dudes, Michael.
The dudes.
At
I
the
like
top
it.
of the
I like it.
leaderboard.
I like that.
Yeah, so there you go. That's the Masters.
Where's my guy? Louis Oosthuizen.
Let's see. I
Where's
closed
Louis?
it down.
Where's
Let's
Louis?
see.
Where's
How do you
Louis?
spell Oosthuizen?
It's with a double O. O-O.
Louis
That's all I know.
Oosthuizen. I got to scroll a ways.
Is that
Oh,
bad?
wait,
Louis
well-
not doing well?
Well, either
Is he
that
not-
or
is he not playing,
Either that
maybe?
or you told me how
He
to
might not be
spell it.
playing. It's
No,
OO.
it is OO.
Yeah, it's
he
OO.
ain't playing, Michael.
He's not playing?
Nope.
Oh, okay. Is he hurt or something?
I don't.
I've been out of it, dude. Come on.
Dude, Michael, you want to talk about a sport that I suddenly don't watch any of
I
anymore?
know I
It's
don't watch
golf.
much. And I used to watch every Sunday. I watch final rounds. Yeah, I know.
Like 2018, 19,
I know.
20, 21, like the now wife and I, we watched a lot of golf.
Yeah.
And then we just kind of fell away from it.
I know.
It doesn't help when you have a lot of the good players going overseas, or I guess live plays.
Playing
in
live,
America,
yeah,
too.
you don't see them. Yeah, that's very true. That's very true. That's very
it's
true.
like, I don't
But
know.
normally there was never. So the one that I went away the most from, that I watched the most of by far, is tennis.
Yeah, you love
I
tennis.
grew up playing tennis. I love tennis. I watched. HBO used to do the Wimbledon updates
That's
at
wild.
night, and we watched that. I watched all of them. I knew all of the top 50 male players, top 15 female players.
Wow.
I watched the Australian. I watched the French. I
So
would
you
go.
like wake up and watch it.
I would watch. I would get up early. But I don't watch any tennis now.
Yeah.
I barely will. Maybe I'll watch the Wimbledon final.
Yeah.
Maybe if it's Sunday morning and I'm big. Which call? It's already gone off. My favorite show, CBS Sunday Morning, is going off.
Yeah.
Then maybe I'll check it out. But yeah, I don't.
Is it just the usual you ran out of time, or
Just ran out of time.
did you dislike how the sport changed when the technology got better?
No, it didn't
Okay.
kill me.
Okay.
It didn't. Because it happened while I was playing.
Okay.
So when I first started playing golf, I played with a Jimmy Connors T100 little racket, all metal. I then transferred over to a Tad Davis wood composite, graphite composite, and went from that to the next level. So I was still playing with the high tension wreck. So that didn't bother me at all.
Okay.
And I played during the era where the majority of the points came from men's aces. A lot of them did. Yeah.
Because
So
I know
have a
that
problem
did
with
bother a lot of people, right?
I do love the
remembering
net,
it
though.
wrong.
I love the net. I love McEnroe. I liked watching Connors get to the net. I liked Michael Chang. I was a net guy. I played a lot of doubles with my sister, and I played doubles in general. And so I like that.
Mhm.
I love coming the net off the serve. But I liked also watching Bjorn Borg. I also watching Becker. I liked watching, well, Becker's came to net, but guys who like to hit just volleys too. So I like the whole game. I just ran out of time.
Yeah.
In life, I ran out of time.
Yeah, there's a lot of things to do. Bruce points out Louis Oosthuizen did not qualify, so that's why he is.
How'd
not
that
the
happen?
Masters.
Oh, wow.
I don't know. I don't watch golf. Pedro says, "Hi guys, Josh. I know nobody cares about this, but I have to ask: is there anything in the transfer portal terminology that talks about what credits are transferred when the athletes leave the university,
Depends on-
or
no.
what grades they have to get into the new school?"
It first of all, you can get into any school. I remember famous lines from DiNardo on the show. Hey, they can get you in Stanford, and to get you in Stanford. So each school is different. Each school's on. Some are on trimesters. Some are on quarter systems. Some have a responsibility to make sure that their math department has a certain kinds of classes. Just transferring sometimes from UNO to Lincoln can be difficult. For example, if you want to be an engineer major, there are classes you can take at UNO.
Mhm.
Some don't transfer to Lincoln.
Yeah.
So it's all about that.
Yeah, I remember I took some classes at Southeast Community College while I was at UNL, and trying to make sure that I was taking the correct ones, and that they would transfer okay, and that I would get the grade in time, all these things. It was a huge pain in the ass.
Not very easy.
No, it definitely is not. We're going to get to Kent Walgamon in just a few minutes. I did want to put a little bit of a bow on the Creighton news of yesterday. We talked about it a little bit with Jack, and you mentioned we got that message from Padilla as well, that Al Huss was the offensive guy at Creighton.
And with the big men.
Yeah. What do you think of just him in general and having 2 years at a lesser school and being brought back in as the coach in waiting, and just instead of going outside the family and maybe going for more of a splash hire, that this is the move that the program decided
I
to
have
make?
not heard a bad word about Al Huss the whole time he was here before. I was talking to former players. I did last year a Big Red Breakfast where we had half Creighton basketball players and we had half Nebraska basketball players.
Yeah.
It was fun to do. And those guys reference him. People just like him. Which is great. I think you need to bring somebody that can really coach and would make it a more seamless transition. If you got a guy who understands Omaha, understands the recruiting in Nebraska, understands all of that, understands the way the guy who was coaching before him, when he leaves, when Mac leaves, it'd be nice to bring in a guy who can easily transition. When I heard it yesterday, first of all, when I got this blow up text making it sound like there was some huge news, I thought somebody died. And then I just found out Al Huss was coming back to be coach. Like, okay.
Yeah.
Didn't like really affect me. I didn't think it was that big of a deal because we've always heard on how much Coach Mack wants to go back to Arizona and live in the house they have there and play a lot of golf. So every year I'm waiting. Is he going? Is he going? Is he going? The one that surprised me was Kirsten Bernthal Booth. That shocked the hell out of me.
That was the shocker.
Although I knew about 2 weeks before they were talking, or not 2 weeks, last year she was thinking about things, but I didn't think it was going to happen anytime in the next 5 years.
Yeah. And that one came down with, again, no lead up into it at all. There had not been any rumors about it in the hours or days that preceded it. Whereas with McDermott, we were all kind of chasing the story for like 2 weeks. At least me, I've been talking to people for 2 weeks wondering, so is this actually happening? And it was always these kind of cagey responses. And it's like, all right, well, maybe it won't happen right now. And then suddenly that morning, yesterday morning, there's a lot of chatter. And it's like, I think today might be the day. And sure enough, yesterday was the day.
And again, everybody seems to like Al Huss. He seems to be a very good coach. Took High Point, did what he did with High Point this year.
Yeah.
Good for them.
We'll talk about it a whole lot more with Nick Baugh at the bottom of the 4 o'clock hour as he is riding high after a fun week for him down in San Antonio.
Nick is high. I am telling
he's riding
his wife,
high.
Kim.
He's riding high,
I am telling
Michael.
Kim
He's
that Nick is high.
You know, they got those THC drinks anyway. You know,
that is true.
They're all over the place here in Omaha. When we return, though, Kent Walgamont will join us. We will talk about Tombstone, the 1993 film that we did in honor of Val Kilmer passing away. It's now the second movie we've done already this year in honor of somebody dying.
Yeah, is this how movie club? It's just movie club just going to be depressing like this? Oh, this guy died. Let's watch one of his movies.
We used to do that. We would have a theme from movie magic, and the theme would usually be somebody dying.
Yep.
Such a
birthday.
bummer.
Sometimes their birthday we would do it too.
Yep. So what did we do for Gene Hackman? What was the movie we did?
Superman.
We did Superman for
Gene.
the
original Superman, the movie.
Yeah.
Something with my mom. Oh my God, that movie was so good.
Yep, we did that. Nick didn't like it. And today we do Tombstone. Will Nick like it? Will I like it? We know Michael loves it.
Well, I think, and I don't do this much anymore, but if he doesn't, we're fighting.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, we're actually gonna throw hands.
Nick, don't like it. I want to see
We're gonna have to throw hands.
Be careful. I hurt myself last night at the concert, so be gentle.
You hurt yourself at the concert?
Yeah, I gave myself whiplash.
Like doing the head ball
Yeah.
thing? Oh my God.
I was headbanging.
There's some white things you can say to me occasionally, but it has not more than that.
Jordan says, I miss movie magic. Sorry, Jordan, it's dead.
It was fun. I enjoyed doing it.
Yeah, it had a great run.
I edited on it for years. I mean, it was a 15-year run.
Yeah, it had a great run.
As a producer for movie magic, that was stressful though.
Yeah. I mean,
why?
There was just a lot going on, and then sometimes you'd play a clip, and then there were swears in it because it's like, oh, this clip's been uploaded, or just use one that was already in there.
So I edited the majority of them.
John uploaded them a couple times without editing out the swear words.
What?
Yeah.
Tough look.
Like, I'm on the phone, so like I didn't hear when the swear would
John?
happen.
You got to leave the headphone on, Nick. You got to do it like this.
That is crazy.
Got to do it like that.
Okay.
All right. Tombstone, when we return here on 1620 The Zone.
Friday, the final day of the week. These are the voyages of the program Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Its ongoing mission to explore strange new movies, to seek out new bits and new edifications, to boldly go where no radio program has gone before. Elkent's Movie Club. It's Elkent's Movie Club. Elkent's Movie Club. It's Elkent's Movie Club.
It is indeed El Kent's Movie Club. Today we are talking about Tombstone. Hello, Kent.
Hello.
How are you?
Hello. I'm good. I'm having a lovely afternoon. I'm sort of watching the Masters here.
Look at you.
Oh, we're also sort of watching the Masters.
Nice. We are kind of sort of watching the Masters. It's a lovely day out, Kent.
Yes, it is. And as soon as we are done, I will be going outside. But
nice.
Yeah, I avoid that at all costs.
Good to actually do this inside.
Yeah, I avoid that at all costs. So let me ask you this: what is your favorite combination of movies that came out at similar times about similar type of topics?
Oh, fun!
What's your favorite? Is this the best one? Is this your favorite one? Was it the B movie and Ants? What's your favorite?
Deep Impact and
Armageddon.
No, it was Ants and A Bug's Life.
Bug's Life. Thank you. Yes.
Let me think about that. Are those my choices? Or
there's more too.
Madagascar, Into the Wild. I remember that one.
There's more too. I can find the list, but I remember thinking that when this came out, and I went to go see Wyatt Earp first, which is a long movie.
How long is that movie? I was listening
3
to the
hours?
rewatchables. Oh my gosh!
I think it's 3. Is it 3?
3 hours.
Yeah, it's 3 hours, and it's a long movie. And it's shot incredible. And then you go to Tombstone, which is just boom, 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 fast, fun.
Especially the last hour.
Yeah. And so, they're completely different movies.
Mm-hmm.
But, I always tie them together. That's what I was kind of thinking.
I remember Kent, Deep Impact and Armageddon.
Entertaining.
Yeah. I remember Kent, Deep Impact and Armageddon came out the same summer when I was a kid. And they also
same stuff.
Were at McDonald's and Burger King. Like that thing truly felt like you're making the same movie and it's just going to be sponsored by different things.
And one was very serious in Deep Impact. And Armageddon had a lot more jokes and was fun stuff.
I saw Deep Impact way before I saw Armageddon.
Oh, okay. I love Tila Noli. Woohoo!
Yeah. We are talking about Tombstone. Now, it's funny. We picked this last week and John was like, yeah, and I've never seen it. I can't wait to watch it and we'll talk about it. John's not here today. He's driving back from Kansas City. But he did watch it. What did he say, Michael, on Monday? It seemed like he thought it was fine.
I think he thought it was fine, which I don't ever think of this movie as being fine.
Yeah.
It's just not a fine movie.
Well, I feel bad because I also thought it was fine.
Wow.
I guess that makes 3 of us that think this movie was fine.
Wow,
Are you gonna have to whoop all of our asses?
That is
Michael?
just crazy. I think we're gonna throw in hands after this is over.
Yeah.
Just so you know, Kent, because I don't understand how somebody can say this movie is fine.
I'll give you my reasons. Tombstone is a great Western story about people moving to a town and wanting to retire, but not really retire at all. And there's a lot of gunfights and a lot of shooting.
Pew, pew.
And one of the most famous memes of all time that I didn't know was in this movie when the guy goes, well, bye. I've seen that on the internet a million times since I was in college and I got to finally watch the movie. I think, and I don't mean to just go right to my thoughts on the end of the movie or everything, but just thought it turned into just like a bunch of shoot 'em up. And
that's literally what happened.
It's like no story.
In the real story. He spent the next 18 months just killing people.
I know. It's just,
that's what he did.
I'm like, wow,
it's a lot longer, by the way, in Wyatt Earp.
Yeah.
It goes for longer.
I was like, I don't know. It just turned into lots of shooting and it didn't seem like any real character development. And that's not to say it wasn't boring or that it was boring. It wasn't boring. It was an entertaining movie. I just, it was fine. I don't know. Yeah. I'm sorry. Kent?
Oh, I really like this. I'm a real fan of this movie, and I was from the first day I saw it.
Yeah.
Little amusing, I guess, backstory, perhaps. I saw it we used to have, when the Douglas Theater Company was still around, who had theaters in Lincoln and Omaha.
Yeah.
They were a large enough exhibitor that we'd get trade screenings that came in here, right? that would be like 2 or 3 weeks before the movie opened, because that's how they used to get the pictures to exhibitors to see if they wanted to play them or how many of them they wanted to play, whatever. Well, went to Tombstone. I thought it was great. It was a Disney film in their Touchstone division.
Okay.
And I thought it was great, entertaining, all of that. And sat down, wrote a review, and then it turned out they didn't do any press screenings for it anywhere. Uh-oh. Really? Because I wasn't really supposed to be at those trainings.
Oh, wow. So did you literally put it in the paper?
Yep.
Wow. Oh, look at Kit.
I got a little call from Disney. How'd you see this movie?
That's awesome.
I love Kent stories.
Yeah, Kent stories are great.
You're incredible.
Especially when they're told by Nick Ba. you remember when... Hey, Kit, let me ask you a question. Where is he?
Where is who?
Down by the creek, walking on water. That line is one of my favorite lines in the movie. And if it's coming up to that point, I'm watching it all the way to that point.
You watch it all the way to the end.
And when he says, what are you doing here, Doc? He goes, why, it's my friend. Because I got plenty of friends. I don't. And I consider that to be myself.
Yep. You know, interestingly, not that part of it, but a lot of the Doc Holliday dialogue was taken literally from Doc Holliday.
Yeah, from his autobiography. Yeah.
Yeah, Ken, I was listening to the rewatchables about the movie this morning, and apparently the Doc Holliday line before he dies is reportedly what he said. Which, like, how did they? So who was in the room? Like, how did they?
Probably a nurse, I'm assuming, at the place.
That's wild. That's absolutely wild.
And the movie was written really, really, really accurately, and probably would have run 3 hours, just like the other one.
Right.
But it became clear that it was also kind of a mess the way it was written. The writer who was also going to direct, named Kevin, I believe, Jarre, got booted, and he got replaced by the guy who had directed Rambo: First Blood Part 2.
No, which is a great movie.
However, the long time rumor that has largely been confirmed is that Kurt Russell basically directed the movie.
Oh, I could see that. I see that. He was obviously the lead. The best part of that is that Kurt Russell's like 5'8" and Doc Holliday's like 6'5".
Yeah.
they tried to shoot him long because he's a long drink of water, right? They tried to shoot him long. Like, he's not shooting Kurt Russell long. He's just not going to happen.
Too little.
He's a little dude. That doesn't make a lot of sense.
And the mustaches, all real. They all grew those
That's pretty
mustaches.
cool.
One
That's
of the
pretty
things,
cool.
again, that I learned.
What I liked about the brothers is you could tell which brother was which based off of the length of their mustache or how bushy it was.
Yeah.
The younger brother was just starting.
Yeah.
Kurt Russell's was a little long, and then Sam Elliott's a Sam Elliott.
Long. Yeah.
Movie is loaded with people from the era. We've already talked about Kurt Russell. Obviously, Val Kilmer. Do you think he steals the show, Kent? Does Val Kilmer kind of, just absolutely owns this movie?
Owns the movie.
He was my favorite part about this entire
owns the movie.
Very funny, delivers a lot of good lines, and he always is kind of doing it with that wry smile. And
he talks with that Georgian kind of like, I'm your Huckleberry.
Yeah. And I didn't realize.
It's not saying Huckleberry, right?
Oh, no.
Yeah, he's not. It's actually, there's a different word. Did you see that?
No.
It was a big controversy about that.
Really?
Yeah, big
I thought you were joking around.
But I watch movies with closed captioning.
Yeah.
It said Huckleberry.
I know.
Does Ken know the answer to this question? Are you sure?
I know the answer to that.
Okay.
Yeah, there was a big controversy about it.
I think this is Val Kilmer's best performance.
Oh, come on. Real genius, baby. What are you talking about? Come on, man. Come on, man. What are you talking about? Real genius is his best movie.
We have no clue what we're laughing about. But
Duncan says he's on record saying he said Huckleberry, not Hucklebearer.
You thought it was Huckle. That's what they said it was written in the script.
And he
it's
said
Hucklebearer.
But he said Huckleberry
instead. Yeah, because it's going in the person who carries the coffin. Yeah. That's what it's supposed to have been in the script. But
he said it the other way.
Yeah.
But I didn't realize that he was going to. Oh yeah, sure enough, just got a text. The term is hucklebearer. They got it wrong in the movie. He says huckleberry, but hucklebear is on the term for pallbearer.
Yeah, and it's actually in the script. Yeah.
So he just said it wrong, and it's become an iconic line because multiple times since we have referenced this movie when we picked it last week, we have gotten emails that said like this from David: "I'll be your huckleberry." So everybody's saying that. But I didn't realize, Kent, that he was going to show up at the end of the movie like he did. I thought that was going to be Kurt Russell's character because he's all sickly and seems like he's about to meet his maker.
Yeah.
But no, he shows
The
up.
TB. It was TB,
They
right?
sent everybody to Colorado back then for tuberculosis. Yeah, because light air.
This is a million-year-old movie. Here's a spoiler alert.
Okay.
In reality, Doc Holliday did not kill Johnny Ringo.
He did not kill him standing. Oh, he did not kill Johnny Ringo. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Who killed Johnny Ringo?
They think Wyatt Earp. It wasn't a
shootout,
mano a mano thing.
Oh, okay. Okay. But when he says the line, well, Johnny, it looks like somebody just walked across your grave. That's good enough right there. Let's just keep that in the movie. We'll have them fight here. Yes. Yeah. Play for blood.
Chris wants to know, he says, can you ask Kent if it's true Kevin Costner and Kurt Russell were originally supposed to do this film together? Rumor is they had a dispute and Costner went off and made the terrible Wyatt Earp movie.
That's not terrible.
That's what his words, not mine.
Long.
You know, I have read that, but I've also read that it was more, there were the two competing movies out there, right? And they were going to try to not make two movies and therefore had to bring those two together, and then it never really got much farther than that.
This is like the story about Beat It when they were going to have Prince and Michael Jackson perform together.
Yeah. Oh.
And the first line was "Your butt is mine," and Prince was like, "We're not doing the song."
That ain't happening.
Another text coming in. I wonder if there's a generational discussion to be had here.
I believe there is.
Dave says 39 years old, watched Tombstone in full for the first time 2 years ago. It's corny as hell. So I wonder if maybe I went in with too much hype.
I don't find it to be corny.
I didn't find it corny at all. My biggest issue with Tombstone is the pacing. It felt really jerky.
Thank you.
Because like the beginning, it was slow, but that's a setup, of course.
That's fine. I like this is another movie, Kent. I like the first hour way more than the second hour.
Me too.
I
It
think
seems like an actual story.
Remember how this felt? This happened. They had the feud.
Yeah.
The sheriff was actually killed, and then over the course of about 6 hours, all this happened. Like the shootout they carried, all that happened, and that's how they kind of made it. If you go back and go watch Wyatt Earp, it's much longer.
Sure.
It's drawn out to get to that point. That's why it's 3 hours.
But I didn't have a problem with that. It was so much like, and then I couldn't tell if they were jumping ahead months or weeks at a time at some points. And then the very end after they...
You mean after Morgan was killed?
Yeah. And then at the very end, before Val Kilmer's character, Doc Holliday, they do that weird montage, and the montage itself felt like a trailer or a preview. It felt so disconnected from the movie. It was just like pew 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 everywhere.
Yeah,
I wanted a little more.
When they were running
character
through,
development.
Like I said, they did it quickly, whereas Wyatt Earp took time to kill the Red Sash.
Yeah, they're like
what that really was I told you they cut that movie significantly from what was written. That's where the cuts all happened.
Yeah, you could tell.
Cut all that out and just revved it up as an action movie, basically at the for that last 40 minutes or whatever it was. That's where that came from.
It was sorry.
Do you have a movie that you've watched a lot of times that you fell in love with because you watched it so much? iRobot's going to give you an example. The first time I saw it in the theater.
I love iRobot.
In the theater, I didn't think it was great. And then since then, I really like it.
Grew on you, yeah.
I think the fact that I've seen Tombstone 100 times.
Yeah.
I think
You
that's
look
part
past
of
the
my
flaws?
feeling. Yeah, and I don't think I'm as flaws. I just think I'm part of it being an incredible movie.
Part of the charm for you.
Well, I think it's important to note here. That's what happened with Tombstone. Is it was an okay box office movie. I mean, it did all right, but it didn't blow the doors off.
Yeah.
Wyatt Earp was a box office flop.
Yep. Too long.
And so Tombstone was one of those movies that ended up on TV every day.
TBS.
Right? there was, I think, it's hard to like remember in a way back pre-streamers and all of that. There were, 20, 30 movies that just ran every TNT, TBS,
Shawshank.
all, bang, bang, bang. And it turned into this like cult or not cult, like really popular movie,
Right.
And back to your one other thought here about the way the movie plays, okay?
Mm-hmm.
This is the last of the really old style traditional westerns.
Mm-hmm.
They made a few in the last 10 or 15 years, but in that era, remember this came right after Unforgiven.
Unforgiven winning the Academy Award, yeah.
Right? So here's this serious, dark film, no cowboy heroes, right?
Right.
Then there's this movie, which is kind of marks the end of that previous era. And then even the Wyatt Earp movie that followed it was a much more serious film. And so that's part of how it plays and part of why you guys may not like it.
What about the incredible The Quick and the Dead? What about that? I mean, that was a incredible filmatic masterpiece.
Oh yeah, but it wasn't a traditional Western.
Oh my God, they have like a lot of shots from in the gun.
Yeah,
like and then going through the person in the hole inside of them.
Yes.
It is so crazy.
Great Sharon Stone as well.
Yes, great Sharon Stone, and like it was like somebody was in college. Remember when you were in college and you were trying out the mixer for the first time, and you just do a bunch of weird stuff, or the Adobe. That's how it was. They're like, what can we do with this movie? Can we slow something down? Can we flip it over? And that's what they do with the movie, Quick and the Dead.
I'm trying to think of what my favorite Western even is.
God,
I don't even know.
Unforgiven is so good.
I don't even know what the answer is. It's an old black and white movie that the whole movie is like 24, where it's supposed to be shot in real time. What movie is that? Something to Noon?
High Noon?
High Noon. We watched that in college. I like that one.
Gary Cooper.
I liked
Cooper's High Noon.
I like the
Gary Cooper.
remake of 310 to Yuma. I watched that one.
Not bad. It's not bad.
I
Pretty
like
good,
that
yeah.
one as well. I think sometimes I like the idea of Westerns more than I like Westerns.
I like a lot
So
of
when
them.
I did watch this movie last night, it made me want to watch There Will Be Blood again, which is not so much a traditional Western, but it is, I would say, Western adjacent.
Top 5 movies of all time.
Yeah,
we just
very
got a
good.
call from Alex who said his favorite Western is The Proposition, who he was sure Kent has seen.
I've never seen The Proposition.
I haven't seen that.
That would be a good movie club choice at some point.
Really?
Yeah.
How old is that movie, Kent?
I don't know.
2005.
I was going to say 10 years, and it's 20 years. Of course. I never know when movies came
Kim,
out.
what's the one that had young Kevin Costner, Kevin Kline, Danny Glover?
Yeah.
What's that? I love that.
Silverado. That's-
Silverado. I think that's a really good movie, a good Western.
That's
A lot of stars.
The one, and once again, this is if you want to go contemporary-ish Westerns rather than horse operas, right? Hell or High Water from 10 years ago.
Such a great movie.
When we had Shafe in one time, he brought that movie up
One
a
of the
couple of
best,
times. Because who directed that, Kent? Somebody that we, I think, have done a recent movie of directed Hell or High Water. I think that's why that movie came up.
Yeah,
in
I can't remember who.
It's the Spanish name guy, right?
Yep. Boy, I can't remember who.
No, David McKenzie did.
Really?
Hell or High Water. What did
Oh.
What else did David McKenzie do that we did?
It was. It may have had something to do with the actors, not
not him
the
so much.
director.
This is the movie you give to somebody. Like somebody says, "Hey, it's one movie that in the last 20 years that I haven't seen. You tell them to go see this one." And almost everybody I know loves it.
Hell or High Water.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a movie when you were talking about a movie that you watched over and over and over.
Taylor Sheridan screenplay. That's what it was.
Taylor Sheridan. Yeah.
That's one that I saw it in the theater, and this was once again pre-streaming by a little bit.
Right.
And so when it came out on demand, I bought it and I watched it like 5 times in a week.
Mm.
That's how much I like that movie.
Really good. Yep.
That's like what I did, Michael, when Lord of the Rings came out on DVD. I watched that like every day for a whole week. You love Lord of the Rings.
Oh, that wasn't even the director's cut.
No,
you
it's
watched the
just
theatrical
well,
version.
Nick, it was 2002. I didn't have access to it yet.
Get access.
Producer Josh asks.
That was sad just now.
Question for the fine boys. Built up too much. Everyone tells you it's great, and you watch it expecting greatness, and you get fined. I do think that definitely played a part, which I hate being that guy. Like, that's how Bishop is about Office Space, where everyone told him it was funny, and then he didn't think it was very funny. So I don't like being the person who was like, yeah, everyone said it was really good. Because I can usually go in with an open mind, but there definitely was a lot of hype. But I think what Nick said, I think I liked the first hour more than the second hour.
I went in blind. I didn't have any expectations for this movie.
Yeah.
And like it was the pacing that got me.
Yeah.
Like I would have been fine if the whole movie was just like they could have made it longer, but if the whole movie was just the big shootout, the interaction thing, and then it kind of cut out a bunch of the stuff in the middle, and then every guy died, and then that was the end of the movie. I would have been fine with that.
Yeah, you think it's a little long?
No, I think it's perfect.
You like the scene, the opera stuff?
Oh yeah.
Really?
Because that flows through the whole movie up until the point where he's killed, and then that's when Jason Priestley's like, "I'm out of here because you killed my guy that I loved."
Yeah.
So it kind of fits in the whole thing. No, and I think that I also loved the show China Beach, and the redhead lady. She was in China Beach.
Dana Delaney.
Yeah, Dana.
And
My wife always said that's a woman I love more than her.
And what's the drug? What's the drug that the woman is doing in this movie?
It's opium.
Just opium.
Okay.
Yeah, but she's doing liquid. Yeah.
Laudanum.
Laudanum, they called it. Yeah.
Opium derivative. Weird little factoid.
Yeah.
The guy who played Billy, was that his name, that walked away because the guy?
Yeah, that's Billy. Yep.
You know who that is? That's
Jason
Wyatt Earp III.
What?
Yeah, the actor is a distant cousin of Wyatt Earp, and his actual full name is Wyatt is actually his middle name, but he changed his acting name. He's Wyatt Earp III.
I always thought that was Jason Priestley. That's not him?
Oh,
I always thought that was Jason Priestley.
There you go. Andy writes, this was not a good movie club. There are some good podcasts about the making of Tombstones that are good. They wore time period accurate wool suits during summer in Arizona. Look, I'm sorry. Sometimes you don't love a movie.
Yeah.
And I guess, maybe Kent Michael talking about it would have been better for
I think it's
everybody.
okay to appreciate and respect a movie, but you don't have to love it if you appreciate and respect it.
Yeah, everybody has their opinion about movies. There's a
I'll
lot of movies I don't like.
I'll probably give it 3.5 stars on Letterboxd
Out of 5?
Out of 5, 3.5. It's solid. It's still a solid grade. I'm not
That's
giving it 2 stars.
It's pretty solid grade.
I'm giving it 2 stars.
It's one of my favorites.
One of your all time.
Yeah, I will definitely watch it every time I go by it on TV.
Okay.
Yeah, my wife will too. We'll watch it together. Yeah, we both love it.
And although also I mentioned this yesterday, Kent, but I'm watching this movie and there is a character that shows up, and I'm like, I know that voice. Who the hell is that? And I can't figure it out. So I just open up IMDb and I'm scrolling through the list of actors. And this movie, again, absolutely loaded with people. And finally, I stumble upon the name Billy Bob Thornton. He looks way different back then. He's heavier.
He's heavy.
It's all in his face.
Also, he was 22, I think. I think that might be his first or second movie. I mean, he's only in it for 2 or 3 minutes.
And
long enough to get slapped around.
Oh, you madcap, you! Oh, I forgot you were there.
Yeah. I couldn't believe it when he showed up. So that's Tombstone. Sorry to everybody who loved this movie, and Nick and I thought it was, it
was fine. I really liked Val Kilmer. Val Kilmer was my favorite part of this movie.
He's great.
Awesome.
And we talked about this a little bit last week when I was in with the guys. Most people think he won, Best Supporting Actor. He didn't even get nominated, but that year was such a great Best Supporting Actor crew.
Yeah, he didn't even get, which was stunning that he didn't get a nomination for that, really.
So that's Tombstone. It's available on Prime. I think it's also available on a couple other streaming services.
Yeah, it's around.
Seems like everyone's trying to make it free right now with the passing of Val Kilmer, so you can go watch it. Nick has a movie, and Nick has changed his movie.
So
I think Michael bullied Nick into not picking
I did not try to bully him.
Well, you did a great job. We have tried to bully Nick into changing movies before, but it's never happened.
That movie's actually still in the chamber. But I'm changing. I'm pivoting to this movie because Michael brought it up earlier in the segment, in Movie Club. And I'm like, oh, crap. I would love to talk about iRobot.
Oh,
Wow,
solid. Yeah,
look at
one of
that.
my wife's favorites.
So we'll do
It's one of
iRobot.
my favorites too, but I haven't
wife's
seen
favorite.
it in so
Yeah,
long.
she has it. I bought it
And
for her on DVD so she could watch it before we go to sleep.
I'm interested to see what the discussion of this movie is now with where we are at this point in
It's so
society.
much. It's so much better than the first time I saw it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know who will be in with John next week, or if there will be anyone.
Maybe
in
it'll
with
be
John.
Michael. Come in next Friday.
Certainly a possibility.
All right, you got to do the show from the ballpark if you do, because there's a Creighton baseball.
Or
game.
you
I'm
can
not sure I'm
come.
allowed to go to the ballpark.
You can come hang out in here with me.
That is
There you
true.
go.
I
Yeah,
could
you
do
can
that.
hang out with him. Where is it streaming, Nick?
Disney, Hulu.
Okay, there you go. iRobot, which is available on the Disney and Hulu family of streaming services. Will Smith in that one.
Yes.
Tom Brady's ex-lover in that one.
His mama,
yeah, his
mama
baby
of his
mama.
baby. Yeah.
Yeah, and
His mama of his baby.
is Fassbender the voice of the robot, or is it somebody else? Who's the
I don't
voice of the
remember.
robot in that movie?
Well, the doctor's famous too.
Who's the doctor?
What is his name? Isn't he Babe? Isn't he the pig guy? Isn't he Babe? The guy from Babe is a doctor.
Yeah, Jim Cromwell.
Yes, John Cromwell. Yeah.
It's Alan Tudyk. Is that how you pronounce his name?
Tudyk.
That's
Yeah.
the
That's the guy from the Alien
Yeah,
movie,
yeah.
Alien TV show we watch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Resident
There you go.
Alien.
So that is iRobot. That will be next week.
He was also in Firefly, and he does a lot of voice acting.
Nice.
Good guy.
All right, there you go. Kent, any final NBA regular season predictions for the weekend that's about to finish up before the playoffs start next week?
No, but it's going to be highly amused. As Laker fan, I'm just happy they won a game and stayed out of the play-in. That's going to be amusing to see who gets stuck in those play-in games. So, and I don't think you can pick that, but I actually think this has been kind of it is regular season, but I think this is going to be some good playoffs because there's, 2 or 3 good teams on both sides of the bracket. I'm not 100% convinced that Oklahoma City and Cleveland are going to end up in the finals. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. Should be a very interesting playoff run this year. Kent, have an awesome weekend. Enjoy the weather. Michael will not enjoy the weather, but we hope that you enjoy the weather.
I will enjoy the weather. You don't like the nice weather?
I don't like heat
He doesn't like the outside
at
You
all.
from Louisiana. How can
That's
you
why
not?
that's why I don't like it. I lived in that junk. I like the winter. I prefer the cold completely. As soon as I get in the car and I'm like, damn, it's hot in here. I'm disappointed.
Wow. Okay.
Can't stand it. Can't stand it. Not a fan of it at all. Get the cold. I just stay in my basement where it's about 20 degrees colder than it is in the rest of the house. Awesome.
Kent, have a great weekend. We'll talk to you next week.
Sounds great. See you guys.
Bye.
Yeah.
That is Kent Walgamut joining us.
So Jason Priestley did play Billy, the Billy character I was talking about.
Okay.
But there was another Billy character named Billy Claiborne who was played by Wyatt Earp III.
Another Billy.
Yes,
a
a
second
different Billy
has hit the movie.
The Billy
lot of
House
Billys.
that walks away after the murdering of the actor. So
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. There you go. Oh,
Okay.
yeah. Yep. There was an email. Michael is right. There you go. All right.
Alrighty
Cool.
then.
Nick Baugh is often right, and
Nick
he'll be joining us.
Baugh.
And Nick, I just found out, will be joining us in the stream.
Oh, nice.
We'll get Nick Baugh joining us live on the video stream at the bottom of the hour. So we still have that. And we have so many other topics that I put on my sheet that we have not had a chance to get to.
Like who's going to win the Bahrain Grand Prix?
Definitely didn't have that on there today,
What?
Nick. Yeah, see, I don't even know what some of
Where
those
they're
words
racing on
mean.
Sunday.
We have not talked about the NFL draft and Huskers, so we will do that going into the happy hour. But many more things to come as
I
we
know nothing
roll,
about F1.
roll on. You
can
and me
teach you.
both, Michael.
Oh,
you and
thanks.
me both. It is Unsportsmanlike on us. Let us know what you're drinking on this One Beer Friday as the weekend arrives. Hashtag One Beer Friday here on 1620 The Zone. Josh Peterson, Michael Severe, Nick Grimm on this Friday. Uh-oh.
Whoa, what
Everything
was
okay?
that?
That was just the microphone.
Wild.
Scary.
We appreciate you joining us. We have Nick Baugh joining us at the bottom of the hour. We'll talk about the news of the week with Greg McDermott about to retire at some point in time. We just don't know when.
I mean, eventually.
Eventually he will.
It's better to retire than die.
Wow. Put that on the poster.
Just saying. I mean, you look at 1986, I believe, South Carolina's head coach. He'd gone to back-to-back bowls, gets on a treadmill, boop, dies.
Really?
I bet you he wish he retired instead.
Yeah. I'd rather retire than die.
Yeah. Beat Nebraska 1 year and then
Think
died.
you'll ever retire?
Me?
Yeah.
Retire. I'll probably die.
You'd probably die.
I'd say probably die.
Retire or die. The new game coming to Unsportsmanlike content.
I think pretty soon most of us are just going to die.
Somebody's going to die. Yeah. The choice is, do you retire and then that leads quicker to your death, like it happened with Bear Bryant?
Oh, I was going to say, Bear Bryant died fast.
Or
like 2 days
is it
later.
a situation where you retire early and then you run out of stuff to do?
I don't know if I can retire.
I have so many books on my to-read list.
I
would
know
be
people
so
that
good.
just ran out and went back to work.
Really?
When
they
I was
got
in Papil-
bored or they
when I
ran
was-
out of money?
They got bored. When I was in Papillion, half of the people, all the part-timers, are all people who had retired from a regular season and they wanted to do something.
Wow.
They just wanted to get out of the house and do something.
Man, I love reading.
When I worked at Home Depot, that was the case too. There's
Really?
this dude
Yeah,
that's like,
exactly.
I just wanted to do something for 4
Wanna do
hours
something.
a day.
That's where greeters came from with Walmart.
Yeah.
Walmart greeters, give them something to do.
Somebody who has something to do, Michael, is Quentin Ives.
Yes,
who
he
is
does.
Taking over, apparently, the number 2 job at running back behind Emmett Johnson.
Not a shock. He's the only experienced guy.
See, and that's what I wanted to ask
It's
you.
like he's the only other experienced guy.
I wrote down this question this morning, so I'll just
Yeah.
ask it directly. How much of this is about him versus how much of it is about the rest of the room?
I think it's about the rest of the room. And then Jamarian Parker is not practicing because of whatever injury he has, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you got a guy in Connor Booth who's just a freshman who is also a little banged up.
Mm-hmm. So, Michael, what are we missing? What are we missing that Matt Rule and everybody is so bullish? Or is that just, they're saying what they're saying and let's see what happens when the portal time arrives and they will do something and we will say, okay, they were just, pulling a fast one on us.
I meant to look this up. I was wondering what I wrote about him when I did his recruiting breakdown, because I always go through and I do a recruiting breakdown to see what I did. But I always liked him. I know he didn't have a lot of offers. There wasn't a lot of big offers. If it's not for the fact that what happened with the coaching change, he was going to UConn, right, with EJ.
Mm-hmm.
And then EJ's like, well, why don't you come to Nebraska? He goes to Nebraska.
Yeah.
But I always liked his size. I thought he had decent lateral quickness. The thing I liked about him most was the way he finished his runs.
Mm-hmm.
If you go back and you watch his high school runs, either he ends up running away from somebody or he runs over somebody.
Mm-hmm.
And I love that about him, and that fits the Big Ten style. But here's the weirdest thing about running backs, and I know I've talked about this with Damon a lot. So if you want the quickest way to get on the field as a player, as a freshman, is probably be a good runner. But the problem is there's so many other parts to it. There's so many other parts to it.
Yeah.
Because you also have to be able to block.
Yeah.
You can't be coming on the field and they know, well, this is obviously a running play because this guy can't pass pro, right? You also have to be able to catch the ball in the backfield and run routes out of the backfield and choose the right way when you're running a jerk route or a choice route or an arrow route. You got to choose all that. So, yes, the easiest way to get on there is to be a real good runner. But we're no longer back in 1980.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, 1982, Penn State won a national championship.
Mm-hmm.
They were the first team to win a national championship in college ball history to have more passing yards than rushing yards.
And that was the first year it happened.
That was the first year it happened.
I never would have guessed it was 82. I would have guessed later on.
1982, they loaded, they had big, good tight ends, they had good wide receivers. So anyway, and Todd Blackledge threw for a bunch of yards.
Yeah.
But think about that. Yes, you could be a great runner,
Mm-hmm.
but the job is much bigger than that.
Yeah, for sure.
So that's why it takes sometimes. If you have a guy that's so dynamic as a runner, though, you just got to play him. Adrian Peterson, nobody worried about if he could pass pro.
Because he was so dynamic.
Nobody cared if he catches the ball in the backfield.
2,000-yard back as a true freshman.
Exactly. And he got hurt, too, at the end of the season.
Yes,
he missed some
did.
time.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that's the weird thing about running back. So when people complain that a guy is still sitting, I tell them, yes, come in and run. But there's a lot to it. So that's why he may be sitting. He might get other stuff.
So all that to say, do you buy that they view the running back room like they're saying they view the running back room? Or that they will go into the portal season and they're going to say, no, this is
No,
what
I
we
think
wanna
they
do.
I think they have enough guys. I really do. But I also believe, and I don't know what's going on with Parker, but watching him on tape in high school, that kid's is ready.
Yeah.
He's ready. Makai Nelson, I told you this in practice. Goodness gracious, he reminds me of Jamal Charles.
Mm-hmm.
Now, maybe he's not great in pass pro. Maybe that's the problem. But everything I've seen with him running the ball and catching the ball, and even that number 25 kid, the Williams one, who I'd never seen before, he kind of excited me catching the ball in the backfield too. So I think they're fine depth-wise.
Yeah.
Unless there's a bunch of injuries, coming out of spring.
Sure.
where guys are missing
And
time
that-
and need to bring somebody, but I don't think there
obviously would
is.
change. What do you think?
No,
Emmett
what's wrong
Johnson-
with Parker?
What's Johnson's ceiling? What could he be over the course of a whole season? If
Emmett
he's getting
Johnson?
a normal amount of like the production level that he had late in the year last year. Could he do that all
I
the
think
time?
he could get 800 to 900
I
yards
was going to say
combined.
8 was the number.
I
that
was
in my
saying
mind.
combined, though. I don't think
Oh,
just
okay,
run the
with-
ball.
with
I
receiving.
think because say he gets 60% of the carries, he's also going to get probably 20 to 30 targets.
Mm-hmm.
And when it's a running back, the target rate is pretty high at catching the ball. So I wouldn't be surprised if he got to like 850 or something combined.
Well, last year he had almost 900.
Yeah.
Counting the bowl game. He
Sure,
had 598
counting
on
the
the
bowl game.
ground.
Yeah,
He had
right.
286 through the air. He had only three total touchdowns. The one rushing touchdown was against UNI all the way back on September 14th.
Yep.
He caught 2 touchdowns, including one in the bowl game versus Boston College. So you think that what he did last year is kind of his ceiling?
Yeah, I think because of the fact that, remember, Ramir was out for most of it, so he wasn't getting in there. Dante Dowdell wasn't considered, and then he got kind of in the doghouse at one point, so he was out of there. Now I think they have more guys that they're willing to play. I think they'll play, like you
So
said.
it's more about liking the room holistically.
They'll play 3 guys, and like Dana said, the 4th guy may not play at all.
Yeah.
So I think if you're playing 3 guys and you go 60 and you go 30 and you go 10 in terms of the percentage, I think that would put him at about 900 yards total.
Conversation we'll be having a lot more, I'm sure, over the next few months. Another conversation we'll be having is about the future of Creighton basketball, and we do so a bit more on the other side. Nick Baugh is in the green room. We will talk about the Greg McDermott handoff to Alan Huss and what that means, and if Nick has any thoughts on a potential timeline for all this to go down when we return here on 1620 The Zone. Welcome back. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone and 1620thezone.com. And joining us live in the stream, it is our good friend from Fox Sports, from the Nick Baugh podcast, from the Schick and Nick podcast, from Westwood One's coverage of the Final Four and the national championship. It's Nick Baugh. Nick, hello. Happy Friday.
I immediately need to. I have a question because I'm on 1620thezone.com, and Michael, I don't see the babe of the day. Can you help me with the?
I believe they removed that, but I do have a question for you. So, Will Chamberlain or Shaquille O'Neal? Go.
Oh.
People don't know. We argued that. How long? How many segments? 3, 4?
There was at least 3 or 4 segments during the College World Series where you gave me the look like, what are you even talking about? And then there were people coming my back. He won the hurdles and he won the high jump in high school. He was an amazing athlete. So, yeah, I was like, maybe an old guy.
I have a picture of you wearing my Creighton jersey.
Yes,
at the CWS. I don't know. We made some bet on one of the baseball games, which had to have been the idea that I even knew what I didn't know. I was like, I don't know, LSU. Who's the number 1 seed? I'll take LSU. I beat Michael in one baseball game. You had to wear the Creighton jersey. I don't think I even appreciated at the time like the degree of like the Creighton thing with Michael. You know what I mean? Like I don't think I fully appreciated that at the time. But you are synonymous. Just so you know, I cannot think of the College World Series without thinking about Michael Severe. Like that was like my best friend during the College World Series
because of the Maxim 100.
Because of the Maxim Top 100 and breaking it down like we were breaking down. We were like,
come on, Mila Kunis, she ain't got nothing, man. What is she doing?
It's just like a teenage boy right here. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yes.
Nick, I told this to Michael earlier, and I told it to Chris Prudon earlier in the week when he got back into town. That video that you recorded on, it looked like you were at the top of a hotel or whatever, or a bar. We can get jaded, right? We go to a million events. We're doing a million things. Yeah. It's work. Seeing how happy you were that night was one of the coolest things. I was so happy for you. I know a lot of people have been this week, but I just wanted to make sure I mentioned that to you on the air. You looked like you were on top of the world. And so I'm happy that, as you said, I'm going to soak this in. I'm going to be present in the moment. I thought that was awesome.
Yeah, well, I appreciate that. And, like I said in the video, it's funny. You go through your life, you go through your career, and sometimes you reflect and it just comes down to like 5, 6, 7 moments that are like pillar moments, seminal moments for you. And sometimes we don't know them at the time, but that was one of the rare instances where I knew when I got back to my hotel, I went right up to this rooftop bar. I'm like, I'm having a cold beer because this is something here. This is I just covered the Final Four. I got asked, Nick, what are the keys to the national championship game? What do you see as adjustments for Houston to get back into this game? You know what I mean? Things like that. Yeah. Like I just appreciated it so much. And so I definitely, the whole, it sounds cliche, stop and smell the roses and try to soak it all in, but I really, really, really try to do that there. And I'm telling you, I'm not going to forget that beer. That was the best tasting beer I've had in a while right there.
That's awesome.
I want to take the other side. You have all those damn kids and you leave your wife at home for all that time and you celebrating and she like, oh my God, look who's throwing up now. Look who got me. I mean, come on, man. What are you doing? You got married, man. Make a commitment.
That's true. That is true.
Yeah,
that is very, very true. Kim is
an angel.
She's the best. She is the MVP of the house. She's very excited that the season is over.
Done.
Oh, she is. Does she know TBT's coming?
I've had to, you got to start. You know how it is. You got to start laying down, like, just so you know, late July, the TBT, like that's going to come around again.
Right.
Nick Baugh joining us. Nick, let's talk about the news of yesterday. Yeah. How much of this decision, is about guaranteeing for Mac the job going to Al Huss and making sure that he is a part of the family, and how much of the timing of right now is Greg McDermott is about ready to make this move, whenever that is, next year, a couple of years down the road? How do you think the balance worked out with those two situations?
Man, pretty much like 50-50, maybe. I mean, I think it's all just a perfect storm of a sequence of events where I remember playing golf with Greg McDermott on a Sunday. It was the day after Nebraska beat, I thought it was Miami. Remember when came in 2014? That was 2014, I think.
Yep.
in football, and I played golf with Mac the next day on a Sunday. He hit me up, said, "Let's go play." I said, "Okay, for sure." And I remember sitting in the golf cart with him, and he was telling me, "Nick, I'm not going to be one of those guys that coaches till I'm 70 and just then and then I'm going to walk off the court and my life's over." He was like, "I had so many coaching friends that talked about all these things they were going to do, and then they coached so long and they didn't have a chance to do them." And so I always remember that conversation. And then I've honestly felt like for years now he's been on the clock. Like, when we've all heard rumors about whether it's Notre Dame or Ohio State or Missouri or whoever, like, I've always felt like, man, I don't know. Like, I almost feel like this dude may be closer to like calling it a career than he is taking on a new job. So I think we are nearing that. And then I think you have Al Huss, has an amazing 2 years, 56-15, back-to-back Big South regular season titles, goes to the tournament. His rise. Ryan Miller gets the Murray State job. All of a sudden there's a spot open, and it's like all these different things. Max maybe desire to shut it down soon, but wanting to know that the program is in the right hands so he can feel comfortable about walking away. Huss's rise, the vacancy then in the assistant coaching position, where it seems like everybody at sat down at the table and they kind of all had a similar end goal in mind. Like, I can't believe something of this magnitude to me feels like everybody walked away from this conversation feeling great. Like, Mac gets the comfort and clarity of knowing, okay, I have 1, 2, 3 more years, whatever it is, and I know that the program's in good hands. He feels good. Huss gets the Creighton job. He feels good. And then Creighton gets the guy that clearly I can only assume that they really wanted to be the guy after Greg McDermott leaves. So everybody walks up kind of like, yes, that was exactly how I wanted this all to play out. And I wonder, like, I don't know. For a while, there was a school of thought of like, hey, whenever Mac leaves, maybe it's Coach DeVries. Coach DeVries could be the guy. Right. I wonder if you look at a guy like Darren DeVries and it expedites the timeline of wanting to lock down Huss, meaning 24 months ago, Darren DeVries was the head coach at Drake. He would have absolutely been like, yes, I will take the Creighton job. Yep. Now the guy's getting courted by Indiana and is the Indiana coach. Yep. I think next coaching cycle, there was a chance Huss was going to be that kind of a guy. Yep. And so there was no guarantee that he was going to be available. So I just think, and I know I'm rambling here, but it's like a bunch of different things coming together at the same time where I think there was motivation on Creighton side to be like, we need to get this done. We need to get this guy locked in. And I think it somehow just makes everybody feel better about it.
One of the things people bring up is they say, well, he's leaving being the head man to be an assistant. But talking to Ryan Miller, and I know you know this, so much autonomy that Matt gives his assistants. Yeah. Like, one guy's running the offense, somebody's running the defense. They're putting together practice. They're putting together game plans. Obviously, it's not being the head coach, but you get a lot of responsibility. It's got to be a lot easier to leave that high point job and come to a place like Creighton in the way Mac runs it.
No, that's a great point, Michael. No question about it. And I think it's one of the reasons Greg McDermott's kind of developing a good coaching tree is because he equips those guys with daily duties that give them as close to the real feel of what it would be like to be the head coach. And so, yeah, it's not like it's going to be a complete, of course, nothing's ever fully the same when you are truly the head coach and you are the decision maker. But man, Mac believes in his assistant coaches. He empowers his assistant coaches. He gives them a lot of responsibilities. And I think you're going to see that and then some with Coach Huss. I'm fascinated to see what it looks like now, even behind the scenes, on how much responsibility Coach Huss has with the day-to-day and game day and those kinds of things. But yeah, so if you're Coach Huss, you don't feel like you're necessarily totally taking a back seat to helping run a program. With the fact that he is knowing that he is the coach in waiting, I think it's in everybody's best interest to give him as much of a say in things as possible. Mm-hmm. So yes, Michael, I think there's definitely that element of it. The one thing that is, the more, I mean, this is now like 24 hours old. I wonder as the months pass here, the only thing that is interesting to me is really going about this with no timeline for when McDermott is going to retire. I think that makes it interesting. I almost wonder if it's in everybody's best interest to set a time on it, like whatever. If that's in 2 years, I am done. And I know we hate to do that to ourselves because it's somewhat you're just handcuffing yourself or you're painting yourself into a corner. But I think about recruiting. I think about a bunch of different things, and I think maybe it would be in everybody's best interest to have a date in mind of when the true transition is going to take place.
Nick Baugh joining us. Nick, do you think, or I guess would it surprise you if those two, and maybe those two only,
they know,
and it's just like, we are going to keep this to ourselves, but we know what's going on?
Yeah. Totally agree, Josh. And that's the one thing I was going to follow up with. Like, all that matters is if those two know. Like, if those two know, whatever. Like, then good. Then to me, like, you check that box. Like, okay, we've taken care of that. And that's the thing about these two guys. These two guys, they know each other, they trust each other, they've coached together. It's not like they don't have a supreme relationship where, and my guess is, I wonder if Huss wouldn't have been totally comfortable doing this without having, like, hey, I got to know when this time is. Yeah. And so it wouldn't surprise me at all, Josh, if those two are in complete lockstep of what the date is and how this is going down. And I just think, generally speaking, because I've heard a lot, and I listened, you guys had a great show yesterday. I've listened to you two today as well on it. Like, it is a little bit like, this is unique. Like, you don't see a lot of these situations, a coach in waiting, especially without like it was different with Coach K and John Shire. Like, you knew at the end of this season, Shire's taking over. This is unique. And so I think for it to work, there has to be a supreme level of communication and trust. And I just feel like those two guys are in constant communication and working hand in hand on it.
Yeah, two things. One, I would have bet everything in my life that you had your business T-shirt on, and you don't.
I got my sister-in-law, Katie's Kennel. Yeah, there you go.
Okay, good. I lost all my money. We haven't talked about it yet, but sometimes you say somebody's universally loved, but behind the scenes, maybe not. Every single former player, everybody knows Coach Huss. They love him, right? I mean, that makes it a lot easier for this transition, doesn't it?
I couldn't agree more. He's one of the most popular former players, and he does it in not an outwardly overt way of he's not necessarily like, if you're in a room with Huss, he's not the loudest guy in the room. He's not necessarily the most gregarious or charismatic guy in the room, but everybody just knows, likes, and trusts Coach Huss. And he is I think one of the things about Creighton is, again, the two coaches since 1994. And Dana Altman and Bruce Rasmussen worked their butt off to get the program to where it was at in 2010, which was in an amazing place. And then Greg McDermott poured rocket fuel on it with Doug McDermott, and have taken it now to this place that it's at. But the thing that strikes me as being a part of being a player from the Altman era and then being intimately involved with the McDermott era is how similar it feels. Like, the program and the chemistry between the two eras, people come back from back in the day and it feels the same. And I think Huss, in a lot of ways, is in some ways like the living, breathing embodiment of that. He played for Coach Altman. He's coached for Coach McDermott. Like, he bridges that and then moves it forward. Not to say, I know people get cringy with, like, whether it's, you got to hire a Michigan man or it's got to be someone in the family. I don't want to go that far, but I also feel like clearly Creighton has something working, right? I mean, what they got going there is special. And it's as simple as continuity and culture. And to me, Coach Huss gives you the best chance at keeping that moving forward. And at a place like Creighton, I know we always bring things back to Nebraska football, but I mean, the Frank Solich stuff and there was a blueprint and a plan in place in Lincoln, Nebraska from 1970 to 2003. And you can say what you want about how things fell in 2003, but they were 2 years removed from being in a national championship game. They still were, Frank won 59 games in however many years it was. And there was still, you couldn't say it wasn't a successful program. And all it took was one person to come in and blow it up, and they've yet to really recover. And so I guess I've always felt like, and this is someone that loves Creighton basketball, but I be careful. Don't get high on your own supply of thinking Creighton is KU or Kentucky or something like that. It ain't, okay? Like, you're one bad hire, one bad sequence away from getting pulled into the quicksand of maybe it's hard to get out of it. And so I just think this gives you the best chance to keep those things moving forward. And I just think to circle it back what you said, Michael, I think everybody likes Coach Huss, man. All the former players, everybody that's ever been around him, he's a really, really good dude.
Now that they're sending out billions of dollars in NIL, though, I don't know if it'll ever fall apart. I mean, where they find all this money? That's what I want to know. I mean,
I know.
My goodness.
I always laugh at. We would work Creighton basketball camp as when we were playing there, and we would work like we were there. 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. Monday through Friday for 2 weeks, and I was like the counselor for the 5 through 7 year olds. So I mean, I am, I'm a babysitter, like glorified. I'm sleeping in the dorm. I'm all that stuff. Okay. So you're working and you would make like $400 and you'd have to go to Coach Altman's office to get the check. And every time he would be in there and he would write it and he would always, cause I collected many of these checks from him. He'd always go, overpaid. And I think about that and contrast it with like the type of money that's flying around now. It's like, boy, we've come a long ways, man. We've come a long ways.
Nick Bott joining us. Nick, last one from me, and you hit on this in your last answer, but is the concern about this hire just it's been working for 30 years and it's hard to keep it going just because we see that in, quarterback to quarterback, head coach to head coach, that having these long runs of success over the course of multiple regimes, in a way, it almost gets more difficult, even if the program gets in a better spot. Is that the biggest concern about the Al Huss era moving forward?
Yeah, I guess. Yes. I mean, I think generally speaking, just sustaining success is just the hardest thing to do. I mean, especially when you are in the Big East and everybody's investing, you went from, you were the big fish in the valley to it's not really like that now, but you performed at an upper echelon level. It's just hard. It's hard to sustain that. I look at even a place like Kansas where I think Coach Self, for whatever reason, he whiffed on a couple of portal guys. And it's all it takes. Even at a place like Kansas, you whiff on a couple of portal guys. They whiffed on Timberlake. They kind of whiffed on Marco Jackson. They whiffed on Rylan Griffin and AJ Stewart, like it. And so I guess what I get at is like the beauty of the portal is like you can hit, you can hit it and it's like, look out, here we go. But you can also, you can strike out and then you better not strike out too many years in a row at a place like Creighton. So I think that, so you lose some of the continuity from a roster standpoint. But yeah, there are, it's when what Greg McDermott is doing is just, it's special, guys. Like it's just to feel like you can pencil in, he's going to get to 20 wins. He's going to get to 25 wins. They're probably going to make the tournament. They're going to win a game in the tournament. It's like, my word, that is every year. And there are very few programs that really get to that level. And so, yeah, it's hard to sustain it for as long as it's been sustained. And so, but I think Huss has got a great offensive mind. He's a great talent evaluator. He's good with the guys, but he's not a, sometimes when I hear players coach, I think of like a pushover a little bit, or an enabler, what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Like I don't think, by all accounts, someone like Mickey Joseph was not that. He was a player's coach, but that dude was going to hold you accountable. Like I think Huss is more in that mold, which is good. He's got a good way about him. Josh, I'll be excited for you to get to know him more and see him more. He's a special guy.
Yeah. Should be
what
fun.
What was Coach Self thinking recruiting Justin Timberlake? I mean, how much
he's a golfer.
I know he's a golfer. How much eligibility did he have? I mean, he's kind of undersized.
He's busy.
That was his problem.
Yeah, not enough
you
focus
go in the
on
portal
basketball
and go for a pop star. I don't know what you're
that's I don't know what you do. You think outside the box and you get way outside the box.
Exactly. Yeah, that's way too
Nick Bott, you can of course see him on television during the basketball season, which sadly came to an end. But there is a brand new podcast which came into my feed, Nick, I think like as the show started. 41 more minutes available for folks if they want to hear your thoughts on.
If you want to hear 38 minutes, if you want to hear 38 long minutes of my entire thoughts about this Greg McDermott, Al Huss situation, download it, baby. And then, of course, Schick and I are going to crown a drop-off champ and talk about God knows what. We'll
the important bracket.
The important bracket. We'll work in everybody's favorite guy, Michael Severe, in some way, shape, or form into the pod. I'm sure we'll find a way. We'll find a way.
Coopercars.com. Let me check and see what's going on there right now. Yep.
Nick, man, we appreciate you taking the time on this Friday. Thanks for the insight. Thanks for the wisdom. Have a great weekend.
You are two of my favorite individuals. Thanks, guys.
See you, Nick.
Bye-bye. That is Nick Baugh joining us here on Unsportsmanlike Conduct. The weekend is pretty much arrived. It probably has for all of you. It's about to arrive for all of us. It's a One Beer Friday. Let us know what you are drinking as the weekend arrives with the hashtag One Beer Friday. We have one, Michael. Tweeting from 30,000 feet is the username from IAH in Houston. And it looks like, I don't know what this is, maybe a logger, but I'm going to give that the old retweet, hashtag One Beer Friday.
Awesome. I always know the weekend has arrived when my New York Times news quiz arrives.
Oh, that's very exciting.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm very excited about that. I
End
love
of the
news
world,
quiz.
but at least you got a news quiz.
I got a news quiz.
Man, that's exciting.
Pretty
That's
good.
exciting. Variety of things that we can get into in the happy hour, including Michael's final look at Nebraska football players in the NFL draft. Also, Nick can finally ask that question he has about baseball. He's been chomping at the bit, all grum.
I love baseball.
He does love baseball. Michael says, what? What sport
Why?
Is,
I
what
don't
sport,
understand.
What sport is
I don't know.
baseball?
Something about it just connects with me at a spiritual level. I got nothing else for you.
I get it, yeah.
Happy hours next on 1620 The Zone.
It'd be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
When you're gone.
I drank beer with my friends. Sometimes I had too many beers. I liked beer. I still like beer. Had beers, have some beers. One beer, drink beer, drinks beer, drank beer, and drinking beer.
Upstairs, downstairs, where was it? I don't know, but I had one beer.
You probably have beer center each week. Ralph Club, biggest contributor. Beer for that. I like beer. I don't know if you like beer center or not. What do you like to drink? Next week.
I had one beer. Friday. Yeehaw!
Hanging out and having some beers with friends, which I gladly do, and which I fully embrace.
Well, you think it was... Nope, there was one beer. Friday.
Oh, that music. It means the weekend is here, as well as the New York Times quiz. that
The
Michael-
news quiz, baby.
Hit us,
If
Michael.
you don't understand, it's 10 questions.
Yeah.
When I miss one, well, there's more than that, but it varies. When I miss one, it destroys my whole weekend.
Can we do some of this on the air? Or is this special Michael time stuff?
No, we can do some of it. Sometimes I do it with my my kids. You know,
I
sometimes.
realize I still haven't done Wordle. Well, I started Wordle, but I haven't gotten.
Oh, I haven't
haven't gotten Wordle yet. I'm 2 in. I have 2 letters, including one in the right spot.
Did you see? I've got 2 number ones in the last 6 months. My 2 words both hit.
Dude, that is amazing.
Isn't it crazy?
Our roommate has been really into Wordle lately, so she'll just send us in our group chat. So I've been playing Wordle, but not playing Wordle.
You got to be careful. Can't be tweeting
wait.
stuff out.
You know what? I think I just got it.
Did you get it?
I got it. Got it in 4, baby. Look at that.
Nice.
Yeah, I stopped sending it out mainly because you would do that and then the a-holes would respond with what the word was going to be the next day. Now, I don't know if they know that anymore because it seems like it's more human than
I have
puts it
those
together
words all
now.
muted, so I wouldn't have seen that.
Really?
I feel like the Wordles lately have been using a lot of double letter words lately.
Are you back in on Wordle?
No, like I said, our roommate has been doing it.
Yeah,
We've been helping her.
today's. I mean, spoiler alert, but today's did indeed do a double letter.
That's been so many. They just been double letters.
They do that a lot. They do a lot. I'm a big fan. So I use my word currently is scuba.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
After having 2 words hit with the number 1.
Nice.
And then if scuba doesn't go, then I try to get a word that's got the I and the O next, or an E if I can put it in all together, and then I go from there. First question on a news quiz.
Okay.
President Trump backed away from a major piece of his tariff plan this week, pausing the reciprocal import tax that he had placed on dozens of countries. Which country was the exception?
China.
Look at that. Woo!
It was China.
Follower,
In
baby.
fact, it's gotten up more.
Yeah, he went to 125.
Yep.
He's like, well, I'm going to 125. You're like, dude, don't do that.
Good thing nothing brought into this country.
I don't
made in
ever buy
China.
anything from China.
Yeah.
Yep. Not one single thing.
That is not true.
I don't buy that from
Michael.
That is
not one
true.
single thing.
That is not
Michael,
true.
I don't buy my clothes from China. I
No,
buy them
Vietnam.
from Walmart.
More like Vietnam.
Nice.
My favorite thing is the car stuff.
Oh boy.
Because where the car is built, where do the parts come from?
Yes.
Where
the
do
answer
all
is
the
yes.
parts come from? And the whole idea that I apologize on this, but just one more thing. The idea that we are in a deficit in our trade to Canada, the only thing that makes it a deficit is all of the oil that we get from them. Remove that, we are in a surplus with them. And we're not even counting goods and services and other stuff. We are, trust me, they are giving us more money. The only thing we're paying them more for is that damn oil. And the other things, fruit and vegetables that we can't grow in this country. You're going to tax those countries? Where are we going to get them from? You think we're growing bananas in this country? We're not.
I saw somebody
Coffee?
say...
No.
I don't want American coffee.
I saw somebody say, you're in America, grow your own coffee in America.
Where? Do you realize how coffee beans grow? It just, there's so much stupidity.
But at least we got the first answer right.
At least we got the first
So
answer
much
right.
stupidity.
Got the first
Thank you
answer
for getting
right.
the first answer
Yep,
right.
yep,
All right.
yep.
I will move on to the remaining ones.
All right. You're doing that later by yourself, or are we doing that all in the air right now? What's going on?
Do you want to do it on air?
No, you don't have to. You can
okay,
do
no,
it.
we can do it. Let me just. I got to pull it up on my phone.
Maybe we can intersperse it throughout the final hour.
I also
of the show.
play. There's also one for the chronological order of things that happened over the course of history.
Oh,
there's all. Oh, that one's so much fun.
So do you pay? Do you pay for the times?
I do. I pay for the online subscription thing, so I get all the games.
Get all the games,
and I get the Athletic.
and
all that together.
Yeah, because they started putting ads in Wordle, and so you have to watch an ad now before you play.
I only hate that. I pay $4 a month.
That's all it is.
That's it for a year. It's $4 a month.
Everything. Wow.
$4 a month. That's all I pay.
You get the Athletic
For a year.
That's
With the
cheaper than
Athletic?
my Athletic subscription.
I get the
I'm
Athletic and I
cancel my
get New York
Athletic, and I'm
Times.
going to get a new subscription.
Yeah, no joke.
I wonder who did that before you.
Yeah. Wow. That's
what I did.
That's incredible.
When they sent me the offer, I was like, well, I got to cancel this.
Yeah, I will be looking to doing that. Reminder, it is One Beer Friday. Let us know what you are drinking. Brennan just sent us a Mosh Pit Juicy Pale Ale from Surly Brewing up in Minnesota. Amazing Daniel is drinking a Con Scenery, a Scottish-style ale. Interesting. From New Sarum Brewing Co.
Is it Con Scenery or Con Shonery?
Like
Sean Connery.
Con
yeah.
Connery. I'm an idiot, Nick.
There can be only one.
Yes.
Let us know.
Can only be one. Highlander.
What you are drinking. If you missed any of the show, you can go check out all sorts of podcasts and discussions. We've had Nick Baugh on in our previous segment. Earlier, we had Jack Mitchell. We had El Kent Wagama. Didn't seem like everybody was super into the movie club today. I can't tell if it's because Nick and I thought the movie was fine or if Kent was saying things that were pissing people off, but everybody seemed to be out on our Tombstone discussion.
Let me say this.
I apologize.
I am in on the Tombstone coverage. I love the Tombstone
Yeah,
coverage.
Michael is a huge fan of Tombstone.
Huge fan.
And other discussions as well. I did want to put a bow, though, Michael, on our draft Husker conversation.
Okay.
All the way back in August when I took that day off for my first wedding anniversary with my wife, you and John put together. Well, you put it together, and then you talked about it on the air. You talked about players and where they could be in the draft. You filled in at one point after the season with me, and we did the exercise again.
And I filled in during the season once, too, and did it.
That's right. So we have done it now
October.
3 times. So this is now the fourth and final of these because the NFL draft is coming up in 2 weeks. Is there anything that has changed a lot since the last time that we did this? Has anything even changed at all?
No, a lot's changed since August because I thought that Nebraska had a chance for the first time since, say, going back to like 2010 to where they could have like maybe 7 guys drafted.
Yes.
At the time, we were thinking maybe Jamal Banks could be a guy that could get drafted.
Yes.
We thought one of these veteran offensive linemen like a Ben Scott, could get drafted. We certainly thought some of the guys on the defense could be on the edge. We thought Tommy Hill at the time would get drafted.
Yep.
We thought that. So I thought maybe get up to 7. Maybe something crazy like maybe Brian Buschini getting drafted could get him to 8. But I really thought that they had a chance to get to where they hadn't been in a while. Now, at this point, I think they're locked for 3.
Wow.
I know. They're a lock
so
for
crazy
3.
compared to how you view them in August.
But I don't think they're going to get to 4. It would take something really crazy happen to get to 4.
Yeah.
Because it seems like Tommy Hill has given up on everything. He's not working out. He's not doing anything. He's not showing up at anything. So I don't even know if Tommy Hill's even draft possible.
What happened?
Well, I think that foot injury has just not gotten better.
Yeah.
It was so bad that we saw how he played.
Yeah.
He really struggled. He had so many problems with it. Then, the combine comes around. He goes to the combine, does some interviews. Well, before that, he goes to the Senior Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
He has one really good day on Thursday, partial good day on Wednesday. During the day on Thursday, he gets hurt again.
Yeah.
And so then he doesn't go to the combine. He doesn't show up at pro day. Well, he goes to the combine, doesn't show up at the pro day, doesn't work out. So I don't know where he is now. He was already kind of fall into the area of maybe the late 6th round, but without any times, not knowing if he's healthy, I can't imagine him getting drafted.
He'll be an undrafted free agent.
I think he'd be an undrafted free agent, and maybe he'll never get. Remember, Taylor Martinez signed a 2-year contract with the Philadelphia Eagles. Went in for and they found out that same thing, that collapsed arch kind of plantar fasciitis, was so bad, his career was over. Wow. So it could be like that for Tommy Hill. We don't know.
That's wild because, again, when was it? September when the Mel Kiper
he was 31 draft.
Yeah,
that
he was
31.
a first rounder.
Yep.
So the number you think is 3 locks and then a 4th maybe.
Yeah, so I think Ty Robinson,
Yep.
and I'll give you some numbers. So
Okay.
I think he is the 12th rated defensive tackle, right?
Okay.
So if that's true, if you look at the history of the first 2 days, so the first round, second round, third round,
yeah.
right? I add the rush ins, and you get 32 possible top 2 day guys, right? In 2024, only 20 defensive tackles and rush ins went together.
Okay.
In those first 3 rounds.
Yeah.
22 and 23, and then it dropped down to 18 and 16. So if he's really rated 12th where I think he is, and that many rush ins are going to go early, I think that cements him into the 4th round.
Okay.
I just don't think that with all that talent defensive line, with all that rush in and so many people needing them, I just don't think he gets into the 2nd or 3rd round. And there are a lot of people right now projecting him as a 2nd or 3rd rounder.
Okay.
And I mean, the biggest drawback is he's a tall guy. He plays a little high, going straight forward. Very good, not great instinctually laterally.
And the age, right?
And, he's not really – so 23 is not crazy, right? He'll be 24 when he gets to playing in the league. Here's the thing he was smart about. He came in at 288 in the combine, so he took his best advantage, which was his speed and some of his athleticism, and took advantage of that. Smart guy. He's not playing at 288.
Yeah.
I think he was already up to like 290-something at the pro day, and he's going to be probably over 300 when he plays in the league. So a very smart thing. But I think he's a 4th rounder. I know a lot of people are telling me I'm wrong, including a couple of guys over at Husker Online. Isaiah Nayor, who I said way back then, I thought he's going to be a draft pick. I thought he's a draft pick when I said in October, and I thought the season.
Yep.
And a lot of people were like, well, he's not dropping passes against Iowa.
Remember that Iowa drop, Michael?
That is great. But
Metrics.
he is big.
Measurables.
He is strong. He is fast. And for the most part, the combine did a great job. He had literally one drop during the gauntlet, and he had one drop on the last throw of the wide receivers group. They make a throw kind of the sideline and make it ugly to make you have to turn around and catch it, and he dropped that one. But that's it. That's the only 2 he dropped. So I think
everything else measurable-wise, he looks awesome.
Ran 4.4, flat, 6'4", great shape. I have him as a 6th rounder.
Okay.
I think he's the 28th best wide receiver. Give you an example. In 2024, that one went in the middle 6th round. In 2023, it went in the beginning of the 7th round. In 2022, it went in the end of the 7th round. And in 2021, it went in the end of the 6th round. And there's a good chance at the end of the 6th round, maybe beginning of the 7th round. And then Thomas Fidone, who a lot of people were angry when he left.
Oh, yeah.
Got the invite to the Senior Bowl early. People were like, ooh, interesting. Then he got the invite to the Combine, like, ooh, interesting. I have him as the 13th ranked tight end. This is a great tight end draft.
Yeah.
There's 2 going to go in the 1st round. I can see another 3 guys, depending on people think of Harold Fannin out of Bowling Green because he's kind of a tweener. Depending on him, I could see another 3 going in the 2nd round. 3rd round, probably get 3 or 4. So I think that's where Fidone comes in, right about there. Somewhere in the 4th round, I put him in the 5th round, going into the 6th round, being a 13. Last year, only 12 were drafted, tight ends, not great class.
Yeah.
But you had 16, 18 in the last 2 years before that, so 2023 and 2022. So he's got that shot to be somewhere in the 7th round.
And then who's the maybe 4th?
It's a Hutmaker. So Nash Hutmaker is the reason why it's weird for him. So he's about the 40th ranked defensive tackle. But you have a limited amount of teams that play that zero technique. They need a nose tackle. So if somebody comes along and says, you know what? That's the spot I need. I don't need a 3 technique. I don't need a 4-eye. I don't need any of those. I need a guy who's playing right over the center and playing just 2 downs. And I think that's Nash. And so there's always a chance somebody steps up and takes him in the 7th round. So it's a possibility. Now, I have him 40th ranked. No time in the last 4 years has there been more than 24 defensive tackles gone in the whole draft.
Yeah, I remember you had that stat at one of the times that we did this.
So that would be tough. But all you need is one team who plays with a nose tackle over the center, plays with a true nose that decides they need to take him. It's happened before.
Okay.
So
that's what's going on with the Huskers. Let me ask you a couple other draft questions.
Yeah, sure.
Because I wanted to ask you about the Cowboys. Because, you go back to the end of the regular season, and a lot of Cowboys are picking 12th.
Yes.
A lot of the conversation was, of course, about the running back position and if they were going to be able to land Ashton Genty. Well, everyone is obviously now caught up with how good Ashton Genty is, and he is being picked to go somewhere in the top 10. So he will probably not make it down to Dallas. Then, for a while, I would say probably a month and a half-ish ago to a month ago, the conversation suddenly was about Amarian Hampton out of North Carolina, who, it seemed like after the season finished was more of a 2nd-round guy, and suddenly then a lot of people are having Dallas land him at 12. What do you think of the running back class? Like, is it just Genty and then kind of everybody else? Should I be hoping that Dallas gets a running back in like the 3rd or 2nd round? I definitely don't want them to reach on Hampton at number 12 is, I guess, my ultimate concern.
Deepest running back class we've had in a decade. Easily.
Okay.
You could be in the 5th round, and there's a couple guys in there, RJ Harvey, who could easily be a guy you take, and you're like, oh, this is my next running back, because you just don't know, right? I think personally that Ginty drops more.
You don't think he's going to go?
Too many times we have had the situation where somebody took a running back early, and it didn't work out.
Yeah.
And
even
so
Bijan has been like,
he's been. I think part of that's the system. They haven't They haven't done a very good job with him. But I wouldn't be surprised if he drops. If he's sitting there
at 12.
No, before that for the Bears. If he's sitting there for the Bears, that's a possibility. I really don't think the Raiders take him. I just don't. And that means he drops, and he could be there for the Dallas Cowboys. And I could see you guys taking him. It's too early for Marion Hampton because I think he is a 24 to 30. 30 somewhere in there.
That would annoy me.
And then the next round, you've got a bunch of guys who are very system-based, right? So you look at Henderson out of Ohio State. You run a zone, that guy's your zone guy. The kid out of Iowa, right? Same thing with Johnson. You run a zone, that's your guy. Now, if you need somebody to do something different, you need somebody to make some plays in the pass game, you need the guys to be really athletic, then the other kid from Ole Miss certainly could go, who didn't transfer to Ohio State. You can go take him and Junkins. I just think that there's so many backs that if it's me, I'm waiting.
Yeah.
I'm waiting into the 3rd or 4th round, and somebody's going to be there for me who can be a starter next year.
Even if Ginty was available?
I don't think I would take Ginty in the 1st round unless I'm the Bears and I feel great at quarterback.
They've
doing
their
well.
line.
Offensive line now, the interior is. I still would take a defensive lineman because if you look at this draft, those defensive linemen outside of the first pass out of Abdul Carter, you don't see those guys going. They're going to keep dropping. I think you grab one of those guys at 9 or at 10. I think I would do that, but I could see them taking Ginty because they feel they're close.
Yeah.
If you think you're close and that's the last piece, circa Saints trading everything to bring in Ricky Williams, which didn't work out. Then I see you taking him. But I think if you got a bunch of holes, fill the holes.
Yeah, and
get somebody later.
Cowboys have a lot of holes. A lot of holes right now.
You got a lot of holes, and there's a lot. This is a deep. So obviously we don't have the quarterbacks you're excited about. Wide receiver class is not great. You probably get 2 guys, maybe 3 in the 1st round. And then you start looking at the offensive line and defensive line. It's loaded there, loaded at running back. I like a lot of the guys in the secondary, but not in the 1st round. Outside of Will Campbell. Not Will Campbell, the Michigan guy who's injured all last year. Outside of
Howard?
him, no. Outside of him, I don't know if I like a whole bunch of corners in the 1st round. Your issue with this draft is make your bones, and you guys have done great at this, 3rd round through the 6th round.
Yeah.
Because that's where I think a ton of talent's going to be. That's the way you need to be. There's not a lot of top-end talent in this draft. It is not. It just doesn't feel like it is.
Speaking of one of those guys, Carter, what have you made of the noise?
Abdul Carter?
Yeah.
It's a stress reaction.
Because it just seems like there's a lot of is this going to be a real actual problem for him?
Yeah, it's a stress reaction. In general, doesn't require surgery for that. Normally what happens with that is you just got to give him rest. It's a repeated injury. It happens a lot to runners, right? Get a stress reaction.
Oh, yeah.
It's not a Jones fracture. It's not that thing. I think he'll be fine. I mean, the dude played through a separated shoulder.
And he still was wrecking
shop.
And
he still was right. Yeah, he couldn't use one arm. I think he'll be fine. I think he's the best player in this draft.
Yeah.
And if it was me, I would probably take him one overall. But if you're Tennessee, you got to think, if there's a quarterback who I believe can be a starter, I got to take him because I'm not going to be here next year.
And they're going to take him more.
And I think they're going to take, I think it's like minus 2,500
it's
now.
Like not even close.
It's crazy. And I think Abdul Carter goes 2. And then I think Travis Hunter goes 3. And then I think 4, the Patriots take
a lineman, right?
They take offensive lineman tackle. Yeah. So they're either taking Imbo or they're taking Campbell. And then I think the draft really starts at 5 because Jacksonville's got a lot of choices. I don't know who they love, but I think that's where it starts.
Do you think this is the last one? Do you think there's a world where Sanders drops a lot?
Oh, I've been saying for a few weeks, I thought that Pittsburgh was his spot. Yeah. I thought that he would fall all the way there, kind of like, or unless somebody wanted to come back in.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people are marketing the Saints at 9. I don't believe that's going to be the case. I think the Saints have too many issues at other places. And Derek Carr, the money-wise, is still locked up for 2 years. It's a ton of money. And you've been giving Spencer Rattler some chances. So I think they might take a quarterback later. I think if Milroe, by the way, who got invited to the draft, which is crazy. So I think if Milroe was sitting in the 3rd round, the Saints have a couple 3rd-round picks, I could see maybe taking a guy like that and working up. Yeah. But I couldn't see taking a quarterback in the 1st round.
I was surprised by some of the Milroe chatter because some of the pods that I listened to, the NFL people seemed surprised at his weight. And I guess I always watched him and thought
big dude.
See, but I guess I always watched him and thought he was slight.
I thought he was a big dude.
I thought he was skinny.
He
Not
looks like
Daniel skinny, but still skinny.
He was like a big dude to me. Yeah. I always thought because he ran through a lot of tackles. He is incredibly athletic. Not normally athletic.
Yeah.
So there's him and there's Lamar Jackson. That's what he is.
Yeah.
He can't throw the ball.
No.
But I will say this. If you bring him in, you give him a shot at quarterback. If it doesn't work, Give me that amazing
Just throw him
athlete
somewhere
to beat
else.
Taysom Hill.
Yeah.
Give me that guy. I'll
Yeah.
take him in a heartbeat.
Well, plus, I mean, I
Did
have
you watch
to imagine,
the LSU game? Oh my goodness!
And I have to imagine there are just so many of these franchises now that are like, hey, look, Josh Allen couldn't throw either. You know, like,
Look at Josh Allen the year before he came out when he had offensive linemen and wide receivers. Those guys all graduated from Wyoming. I'll never forget Kevin called me. He had the Iowa-Wyoming game that next year. And I go, I feel sorry for him because he lost all his talent. And you saw that. He really struggled.
Yeah.
The year before, he was much better when he had talent
But he
around
still
him.
didn't complete a whole lot of passes, right?
I think he was like 59%,
I think. It was always below 60.
Which is better than Eli Manning.
Yeah, well, that
And
guy sucks.
Eli Manning became better. He won 2 Super Bowls, and you know how it works.
Thanks for reminding me, Michael.
You're welcome.
I appreciate you
No
reminding
problem. But you know who did do it is if you look at what situation with the Eagles, and you look what they did, and you second-round pick, let him work, build the offense around him, win a Super Bowl.
Yeah. That's all you got to do. Just put the best roster around a mid quarterback, and you too can win a Super Bowl.
Yeah. Mid?
Yes.
Mid?
No,
Did you see his numbers in the Super Bowl? Mid?
Yes, I did. Oh, God, it
Did you
makes
see
me
his
so
numbers in the Super Bowl?
angry.
Mid?
Doesn't it suck when you have such a strong opinion and then you're just proven so wrong? I had such a strong opinion. I felt so good. Sirianni, garbage. He's going to get fired. I felt great about all these takes during 2023. I'm sitting there. I'm feeling awesome. And then the next year they win the Super Bowl.
You're
Now-
not the only one.
Now I'm a moron.
I have a Philadelphia Eagles on my phone
I
thread,
bet they
and they
fire
all
everybody.
wanted him gone. Everybody wanted him gone. But
Still
week
wouldn't surprise me
two-
if he got fired within a couple of years.
Week 2, they wanted to change quarterbacks, and they wanted to fire the head coach. Week 2, when they won the Super Bowl, the moment I had it clipped, I sent it out. Sent it to all of them.
Man.
Yeah.
But they got Howie Roseman. That guy is a
And he
monster.
is that man is seriously playing chess.
Can you believe that for a second Chip Kelly won the war with him and he
I
had a
know.
new office
he had
in
to go to a
part of the-
different part of the world. Yeah, they didn't. Yeah.
Meanwhile,
I just
Jerry
know
Jones is my owner.
He
That's
has
fun.
abused the Saints multiple times on trades. Multiple times. Just constantly. Howard just like, oh, the Saints is coming. Come on over here.
Can't wait for some really good player to fall to them. That'll be awesome. Just makes me so happy.
It happens a lot.
It does. It happens every damn year. All right, there you go. That's some draft talk. El Scorcho says on the JTech Instruction Zone Twitter feed, NFL draft is one of the greatest things in the world. Love all this draft talk.
I love the
there
draft.
There you go.
I love
there
the draft.
You go.
I don't love it as much as I used to.
No.
But I love it a lot.
But you still love it a lot.
Still love it a lot.
More to come. We have content coming up, a couple things that we tease throughout the show that we can get to as well as we get ready to wrap things up.
Will Johnson.
Will Johnson.
Will Johnson.
Will
Not
Johnson.
Will Johnson what?
He's the cornerback out of Michigan.
Nice, Nick.
Who was injured all last year.
Nice, Nick. Yeah, why did I think Howard? I don't know why I was thinking Will Howard. That's the Ohio State quarterback.
Yeah, probably third or fourth round.
Yeah, let us know what you're drinking. It is a One Beer Friday. We roll on next on 1620 The Zone.
Hey everyone, it's John Bishop here for GoodGuysSaveLives.com. Did you know that a healthy donor of organs can save up to 8 lives? And even if you don't have organs to donate, healthy tissue such as skin and bone grafts, corneas, or perhaps ligaments like ACLs can help repair from injuries due to sports or accidents or even cancer patients. All you have to do is be an organ and tissue donor. It doesn't matter your age. It doesn't matter your health condition. And most traditional funeral practices can still be followed after a donation, and it's absolutely free to your family once you're gone. So please consider being a good guy today. Next time you renew your hunting, driving, or fishing license, check that donor registration box or visit goodguysavelives.com. You can save up to 8 lives by being a good guy today. Be an organ and tissue donor at goodguysavelives.com.
Josh Peterson, Michael Severe, Nick Grimm on this Friday weekend, almost here. We appreciate you joining us today. John will be back on Monday. He can give his thoughts on the Greg McDermott, Al Huss situation. Michael will be on the show on Monday.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, fun. Mitch Sherman as well after a weekend. All right. We teased this earlier. We do have to get to it just because I hate teasing something and then not having a chance to talk about it.
Okay.
John Morant, new celebration. So you know John Morant from such hits as got suspended for maybe having a gun.
He didn't maybe have a gun.
For having a gun.
It was a video.
I forgot about the Instagram videos. Yeah, he's been getting in a lot of trouble. Anyway, recently, has this all happened this week or was it last week where he got in trouble for doing the fake gun?
I think that was last week.
Yeah, that was last week.
Okay.
Yeah.
So last week, that's right, because I think on Tuesday the report came out that it's like the NBA is looking into John Morant celebrating with a gun and they don't want him to do it. And then Thursday he did it again, and so they fined him $75,000. Well, now he has a new celebration, and that is when he throws a pretend grenade. He pretended to pull a pin, toss a grenade, and then he covered his ears. And he said, that's my celebration now until somebody else has a problem with it, and I'll find another one.
Wow.
So
I think it's awesome. It's awesome. I told you it was in I'm going to say The Longest Yard. It's in what's the movie I like?
Yeah, Any Given Sunday.
Any Given Sunday.
Yeah,
it's
that's like
in
the
there.
third reference of that today.
And they do it. They throw it and everybody falls down. I think it's cool. I mean, I think the whole idea of both in football, we saw a technical foul get called in the tournament on a guy who was just doing a three.
Yes.
He was doing the three symbol, right?
Yeah.
That was in the Big East tournament. He's doing the three signal. And you're saying it's a gun. What? Why? Who cares?
Yeah.
You're telling me a kid watching that now is more likely to get involved in guns because he's pointing a gun?
I think it might be all the gun violence that they're probably hearing
Do you
about,
know
Michael.
at one point they made Brandon Cooks stop doing his bow and arrow thing?
Mm-hmm.
You know what it's about? It was his frat. It was his frat's thing.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Well, in the CD Lamb,
I don't understand that one at all. I don't
think
get
it's supposed
that.
to be, you smell.
I thought, you can't smell me. I don't. All I know is that this stuff, changing the name from the Bullets to the Wizards, people are still
bring back
shooting
the
everybody.
Bullets.
People are still shooting people in Washington D.C. It didn't stop shooting violence.
I'm actually okay with the Wizards because
it's a dumb name for a
horrible
team.
name.
Because then we get the matchup, the Magic versus the Wizards. And I think that's really funny.
No, bring back the
That's because you're
Bullets.
more of a geek than both of us.
Yes, I am.
With the Magic, that's just that was horrible. I can't believe you said that. Bullets were great. Bullets won a world championship.
They did.
Don't take the Bullets away.
Wes Unseld, Nick, was a player for the Bullets back in the day.
Exactly.
Those uniforms were way
Played
better.
back to back.
Nick, Google Wes Unseld jersey.
Back to back championships against Seattle.
Chance writes, isn't this relatively minor compared to Jaw's previous antics?
Exactly.
It definitely is.
It's
and
no
that's
big
what this
deal.
is all about,
It's so
right?
silly.
It's not that he is pretending to shoot, and it's not that he's pretending to throw a grenade. It's that Ja Morant is pretending to do these things.
But they're getting other people too, though, right?
USA.
And they like to keep it. They want the foot on the neck of the man has his foot on the neck of the black man.
Yeah.
That's what's happened. No, I'm just. Listen, he's done some stupid stuff, really dumb stuff.
Yeah.
He should know better than doing this.
Yeah.
I just don't think it's a big deal. Doing a fake gun.
Yeah.
It doesn't.
And we're thumbs up on the fake grenade.
I love that. I also
We
had
don't
no
see a whole lot of
problem.
violence in America with hand grenades, so I guess it's okay.
I also had no problem with the neck slash,
Oh, Bill
which came
Callahan.
from wrestling,
Uh-huh.
right? The great Muda. I have no problem with that. I didn't have any problem when Bill Callahan supposedly did it. I was just I had it up to here.
Yeah.
I don't. That's not it. I have no problem with this stuff. It's just silly. We're being overly officious.
Yeah.
That's
wow.
our problem.
I just realized you got to be on the radio after the Bill Callahan throat
I
slash.
did.
What was that week of radio
Better
like?
than that.
Yeah.
I was at Channel 7,
Uh-huh.
and we had nobody to go on the Big 12 call to talk to him about it. So our assistant news director, who knew nothing about sports, proceeded to ask 3 back-to-back questions, just going at him. And at one point, he's like, who is this person talking to me? Who is this person talking to me? It was so hilarious. Hilarious. I will never forget it. It was awesome.
What was the bigger controversy, or had people maybe more angry? Was it that, or the effing Hillbillies thing the year before?
Well, the effing Hillbillies was Oklahoma was mad about that.
Yeah. Well, people around here were
we
like,
didn't care. And remember,
I don't remember 04 radio.
Remember the
Too young.
the offensive lineman almost killed one of those dudes. He hit him up against the wall. Remember that?
I do.
Yeah, like get off of me. Don't be firing a boom against the wall. And then he ended up having a bunch of people had to go to court. I think Jay Moore told me
somebody got
he
hurt,
had to,
right?
Yeah, the guy got knocked out.
Yeah.
And I believe Jay Moore said he had to go to court and testify because he was there along the sideline.
And that was your second year. 04 was your second year on radio here,
My
right?
first year in 04.
Okay, so you weren't here for the 03 season. You
No,
weren't
I
here
was
when
over
Frank
at Channel 7.
You weren't here.
Yeah, and I covered Big Red Breakfast. I actually interviewed Coach Solich that morning because we used to do that. We would do it on Thursday morning, interview him, and then Friday he went to go play Colorado, and he felt really good about his situation.
Yeah, he shouldn't have felt good. Steve Peterson had been walking around the press box the week before telling everyone he's going to fire him during the Kansas State game.
Yeah, and then he was such a chicken. He put the note under his door. Wow. At least tell the man in his face.
Wait, did he really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
You didn't know that? You put a note on the door. Yeah. Pat Bishop, he put a note on the door.
What?
Yeah.
That's how he fired Frank?
Yeah, that's how he fired Frank.
Good Lord.
Coward.
That guy sucked.
Yeah, he did. He really did suck.
Wow. All right. That's a little reminiscent about the Steve Peterson era. All right. And John Morant and hand grenades.
Hand grenades.
When we return, it's time for some unsportsmanlike content. Coming up in content, Nick finally gets to talk a little bit about baseball. But then we have to answer the question, so we'll see how much.
to answer the question.
All right. Interesting. A new award is coming to the Oscars, and we make our weekend picks for the Masters.
Are the Jet Awards finally going to the Oscars? Congrats.
You know, it's funny. I'm on the committee for the Oscars, the Omaha Sports Commission Awards. Not the Oscars. By the way, one of my favorite grenades is the WP-34.
Oh, that's awesome.
It's the incendiary grenade. And you learn it by saying, what are you doing in the tree for, Willie Pete? So WP-34 grenade is how you memorize it.
Incredible mnemonic.
Thank you very much.
Incredible person, Michael.
Hey, I love my book.
There we go.
The Bible, baby.
Yeah, we do love books around here. All right.
Not really.
We'll do all that and get ready to wrap up the week next on 1620 The Zone.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike. It is time for some
Nick reading stuff.
Yeah, we love it when Nick reads questions.
Nick reading stuff.
I love when I read questions. I love when people turn on their microphones.
Yeah, and that's what Michael and I both do.
Read stuff.
Michael doesn't have to have you turn on his microphone.
I do appreciate that. Thank you,
I
Michael.
hit it just now.
No, I'm
okay.
He's like
genuine.
being earnest.
That one gets stuck.
Yeah, Nick gets really triggered when fill-ins are here and he has to do an extra thing.
You got to do more work.
Yeah, he hates it.
I got a
Besides
billion
reading,
other things going
I know
on
you
here.
got it. You know what's funny is that I'm not good. This is nothing against you, but the producers used to have to work harder.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry. They did.
Okay.
I mean, the phones were constantly ringing. They were playing a lot more games. You had to fill out this whole sheet every time. It was a lot more. The phones were different. It was harder to do the phones. Be glad you're new generation.
Oh, wow, Nick.
Yep.
Joe Flacco is returning to Cleveland, where he won Comeback Player of the Year in 2023.
Is he going to play football there?
You remember, he won it over Damar Hamlin, who literally came back to life. Anyway, will this mean anything on the field in 2025?
But did you die?
Dude, he died.
But did you die?
And they brought him back to life.
Remember when Tua went headfirst into Damar Hamlin's chest and Tua was the one who got hurt from that?
I do remember that, yeah.
I do remember that. Yeah.
Maybe Damar Hamlin's actually a superhero.
Maybe Tua should also stop trying to spear people with his face.
I think every time you talk about Damar Hamlin, though, you have to play that line from The Hangover. But did you die?
Got to play it, Nick.
I don't have it at the ready.
All right.
Okay.
I don't think this will
they
mean
used to
anything.
do. They used to play a lot of drops.
They did. We did used to play a whole lot of
Especially
drops.
Shane.
Yeah. Shane, he still plays drops.
drops, yeah,
From
yeah.
like 2010.
Our drops.
Yeah. Chicken Nick drops. Will this mean anything on the field? Of course not. He's so old and stinks now.
Well, they really, if you look at the situation that you have in Cleveland, he might be the best option they have.
That's wild.
That's what's crazy
That's
about
so
it.
depressing if you're a Browns fan.
Imagine if you were the team, and remember, Atlanta and the Saints both tried to get him. Imagine if you were the team that didn't get him and how thankful you are that you did not sign
Waste
a guy
all that
who
money.
had 27 accusations for doing all that stuff. And now he's torn 2 Achilles.
Yikes.
Think about it.
Yep.
I'm glad Saints didn't get him.
Not great.
According to CNBC's Alex Sherman and Lillian Rizzo,
Lillian.
MLB owners and Commissioner Rob Manfred have begun privately contemplating what a new league economic structure could look like as the league heads toward a new collective bargaining agreement with players, aka a salary cap. Would this be good?
I thought they had a salary cap.
So they have, what do they call it, Nick? It's
Yeah,
not
the luxury
called
tax.
It's not
It's a
called,
luxury tax.
Yeah, it's called something else though, right? In Major League Baseball, NBA, it's the luxury tax.
I thought it was that
I
too.
think it's also the luxury tax.
I thought
in
it
MLB.
was.
I just thought it had, and now I'm
You
just,
probably do.
yeah.
You're right.
Let's see. It's called the competitive balance tax, apparently.
same thing.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
same
new.
thing.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's like they already have one. The issue, and I think we've talked about this with Farron. The issue is not there's not a ceiling, but it's that they
Floor.
don't have a floor,
Yeah.
and they need to bring the franchises at the bottom up. So I think that would be more important if you're trying to make the league more competitively balanced.
I have no opinion.
No opinion.
I don't watch baseball. I don't care about baseball. Is Pittsburgh still not spending a lot of money?
Don't think so.
Because they used to not spend any money, and that was one of the
No,
teams.
we talked about that with Farron on Monday.
That
or
was
on
one of the
Tuesday.
teams they pointed out for a long time that needed it. That's why they did the floor.
Nick, when I first started producing here, a player from Michael's favorite baseball team of all time,
The Mets.
but a specific team came in.
Darryl Strawberry.
Strawberry surprised
I
Michael.
was sitting right there.
You should have seen how
You know
happy
what it was
Michael
for? My
was.
40th birthday.
Is that what it was?
You
Wow.
can see pictures of that on 1620thezone.com/25 years.
Oh,
My
wow.
40th birthday.
And
yeah.
now we ask a baseball question, and he says, "I have no opinion."
I have not seen a game in 2 years.
Wow, that's awesome! I'm so
Not seen a
jealous
base- I have
of
no
you.
idea what's even happening with anything.
So jealous.
I just
of
hope that I did make a bet, though, that I made 2. One, Colorado finishes with the worst record, and the other one was Anaheim finishes with the worst record. Am I close early, or
I don't know.
Either one of them good?
Well, the Rockies, you're on track to do well.
Do well? Oh, I'll lose that bet then.
No, you're on.
No,
you're on track.
They're
I'm doing
bad.
well. Oh, yeah, 13
They
to 1.
are
Okay,
bad.
good. All right,
My
13 to 1.
favorite baseball team is garbage.
Oh, I'm sorry, but as long as they keep losing, I want to win money. And what
It's
about
fine.
Anaheim?
They're okay.
Oh, okay. All right.
They're not great. They're not terrible.
Those are my 2
It's
futures.
like Chernobyl. Not great,
but I
not
don't
terrible.
watch. I'll find out the end.
All right, there you go. That's talking some baseball.
Yeah. Woo.
Dire wolves are back, by the way, guys.
I know that's not a good idea.
What in the Game of Thrones is happening here?
It's not a good idea. We made an entire movie called Jurassic Park.
Yes.
Where we asked the question, do you really got to do that? It's great if you can, but should you? This could be something that happens that goes really bad for all of us.
These aren't dinosaurs, though.
But dire wolves are pretty big. They're big.
They're bigger
They
than
like to
wolves.
hunt. They eat a lot of humans.
Yeah, I just don't understand. It's like we've learned nothing. We've learned nothing from science fiction, from movies. Nick picked iRobot. You guys will discuss that next week. And robots will probably kill, not our generation. I think it's going to be future generations that die at the hand of robots.
And you know who's going to have those robots? Elon Musk.
Oh, cool. I want him in
People
charge
are
of the
spend
robots.
$30,000 to put robots in their home. If you haven't gotten a robot, you're going to be left out. What do you think you're doing?
I don't want no robot. You know what I did rewatch recently, though? And it
Can I have
combines
R2?
Robots with AI. Ex Machina. You ever see that movie?
Great movie.
Does she get naked? The answer is
She
yes.
does get naked. Well, she's naked most of the
Pretty
movie.
Yeah. A lot of the movie. Great movie. Nick,
Great
have you seen
ending.
Ex Machina? Oh,
Great
it's so
ending.
good.
I haven't.
Great ending.
You know what this reminds me of?
What?
This tweet from Alex Bleckman, sci-fi author. In my book, I invented the Torment Nexus as a cautionary tale. Tech company. At long last, we've created the Torment Nexus from the classic sci-fi novel. Don't create the Torment Nexus.
Or it's like whenever somebody in charge is like, we're like Darth Vader with the Death Star. And it's like, no, that's the bad guy.
That is clearly the bad guy.
They blew the damn thing up.
Yeah. Dave writes, honestly, Shane only played one drop. Right there!
You play that a lot.
Does he still play the right there drop?
I don't think so. I haven't heard it in a while.
The NBA's regular season comes to an end this weekend, finally.
Finally?
What will you be keeping an eye on ahead of the playoffs?
Well, we talked about it a little bit earlier with Kent. The Lakers, my Lakers, Nick, and still your Lakers, by the way, will not be playing in the play-in, which is very nice. Obviously, it's just all about those first-round matchups. Now, I am a bit triggered if it's Lakers-Warriors in round one. I ain't trying to see that in round one. We want that later in the playoffs. And we want to see all the machinations of everything going on there. So just looking to see if the first round is going to be as awesome as it appears that it could be on paper. I think the NBA playoffs are going to be fun this year, Michael. Very, very fun.
Yeah, I haven't watched the game.
Wow, you're out on the NBA
I'm
too?
out on the NBA too. Yeah, I have no desire to watch that. Look, I grew up a Sixers fan. I've been a Sixers fan since 1976.
They're garbage.
I know, that's what I heard. But I don't watch it anymore. Good luck to everybody who does watch it. I hope it goes really well for you. How long does it last? Yeah, a year.
2 months. It's just 2 months.
It's a long time.
Such a long playoff.
No, it's entertainment. It's nightly entertainment. You get to go home and say, what will I watch tonight? I know, the NBA.
Did you spend time watching the last edition of TNT NBA thing?
No.
You didn't watch it?
No.
Okay.
I was reading.
I heard it was a big deal.
I'm reading, Michael. I'm trying to stay in my mind.
Reading
Reading is canceled?
It's so overrated. Reading was fundamental. Now it's overrated.
Michael, I've read, except for today, I haven't
Books
read
on tape.
I haven't read any book today. I've read, though, the first 100 days of the year. I've read at least every day. I've read part of a book every day this year.
I read the newspaper every day.
Yeah.
Does that count?
Yeah.
What you're saying, Michael, is you want to burn every book.
Whoa, Michael, did you say that?
Burn
who
After
else burned
Reading
books?
is a good movie.
That
by the way.
movie is
Very
hilarious.
funny. Very funny.
Mike
but no, I
Schaefer
would never-
recommended that movie.
I
to
would
me.
never burn a book
All right,
unless
good.
I was in that movie Day After Tomorrow, and I was
Oh,
in
yeah.
a place that I needed to make sure that I was going to survive.
Yeah.
And I would burn everything.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
Everything.
With everything.
Interesting.
All of it.
I mean, you die or you burn stuff. That's
I
what
guess
happened in
time
that
to burn
movie.
What if you
Yeah.
die from the fire that you created because
Well, I
you're
would
burning
tr-
everything?
I would try to avoid that, but I'd rather not freeze to death.
Well, the leaderboard at Augusta is all nice and updated for you. Who do you like to win this thing now?
It's pretty much the same as it was when we did our last Masters update earlier. I'm going to stick with Rory, Michael. I know that he has never won the Masters and that he usually falters and fails, but his 66 today after a 72 and kind of a meltdown in the last 4 holes yesterday gives me hope. Rory gets it done.
I hope so. I love Rory. I'm a big fan.
John hates Rory.
I have not. Why?
Because of the whole live thing.
Oh,
Like-
whatever.
Yeah.
Listen, let me tell you this. This man decided very smartly to not marry that one woman. Good job by
That's
him.
why you like him?
And then he moved on to one, and he made a better choice. Yes, great job by him. Carolyn Wozniak, you lost out on the best thing that ever happened to you.
Go Rory.
Go Rory.
Nice.
Plus, Rory's in great shape. I admire that dude. He's
Yeah.
ripped. Good
Yeah.
for him. Wears a nice white belt, too, occasionally.
There you go.
I like him. Yeah. Win, Rory, win. He's not going to win.
We
by the way.
believe in you.
He's not going to
probably
win. There's
Bryson.
no chance.
Michael here for the white belts.
I actually kind of like Bryson a little bit too.
Really?
Because he reminds me of somebody who's got like that syndrome, the Asperger's or whatever it's called. He reminds me of somebody that's a little on the spectrum,
Yeah.
which I like. You know, those kids are awesome.
I don't
Yeah.
think I don't think they call it that anymore.
I know, but I don't care.
Asperger's?
'Cause they tried to redo it. Doctors still say it.
Because they don't, because it says ass?
Probably.
I'm just asking.
They say it because it's a misdiagnosis.
Oh.
Yeah, that's why they say it is.
Okay.
But yeah, Damon's big on that too.
The Academy Awards are adding a new Oscar.
Uh-oh.
Stunts have always been part of the magic of movies. Now they're part of the Oscars. Do you like?
Heck yeah, it should be. But didn't that used to be a part of the Oscars in terms of not special effects? There was a different thing, wasn't there? Wasn't there already something? It didn't necessarily say stunts, but it was something else. It was one of those side awards they don't give on the show.
Yeah, I think this is going to be on the show.
It's just, it's going to be on the show.
I think it's going to be on the show.
Okay.
I think this is awesome.
Okay, yeah, I think it's great. I've met a couple stunt people.
Yeah?
We had them on our show here, both in my old show. Was great. She's a local lady. Played, was at Nebraska. She was a pole vaulter, and she went on to be great on a couple of those workout shows they had on NBC. And then she's been a stunt. She was on Supergirl. She was on in the Avengers movies and everything. Yeah.
Now I want to watch Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, where he has a stuntman in that movie.
It's true. Or
Cliff
the movie
Booth.
Stuntman with Jake Gyllenhaal.
I never saw Stuntman.
Or Hooper with Burt Reynolds, where he plays the original stuntman before The Fall Guy came out, which is the TV show kind of based on the movie.
By the way, Chance points out that the guy who said Asperger's, that he coined the term, was a huge eugenist.
Oh,
wow,
that's
I'm
not
not on
good.
that guy.
Let me just say this, and I'm going to say this as clean. Like, it had its time. Eugenics had its time.
Wow.
Believe me, go back. It had its time.
No, and
Look at some of
everybody
the
kind
stuff.
of believed in it.
It had its time. It really did.
It was very popular.
It was very
Like
popular.
horse racing.
You had a bunch of people
And
who,
baseball.
You had a bunch of people who were doing things that didn't help our society, and so they were like, "Well, how can we fix that?" It was a bad idea, but it had its time. So,
How was the finale for The Pit?
Well, Michael hasn't watched it yet, so I'm
I
not
have
going to
not
say
watched it. I'm
anything
watching it
other
tonight.
than
I can't wait.
good.
I can't wait. It's the second. I had it. It's even with House for me.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you're talking about one season, it's better than House, but over the course of the 6 seasons
House
I
gives you
watched
many
House,
memories.
yeah.
Did you ever watch The Nick?
I watched the first season.
I did too. I never got around to watching season 2.
I watched the
and
first
now, because I believe that is available on Max, and now I think
It
I
is.
might go back and rewatch season 1 and then finally watch season 2.
Oh, we have to go back and rewatch again. What's getting ready to come out? Part 2.
Part 2. Oh, Last of Us.
No.
Oh.
On HBO.
Last of Us.
Not HBO. Disney.
Oh, Andor.
Yeah. We got to go back
I
and watch the
rewatched
first
it,
season.
and I'm rewatching it again now.
I rewatched it, and I'm going to rewatch it with Logan
Yeah.
because he hasn't seen it yet.
I think I'm going to do that tonight. I think that I'll be going
Yeah.
home and I'll be watching. I just got to the end of episode 3, and so Nick still hasn't watched it. So this
Yeah.
is the time again where I implore Nick, please watch Andor, because Michael, I think it's the best Star Wars property, period. I've decided that it is
Whoa.
my favorite. I like Andor the most.
I don't think I rank anything over Empire and then Rogue One.
Yeah.
Those are my two favorites. Then the next thing would probably be Rebels.
Rebels is good.
Rebels would be next.
Josh hasn't seen it because he's too good to watch cartoons.
I know my wife's like that. Rebels, and then the last season of Clone Wars.
Yes.
The last 4 episodes
Oh
is
my
better than almost
gosh.
any movie they've ever made.
It's so good.
It's as good as Star
Is it
Wars,
as good
Empire.
as Andor, though, Michael?
It is, and then I put Andor because Andor is slow in the middle. They have a really weird bottle episode, which is okay. But the
Episode
last
7.
2 episodes are outstanding.
plus the
I
prison.
think
it saves you. Yeah,
one of the
prison
best
episode's incredible.
I think one of the best scenes in any Star Wars media is Obi-Wan and Darth Maul in Rebels.
Oh yeah,
That
Oh, yeah.
was so
Yeah.
good.
Well, how about the scene when in the throne room when you have Ahsoka meeting with Darth Maul in the throne room? With that wide shot and everything's happening, but
You love Star Wars this much, and yet you won't watch Andor.
watch the last 4 episodes of Clone Wars.
I got to start from the beginning, though.
No, you
I?
don't. It's set up to be basically its own little movie.
Yeah.
Because remember they went
Okay.
away and they came back and they did that.
Mm.
Yeah.
Pedro texts in, hi, guys. Movies, NFL draft talk, and sports takes. Must be Michael Severe on the show. Great show, guys.
Oh, good.
Look at that.
I thought it was going to be like
you suck die.
exactly. That's what I thought was coming up.
We're
yeah.
big fans of Michael on this show. Big fans of Michael.
And then
all
the
right.
next thing is something else I like.
What's for dinner?
What's for dinner?
When we return, we will say goodbye for the week. We will tell you what we are eating and send you into another weekend here on 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death.
I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
Michael, what's for dinner?
I am going to celebrating 60 years of Berry Law. They're having a big grand opening for Papillion location, and they will provide, it says, food and drinks. I'm hoping because it's Friday, they will provide some sort of seafood so I can actually eat some of the food. But they have a live music. We're going to go there for a little while, shake some hands, kiss some babies, eat some food, go home.
Nice.
Yes.
Cool. Speaking of fish, I am making my weekly pilgrimage to Monolithic because it is the last fish fry of the season.
Nice.
So I'll get some fried, I think it's cod.
Is it cod?
I think it's cod. I don't know what it is.
Oh
it's
my
good.
God.
I really
no,
like
it's
it.
fine. I just,
You're anti-cod?
of all the fish
Yeah.
in the world,
You're anti-cod?
haddock
Yeah.
and redfish and catfish,
Yeah.
they choose cod.
I don't know.
That's what they gave it to us in school. Remember that?
It's good.
That was cod.
And I'll dip it in some malt vinegar and have a lovely
You're a malt
evening.
vinegar
Oh,
guy.
hell yeah,
I never
baby.
saw that coming.
Oh, yeah.
I never
love
saw
it.
He loves
I miss
vinegar.
hot sauce in my tater.
I do love hot sauce as well.
Hot sauce in the tater sauce.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So I'll be doing that.
Taco Bell maybe.
Taco Bell, maybe.
I didn't do Taco Bell last night because we ate at the arena for the show we were
Oh,
at.
nice. What is your go-to Taco Bell order?
I like to get the spicy potato soft shell taco.
Oh, I'm with you. I do that. Okay.
Yeah.
What else?
The Cantina chicken quesadilla is really good.
I've had it before, but it's not one of mine.
Cheesy gordita crunch, but with the Dorito taco.
Oh,
really good.
that sounds good. I'm a big fan of the old 7-layer burrito.
Mm-hmm.
I would take the sour cream off, brother, and I'd add extra guacamole. Oh, so good.
So with the Cantina stuff, Taco Bell also has like that
The Cantina
avocado
sauce. Yeah.
so good.
Salsa verde.
Theo writes, make severe reaction at least 2 hours this fall. Isn't it always 2 hours?
It's always been 2 hours.
Yeah.
8 to 10.
Yeah.
Theo, why'd you stop
Thanks
watching?
for joining me at 9 o'clock. Or
Come
whatever.
on, what are you doing, Theo?
Yeah, it's 2 hours.
Maybe Theo meant 3 hours.
Oh,
What if it
maybe
was
that's what he
3
meant.
hours?
I got to get back to watch the NFL though.
Yeah, you got to watch the
I got to
NFL.
watch the NFL, so I got to get over to Council Bluffs and do some work, and then come back.
We need to
over
get
here.
you a driver for going home this year so you can watch the game and not be driving while you rewatch.
Don't tell people I do that.
You said it on the air
I
one
did
time.
say that. I do. I don't necessarily look down. I'm just listening a lot.
Oh, okay.
And occasionally when we stop, because it happens a lot,
Then you look
I
down.
watch. Yeah. Then I watch.
Oh,
yeah.
man.
I can knock out almost the whole game on the way home.
That's amazing.
It is incredible. Yeah.
Michael, in like 4.5 months, we will be going down to Kansas City and watching football.
I already got hotel rooms.
Nice.
We got tickets. My wife's
Nice.
going with her friends. I'm going to be in the
Nice.
press box.
Yeah,
We
yeah.
are ready for it. Let's
Yeah.
go.
I want to figure out where we're going to do the post-game show from since we'll be there. Can we do the post-game show in the building somewhere, or are we going to have to leave and go try to find
You got to
somewhere
ask
else
that
do it?
question early.
I know. I talked to somebody about it this
Yeah.
week. I said, let's just call them and see, like,
Definitely.
can we use a suite? Can we use
Right.
a announcer's booth? Like, all the college football pods now, after the bowl games and the playoff games, they were doing shows from the press box.
Right.
So it's definitely allowed. Now, John
The
and I
90-minute rule went away.
Yeah.
There used to be the 90-minute rule afterwards. Yeah.
That's it. John and I are a little more yelly than some of the other pods.
Yeah.
So we'll have to figure that
So
part
no
out.
chance of being able to get to like
A radio station?
no, I think more like a after party kind of thing.
Well,
Like in Colorado.
No, I don't believe so.
Blur's not doing anything?
I don't believe so.
Okay,
I think
all
they're shutting down. But after the right after the game.
Okay, I don't know if this is true or not, but there is a chance that there may be a pregame show before the games being done with a couple of people who used to do a show together.
Interesting.
I heard maybe that was the
Kevin
truth.
is coming back.
Oh!
Kevin and Michael pregame.
That is
How
definitely
much
not
would
true.
we have to pay Kevin
That
every
man
week
is too
for him
busy.
to do?
Well, he's at the NFL site
Yeah.
as of Thursday night,
Yeah.
so he certainly won't be doing a pregame show on Saturday.
Imagine that, a pregame show for every game.
Every
How
home
cool-
game.
How
That's
cool
what I've
would
heard.
that be?
Yeah, maybe.
All right, coming up Monday, we have Mitch Sherman. We have
Mitchie.
Michael Severe, a.k.a.
Hello.
Jerry Kuth.
Jerry Cool.
in the happy hour. John will be back and other stuff too. What do you got going on this weekend, Michael, except not going outside, even though the weather's going to be so good?
Not much, man. I mean, I've had a long couple of weeks.
It's time to hibernate.
I will do a whole lot of draft stuff, a lot of NFL draft stuff getting ready.
And you got the pit.
I got the pit. I got to watch that tonight. I'm very excited about it.
Awesome.
I'm excited totally about all of that.
Man, that feeling when you have a busy time and you get home and you can just like sit down.
Just chill.
I know that you are very much like me. You're just always busy.
Yeah.
Just like even a few minutes here and there.
I'll be very happy to just kind of chill. I do have a 20-mile march on Saturday at 4:00 because we're getting ready for the 50-mile march. I have a 20-mile
tomorrow?
It's a qualifier, yeah.
Wow.
I just remembered. I have a qualifier tomorrow. It's 20 miles, yeah.
20-mile run, like I have to mentally prepare for that the night before. I cannot imagine preparing for a 20-mile walk because that is so.
We do 10 miles and then we stop for like a half an hour. You change your socks, your shoes, or whatever, and get ready, and then do another 10.
And so, how long does that take you?
Oh, about 6.5 hours. Yeah, it's a long time.
Get those steps in.
Get my steps in, exactly.
All right. Well, this was fun. If you missed any of the pod, go check it out. We had Jack on, we had Ken on, we had Nick Bott on.
Yeah.
He did his fresh thoughts on the Creighton stuff.
And Chance, I can explain the Hogenics thing if you just give me a call.
All right, there you go. Chance and Michael are going to talk eugenics. That's very exciting. For Nick, for Michael, I'm Josh.
Bye-bye.
Enjoy the weekend.
Yay.
Football is a day closer, folks.
But baseball is right now.
Yeah. Goodbye.
Bye.